Chapter 701 Jinchuriki on the battlefield. Naruto and Sasuke were facing terrifying enemies at this time. Mask Weird. I don't know what you are talking about. Although the people in the village hated me before, but there has always been hope in my life. When I was very young, Teacher Kakashi taught me this. Life, as long as there is hope, there will be no despair. Seeing Naruto's yelling look, he was unmoved by the dirt. Kakashi, do you also consider the words of that loser to be a good word? It's really ridiculous. Daita sneered. Miss Kakashi is not a loser. He is a truly strong man. Strong heart? Hee. Maybe it's more appropriate to call it cold blood. Is a person who kills his own companion with his own hand deserves to be called success? The different colored pupils with soil looked at Naruto coldly and said, "What?" Both Naruto and Sasuke looked surprised. Teacher Kakashi killed her former companion? How is this going? It seems that you don't know what kind of person the guy you became a teacher is like. Talking nonsense. Teacher Kakashi won't kill his companion, Sasuke said angrily. Yes, Mr. Kakashi is not such a person. Naruto responded equally. Obviously, the two of them didn't believe a word of what brought the soil. In their hearts, Kakashi is a gentle person. In his eyes, the life of his companion is more important than anything else. And Kakashi has been instilling such thoughts in them. How could such a person kill his companion? This is simply an illogical thing. Impossible? Hee. It seems that you don't know anything about Kakashi. He is such a cold-blooded man. Not only has he abandoned his companions, he has also abandoned his promises. What hopes are all nonsense. This world, there is no hope anymore. Boom. Naruto directly exploded the nine-tailed chakra. His whole body turned golden. Naruto angrily said, I don't know what you know about Kakashi teacher, or what kind of hatred you have towards this world, but for this world, hope will never be lacking. Also, yes, Teacher Kakashi, you can't slander it casually. Sasuke's eyes turned scarlet in an instant, and then the weird pattern resurfaced again. The eternal kaleidoscope writes round eyes. Yes, no matter who you are not qualified to comment on Teacher Kakashi like this. Seeing the two people in front of him desperately surrounding Kakashi, there was something called irritability in his heart with soil. Uchiha Sasuke, your brother Uchiha Itachi, paid so much for the village. What did he get? Konoha declared him a betrayal. After his death, he didn't even leave his body. Sasuke's pupils shrank when he heard this, and he asked quickly, what did you say? Brother is dead? Oh, it seems you don't know the news yet. Did Kakashi didn't tell you? No wonder, I said, he is a cold-blooded guy. How could it be ... How could it be possible? Kakashi teacher clearly said, elder brother is fine. Why did he die? You nonsense. How could elder brother die? Sasuke roared. Sasuke, calm down. This must be this guy's lie to make us mess up. You must calm down, Naruto said. Sasuke let out a sigh of relief when he heard the words, recovered a little calm, and whispered, yes. Lie. Itachi's body was already overwhelmed because of the excessive use of the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, as well as some old wounds before. When I went to capture the Hakuman all the hidden diseases broke out. When I lost to the Yoichi use it. Amaterasu set himself on fire, and there is no bones left. Otherwise, why don't you think Itachi has not appeared on the battlefield at this moment? If you bring soil, it will pierce Sasuke's heart like a bayonet. Impossible. How could this happen? Sasuke's heart was completely confused for a moment. The side effects of kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Don't I need to talk about it? It has been 8 years since Itachi has opened his eyes. How much do you think he has left? Sasuke was taken aback. Yeah, it's been 8 years, and Itachi is in Akatsuki, so how could it be possible to use the kaleidoscope to write round eyes less? Could it be? Sasuke was flustered, and Naruto patted his shoulder with his hand. Sasuke, trust Teacher Kakashi, he said brother Itachi is okay. And brother Itachi must be okay. Naruto smiled brightly and said, believe it, maybe this is Kakashi teacher's plan again. After all, Kakashi teacher has not done anything less. But before He cheated us by feigning death. Sasuke was taken aback when he heard the words. Yes, Mrs. Kakashi seemed to like to play suspended animation. Is it the same for Itachi? That's right, Dad didn't show anything unusual. Moreover, when I always felt at home before, I seemed to have a gaze looking at me. I thought it was an illusion at the time, but now I think it should be Itachi. That feeling can't be wrong. Thinking of this, Sasuke immediately calmed down. He also had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Itachi also suspended animation? At that time, Taita didn't see it with his own eyes, but listened to the description of the ghost shark. Now that I think about it seriously, there seems to be something wrong. Given Itachi's personality, how can he not estimate what might happen in the battle against Yao? The expression under the mask became a little weird. Taita had been wary of Itachi early in the morning. In his opinion, this descendant of the family is really the toughest guy I've seen in these years. Whether it is strength or wisdom, it is incalculable. There were also many doubts about the Uchiha clan back then. With a sneer, he stopped thinking about it. What is it? What is it not? Things have developed to this point. Even if Itachi is still alive, nothing can be changed. Sasuke regained his emotions and looked at the soil coldly. You guy who hides his head and shows his tail, I must smash your mask to see what kind of face is under your mask. It looks like they are two fools again. If that's the case, there is nothing to say. Let's go to war. Bring soil to your hands. Boom. A huge alien golem came out from the ground, and at the same time 6 figures appeared beside the soil. They are all like soil, with the left eye reincarnation, and the right eye right's reincarnation. And their faces are not someone else, but Zili from 2 to 7 Tails. The soil jumped up and landed on the head of the outer golem, and said in a low voice, let them accompany you to have fun. It will be very interesting to be the same person as Zulai. Damn it, that guy actually reincarnated 6 people from the dirty soil and made them into puppets. Chapter 702 Capture Yao. Kakashi and Watergate ran all the way, heading in the direction of Naruto. Kakashi, your instant step has surpassed Senior Shuimao, and it is not worse than my instantaneous technique. It seems that you have been practicing very hard these years, Watergate said gratifiedly. Someone is waiting for me to rescue, I can't help but work hard, Kakashi whispered. Kakashi, what step has brought this oil to? From the current situation, Daito should have inherited Uchiha Madara's will, and intends to use unlimited monthly reading. His target should be Yatsuo and Kyuubi. So he is dealing with Naruto now. So what about Yao? Where is Yao? Watergate asked. The 8-tailed man's Yulai should be with Nuaing now, which is considered safe. 5 shadows. Unexpectedly, I can see another day of cooperation with 5 shadows. I have lived for a long time and I can see everything. I'm sorry I died so early. Watergate smiled. Miss Watergate, this is not the time to sigh with emotion, Kakashi said helplessly. Watergate is very strict when fighting, but usually gets off the line. It's no wonder that Watergate would like Kushina in the end, or in her body. He saw the kind of life that she longed for deep in her heart. When the two were talking, not far away, a huge monster rose into the sky. That's the 4 tails? Kakashi said in surprise. Watergate's face instantly became solemn, and he said, it seems that the dead has begun to release the tail beast. Have you played against each other? Teacher Watergate, we have to hurry up. Okay. The two accelerated again, turning into 2 flashes of gold and silver. Another battlefield. Onoki forcibly used the technique of super light and heavy rock to withstand the 2 tremors, but he was also seriously injured. Master Tukage, how do you feel? Garo asked hurriedly. Before Tsuno handed it, he directly treated Onoki. That kind of ninjutsu can follow. It's really amazing. 4th generation Raikage praised. It's not the time to be surprised, that guy. But nothing happened. I didn't expect that he not only has the 1st generation of adult Mudan, but also has the eyes of reincarnation. What is going on? Jiraiya said solemnly. and his eyes fell on Uchiha Madara, who was not far away. This person is really terrifying. Even if the 7 of them work together, they are only able to contend, but still can't touch his boundary. It's a pretty good job, Onoki. It's almost time to have fun. It's time to end. I don't know what's going on with the soil. It seems that I still need my help. But before that, Yao, I accepted unceremoniously. Madara's gaze fell on Kyrabe's body. For a while, everyone guarded Kyrabe's face one after another. I will never let you succeed. Gaara flew towards Madara while holding the sand. Madara didn't care, and with a light tap of his right hand, Shenluo Danzing took advantage of the situation and directly defeated the sand. An attack of this level, but there is no way to deal with me. My opponent is only between the pillars. Madara said. His hands were knotted. Fire escape. Extinguish the fire. A huge fire escape shot out from Madara's mouth. Upon seeing this, Chumi Ming immediately responded. Shui done. Water array. Water and fire intersect. Zzz. Countless water vapor steamed out. It's a good Shui done, although it's not as good as Fukushima, but it's also very good. I can't think of such an outstanding female ninja in the world of ninja. Madara exclaimed. Although he is a good man, he is disgusting. Let me melt you. Melting escape. The magic of melting monsters. The yellow viscous liquid spouted from Tsurumi's mouth and shot towards Madara. Madara frowned and dodged. This trick is really troublesome. If it gets touched, I am afraid that even Sasuo Nenu will melt. Tsurumi wanted to act again, but Onoka's voice came slowly. Shui Ying, wait a minute. Huh? Master Tukage, are you awake? Onoki stood up swayingly and said, we can no longer fight on our own. This is a terrible opponent. We only need to unite to defeat the opponent. Organize the offense. We have 7 people, and if we unite tacitly, maybe we can win. War. Tsumi was taken aback when she heard the words, and then smiled. Then listened to Master Tuing's instructions. Ban watched this scene quietly, but didn't stop it. In his opinion, no matter how hard these people struggle, they will eventually lose to themselves. There is only one purpose for him to stay here, and that is to take down the 8-tailed man's pillar power. Let me see where you can go. The blue chakra rose into the sky, and Susanna, tens of meters high, suddenly appeared. It's totally necessary. The ultimate power of kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Seeing that huge Sasuo Nenu, everyone was surprised. It's even more amazing than Sasuo just now. Is this the perfect body? Kakashi said. Jiraiya said in a low voice. It seems that we have to destroy that thing first. This requires absolute power, Reikage, Hokage. Please. Oyemi whispered. The two nodded, understanding. As the most experienced existence on the scene, Tuing quickly formulated a battle plan. The battle continued. Dokage's battle plan was very successful. With the attacks of Jiraiya, Terumi and Gaara, Madara's attention was successfully diverted. Then Tsunade pretended to attack and was evaded by Madara, but at this time he also fell into Dokage and Gaara. Reikage's double team. Reikage's power, coupled with Earth Shadow's super aggravated rock art, successfully smashed Madara's Susanoo. But that was the end. It's really commendable. In order to thank you for bringing me this feast, let me send you to hell. The chakra riots. Sasuo Nenu recovered instantly. How can it be? Onoki looked horrified, but it was too late. Dance of Two Swords. Sasuo Nenu directly pulled out the double knives behind his back and slashed towards Tuing and Reikage. Bad. The two couldn't dodge. They were hit and flew out, seriously injured. Madara ignored the two and looked at Gaara. The shield of the crane. Boom. The shield of crane, known as the strongest defense, was cut in half as if it were paper. Gaara was also hit by a long knife and was seriously injured. Nagato Flurry, Terumi, Tsunade, and Jilai were also defeated and could not afford to be seriously injured. 6 kills. Is it the only level? Then, it's time to find the soil. Madara said, looking at Kairabi, who was aside. Kairabi was shocked, and chakra rioted directly into Yo's mentality. Madara sneered, and said, You can only dare to be presumptuous in front of me. A minute later, Kairabi fell to the ground feebly. Madara held Kairabi in one hand and drifted away. Chapter 703 Begin Naruto. How are you? Sasuke whispered while supporting Naruto. It's okay. It can be supported. The strength of the 9 llamas is really strong. Even if the 6-tailed beasts work together, they can barely maintain a 5050 situation. Naruto gasped. The tail beast Jade that the 5 big tail beasts had just joined forces was knocked into the air by the tail beast Jade used by Naruto and 9 llama, and it was a tie. Sasuke was also shocked when he saw this. This power seems to be above oneself. It's really the strongest tail beast, and it has such power when combined with Renzulai. Then, what are you going to do next? Daito muttered to himself. Naruto, did you find anything? Sasuke asked. Naruto smiled and said, of course. The fight just now was not a waste of time. We all have black iron rods on our tail beasts. Those are things used to control them. Just pull them out. It should be possible to liberate the tail beast. If that's the case, then it seems that the position of the black rod must be determined first. As Sasuke said, the scarlet writing wheel fumbled on the tail beast. Let's go, Sasuke. It is good. Naruto folded his hands together, and the golden chakra instantly wrapped the two of them. Sasuke was unwilling to show weakness. His eyes gathered, and purple power surged out. Prestige. Suzuo Nenu. The original golden 9-tailed condensate now turned purple. The purple armor is covered in layers, which not only increases the defensive power, but also enhances the power. I didn't expect Suzuo to be able to use it like this. Naruto was a little surprised. At this time, Kyubai's voice rang in Naruto's ears. It's really an unpleasant feeling. This pupil technique reminds me of a very unpleasant past. It's nothing. Concentrate on dealing with the 5 guys in front of you. Although they are not as good as me, they are quite troublesome when they join hands. It is good. Naturally, Kyubai wouldn't say much. After all, it was a shame for him to be covered by Suzuo no Go last time. The head of the dignified 9 big-tailed beasts, being teased by Madara like a pet. It is impossible for the 9-tailed heart to say that there is no anger. Naturally, Kyubai would not tell Naruto about this kind of thing. The battle continues. Prestige must be so powerful that the 5 big-tailed beasts are not opponents. It seems we need to increase firepower. Daito murmured to himself, wanting to release a tail shot, but at this moment, a trigeminal kunai fell from the sky and pierced his mask. Turn your right eye slightly. Shinwai. The 3-pointed kunai passed through the mask without leaving any traces on the mask. But Daito's eyes widened suddenly. Chidori. Boom. The imaginary mask shattered suddenly, revealing its original features. That weird face. Kakashi. Daito drank softly. His eyes fell on the 2 people not far away. It is Prajanam and Kakashi. The trigeminal kunai just now was naturally an attack by the water gate, which subconsciously drew away with divine might. But unexpectedly, Kakashi also transferred his Chidori with supernatural power and hit the dirt mask. The eyes of both belong to the same person, and the space connected by the divine power is also the same. In front of Kakashi's supernatural power, the blurring of soil has a great risk. Watergate and Kakashi instantly appeared in front of the soil. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar face in front of them, both of them were a little emotional. And with the soil, he looked at the 2 people coldly. Mr. Watergate, Kakashi, I didn't expect the 2 of you to come together. Miss Watergate, I didn't think that even the reincarnated dirty soil would not be able to restrain you. Daito said coldly. Seeing the earthy temperament that has changed drastically now, Watergate felt uncomfortable for a while. The originally sunny and cheerful boy has now become the appearance of a man without a ghost or a ghost. Watergate is not thinking about bringing the soil to destroy his family, but blaming himself. If he hadn't been too late, maybe the dirt is still the ninja with the sun in Konoha. But everything is too late. Take the dirt on this road of no return, for too long. Take soil. What is it that made you like what you are now? Watergate said sadly. Daito looked at the Watergate coldly and said, Teacher Watergate, you are late every time. Shenwubai Bridge, you are late, and you didn't save me. In the battle with Yu Ian, you are late too. No save Lin. I should thank you for showing me how desperate this world is. Today I want to completely change this world. Change this world that has no hope. Take soil. All these things don't shut down Teacher Watergate. I can't save them. Kakashi, you are a trash that can't change anything. There is no place for you to speak. Bring the soil, coldly shouted. Take the soil. Everything you have experienced now is just a trap set by Uchiha Madara. Can't you see it clearly? Kakashi snapped. He moved in his heart, but still said, a trap. So what? I have already seen the essence of this world. This false helpless world has no value in existence. In this world, desire is a kind of thing. It can't be achieved either. It's because of this that the world should be led to the dream world of infinite moon reading, a world where there is no need to feel guilty even when facing a tombstone hero. What's the meaning of that false world? Wasn't the Lin in the previous limited monthly reading? Didn't you just choose to give up? Kakashi asked. That's different. That Lin is not the Lin in my heart. Moreover, I am not satisfied with that world. I want to create a truly perfect world. There is no war, no death, and no sorrow. There is everything I want to have! Exclamation mark. This is my perfect world. Is it your goal to give up all the flesh and blood and go to the false and infinite world? Yes, give up your boring hope. It is something that does not exist. Have you seen this huge golem? It will bring the world to the ultimate. Bring soil. Stop calling this name. You are not worthy of this rubbish. I have already given up this boring name. Kakashi looked at the soil. At this time he was not in a calm state at all. If this continues, the negotiation will not have any effect. It looks like I have to talk to Taito alone. Kakashi said, with a flash of lightning in his hand. Dozens of kienbon laced towards the soil. Chidorichimoto. He wrinkled his brows and turned his right eye again, and the whole person wanted to escape into the supernatural space. Facing the combination of Kakashi and Watergate, it is still a bit difficult for today's belt soil. Upon seeing this, Kakashi's figure flashed and rushed into the fluctuation of that space. Miss Watergate, Naruto will leave it to you. Chapter 704. Yufeng's eyes. Kakashi disappeared in place with the soil. Watergate was stunned for a moment, and then whispered, Kakashi, please. Turning to look to the other side, Naruto and Sasuke are still fighting the five-tailed beasts. Seeing the huge prestige Sasuo Nenu, Watergate's eyes showed relief. Is Naruto able to control nine tails to this level? Kushina, Naruto did it. Mizuman appeared in the body of Kyuubi for a moment. Naruto was taken aback, looked at the incoming person, and then showed a look of horror. Dad, why are you here? This is ... reincarnating from the filthy soil. Sasuke was stunned when he heard Naruto's name. Father? Naruto's father? 4 generations of Naruto? Is this a meeting with the parents? No. Y seems to have entered a strange atmosphere. Watergate smiled and said, Naruto, long time no see. As Mizuman spoke, he looked at Sasuke and said, you are Sasuke, right? I heard Naruto talk about you before. At a loss, Sasuke said quickly, hello, uncle. When we first met, my name is Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto's teammate. I'm very relieved that Naruto can have friends like you. Dad, haven't you been controlled by the reincarnation? Naruto asked, puzzled. Watergate shook his head and said, it's also due to the backhand Kakashi left behind. Ms. Kakashi? By the way, where did Mrs. Kakashi go? Naruto asked. Kakashi has gone to fight with Daito, and cannot get out for the time being. Who is the soil? Naruto asked in confusion. Taking dirt is the masked man just now. What? Isn't that Madara? Watergate shook his head and said, no, Taito is my former disciple, Kakashi's teammate. They are just like you. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other as they seemed to understand. Doesn't that mean that Kakashi and the Masked Man are fighting? Naruto was surprised. Watergate nodded. No, we have to go and help as soon as possible. Naruto said, don't worry, They have entered the divine power space. We can't enter for the time being. Now, let's solve these 5 tail beasts first. As Watergate spoke, he looked at the 5 beasts not far away. Naruto and Sasuke also calmed down upon hearing this. Naruto made a fist and shouted, "Okay, let's do it." Watergate joins the team and becomes the 3rd person, and the Wartail Beast team takes shape again. Shinwa Space, Kakashi and Belt Soil stand opposite each other. Kakashi, you are really annoying. Take Soil, this game is not fun. Let's stop here. Willfulness also has a limit. Rin. Kakashi, you don't know me at all. Daito said angrily. Kakashi pushed away the forehead of the left eye, and said faintly, take the Soil. Have you forgotten the will of this eye? I have always guarded this will. People who don't cherish their companions are not as good as waste. He looked at Kakashi's left eye and sneered, Kakashi, who do you cherish? What about Lin I entrusted to you? Where is she? Kakashi's expression went dark when he heard the words. Can't speak. Lin died in your hands. You trash. Daimyo said, a stab. A broken face punch with his right hand to Kakashi's cheek, snapped. Kakashi raised his right hand and gently took it off. Bring Soil, stop making trouble. I have already investigated Lin's death. Do you want to say that Lin chose to die in your hands because she was transplanted with Mitsuo? I've known this kind of thing a long time ago. After Daito finished speaking, he made a fist with his left hand and hit Kakashi's cheek again. Snapped. Kakashi stretched out his left hand and took it again. With Soil, things are not as simple as you think. Lin's death was controlled by Madara. Kakashi said, bumping into the soiled forehead. Boom. There was a loud noise, flying away with the Soil upside down. The sharp pain in his forehead gave the Soil no time to react. At this time, his inner emotions were constantly tumbling. You bullshit. Take the Soil. Don't you think all this is a coincidence? It happened that you met Madara, and it happened that you saw Lin dying in my hands. Have you ever thought about why Lin rushed to my Chidori by herself? Don't Lin know that I will be guilty for life, unless she has no choice? Kakashi's words pierced the heart of the Soil like a blade. Yeah. Why did Lin hit Kakashi's Chidori by herself? Lin's character, if she doesn't want Yu Ain's tricks to succeed, she can commit suicide. But she didn't. Lin's feelings for Kakashi will never make him feel guilty for a lifetime. But she still did. Then, there is only one reason. What do you mean? Kakashi's left eye flashed. A stab, lightning flashed from his hand, pierced into the soiled body. Lin's body has the same curse mark in your heart. Guansheng. The body with the soil broke through a big hole in an instant. Blood splashed and landed on Kakashi's face. The warm feeling slowly dissipated. Kakashi ... You, with dirt and Madara? Do you really believe it? He just treats it as a pawn. It doesn't matter whether it is you or Nagato. It is the same. Unlimited monthly reading is just a scam. No, it won't be like this. How could he lie to me? Lin's death. Lin's death. How could this happen? Taking the soil back a few steps, the part of the body that was penetrated by the Chidori looked very dazzling. At this time, the face with soil was full of astonishment and shock. It seems that the long-standing persistence was completely shattered at this moment. The original cold face can no longer be maintained at this time. Kakashi was condescending, looking at the soil, and whispered, "With the soil, Madara is not only staring at you, but also your father. Do you know how your father died?" His pupil shrank and looked at Kakashi in disbelief. "What did you say?" "Your father, Uchiha Ufeng, was also Madara's target. His death is inseparable from Madara." "How can it be?" Seeing Daita's face of disbelief, Kakashi took out a scroll. "Press your right hand on it, and give a soft voice, solution." A crow flew out of the scroll, but strangely, the crow's eyes were actually scarlet. It is not a general writing wheel eye, but a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye that forms a four-pointed star. This is what your father left for you. There is something he wants to tell you. Now, I will pass it to you. The crow's eyes are reflected in the soiled eyes. The illusion unique to Uchiha Yuki's green line lights. Taito only felt a flower in front of him, and then a tall man appeared beside him. "Are you bringing soil?" Unexpectedly, "It's already this big." The gentle voice fell on the ears with soil, and the soil felt like the whole person became extremely stiff. Chapter 705. Father and son. The man who appeared before him was about the same age as the one who brought the soil. The facial features are somewhat similar. It looked like twin brothers with soil. But Titan knew that he did not have such a brother, because my grandmother, who has passed away, never mentioned this matter. Illusory, Daito muttered to himself. But soon he discovered that this was not as simple as illusion, because the man in front of him seems to be real. Looking at the wary look of Daito, Yu Feng smiled and said, "Tao, why, don't you know Dad?" "Father, huh?" It doesn't seem to be totally unimpressed. "Sure enough, you look a lot like me. The only thing that resembles your mother is probably the eyes." Yu Feng smiled and stretched out his right hand, touching the soiled head. The heights of the two were similar, and Yu Feng seemed a little struggling. Taito originally wanted to hide, but his body did not avoid it. There is an inexplicable sense of familiarity, so that the soil cannot bear to avoid. That feeling made him feel very surprised. "When I was very young, there seemed to be someone who stroked his hair like this. It feels very similar to the way it is now." Yu Feng was relieved when he saw this, and said, "I don't expect you to be so old. It seems that you have experienced a lot of things from your appearance. What exactly is going on?" Daito pulled away from the familiar feeling. His face was puzzled, and there was no way to imagine what happened in it. "After all, Xianji, you can't ask for too much. This is a very long story. Fortunately, we have a little time to tell it slowly," Yu Feng said with a smile. Looking at the man who claimed to be his father, he subconsciously chose to believe it. The feeling in the bloodline was like the first time Naruto saw Kushina. After a brief surprise, he quickly chose to believe in that feeling. Maybe people who are not good enough, this feeling will become stronger. This matter probably started when I was a teenager. It was a mission. I opened a writing wheel, and my teammates were dead and injured. When I woke up, I watched when I got to someone. He saved me. Who? A person who shouldn't show up. His name is Kakashi. The pupil shrank with soil, and said in shock, "How is this possible?" "It's really impossible," and I felt weird at the time, because he claimed to be Shuamao's son. And I know Shuamao very well. I know that he did not have a son at that time. Yu Feng smiled. What the is going on? Taita became even more puzzled, because he traveled through time and came to my side. The purpose is to write round eyes. Sheol onion? Could it be? Taita thought of an amazing guess. Kakashi's kaleidoscope writing wheel was opened with him. But so far he has not been blind. With the frequency of Kakashi's use, it is impossible to survive without intercolumn cells. Unless he has risen to the level of an eternal kaleidoscope. Damn Kakashi. He actually did such a thing for the sake of writing round eyes. Daito was furious. Yu Feng smiled and shook his head, and said, "It's not what you think." He wanted to do it, but he resisted it. And he really saved my life. Bringing this oil is completely stunned. Listen to me. Yukes was about to tell Odoto about the situation at the time, including the event that he died in Uchiha Madara's hands in the end. Do you understand now? The huge amount of information is constantly tumbling and digesting in the earthy mind. At the same time, it also made Daito understand why Kakashi said before that Madara had also been eyeing his father. At this time, the heart is chaotic. The development of the matter seemed to be completely different from what I had imagined. I entrusted my writing round eyes to Kakashi. At the same time, I left my chakra in the right eye. Kakashi promised me that I would use this illusion on you. Let I can see you again. Now it seems that he did it. But since Kakashi can travel to the past, why not change your destiny? Daito said excitedly. Yu Feng shook his head and said, "Take soil. Where is fate so easy to change? Especially what has happened." Kakashi seems to have changed some history, but in fact, he should have discovered later, everything he did is just a supplement to the historical trajectory. Because he does not belong to that era and cannot change the fate of that era. In the end, everything he does will become history. Bring the soil to hear the words and be silent. Take soil, your experience. Kakashi once told me, "You are caught in Madara's trap. Don't blame you. But abandoning your dreams and living a life like a corpse is really what you want. Have you forgotten your own dream?" Yu Feng looked at Jiiju with a solemn expression. "Dream?" Daito whispered softly. These two words were too far away for him, because he had already forgotten Naruto, the title he used to chase endlessly. Although that stupid, but extremely passionate young man. When I saw Naruto, I took the soil as if I saw myself. This is why he wants to talk to Naruto, because in Naruto's body, he saw the shadow of himself. That kind of thinking that seemed extremely naive to him now. Taito wants to prove that there is no way out for such an idea. Therefore, he wanted to convince Naruto, let Naruto also believe in the path he chose. It's like persuading the self once. But unfortunately, he failed. Daito thinks that it's because he hasn't seen the darkness he has ever seen. But at this time, the so-called darkness has become so ridiculous. Everything he encountered was nothing but Madara's conspiracy, including his own death, including Lin's death, and even his father's death. All were caused by Madara. This man seemed to control the trajectory of his life since he was born. The justice he originally claimed became worthless at this moment. The so-called unlimited monthly reading seems to have become a joke. Bring the soil. Kakashi has done a lot for you. Dad is watching. You must not let him down. That kind of dedication to others is hard to meet. As a ninja, especially rare. Think about your past bits and pieces. Do you really want to wipe out all your experiences for these lies? If you can't see clearly with your eyes, learn to see everything with your own heart. It's not difficult to see who is true and who is false. It's not difficult to see who is sincere. It is enough to be remembered. Chapter 706. Wake up. Yu Feng patted the shoulder with dirt and said, with dirt, I believe you will make the right choice. The gaze with soil fell on Yu Feng's face. The face that looked a little young now had a kind smile. In my eyes, I am full of expectations and trust in myself. With a bitter smile, his face was full of loneliness. If this is the case, what have I done in the past 10 years? Betrayed the village he originally loved. Killed his own teacher and indirectly killed his own teacher. There are countless innocent lives. What is all this for? Almost 2 decades of hard work have only resulted in a misunderstanding. This oolong is really too big. It was too big for him to bear, but also unbearable. But I can't look back. Yu Feng smiled and said, take the soil, turn your head back, and everything else is not important. Xue Mao once told me that as long as the heart is stable, no matter what you do, you will not feel hesitant. And, I believe, as long as you look back, Kakashi will definitely help you. Kakashi. When I heard the name again, 1,000 feelings appeared in the heart of the soil. This person, who he considers to be a waste, has done so many things in places he does not know. Yes, he will help you. I have felt this way since I saw him for the first time, because his eyes when talking about you are full of guilt and love. In his heart, you must be occupied a very large position. Moreover, he seems to have a certain degree of investigation for Uchiha Madara. Although the current situation may not be completely under his control, he must have plans. Plan? Suito asked in doubt. Trust him, he must have reserved a place for you in his plan. Hearing the words with the soil, his face kept changing. At this moment, Yu Feng's figure began to become somewhat transparent. Yu Feng looked at his hands helplessly, and said, it looks like the time is almost up. My chakra is almost gone. Bringing the soil was startled, looking at Yu Feng's figure. His eyes were full of dismay. He, who had never felt his father's love, finally saw his father and wanted to be separated again. That feeling was naturally uncomfortable. It's just that I have been accustomed to hiding my emotions for more than 10 years, but now I don't know how to express it. As if seeing his reluctance, Yu Feng smiled and said, bring the soil. I'm sorry I can't accompany you for a while. Next, you may face greater challenges and difficult choices. But I believe you will make the right choice. Take-to nodded silently, but didn't say anything. I didn't grow up with you. I didn't support you when you needed help. As a father, I am really unqualified. But seeing you have friends like Kakashi, I can be considered relieved. Although Madara is strong, but I believe that with your strength, he can definitely be defeated. Dad, thank you. Yufeng smiled upon hearing this, and said, it is me who should say thank you. It is great to be able to see you again. No, I've done too many wrong things. You can't feel at ease even before you die. As a son, it's a failure. Yufeng took a step forward, looked at the dirt with the heterochromatic pupils, and said with a smile, stupid child, parents and children are willing to do any step. I can see you looking back, that means I did it. It makes sense. This is enough, Dad. Don't worry, I will help you wash your hatred, Daita said firmly. Yufeng shook his head, and said, no, it's enough to make me happy if you can live a good life. After Yufeng finished speaking, his body became more transparent, as if it would disappear in the next moment. When Suita saw this, he didn't know what to say, but Yufeng seemed to think of something. By the way, as a father, I have never given you a gift. Since we are going to be separated, then this will be the last gift. I hope you don't go there too early to find me and your mother. When we meet next time, I will but listen to you carefully. Your life. As soon as the voice fell, Yufeng turned into a white light and poured into the soiled right eye. He was surprised with the soil, and then felt a sharp pain in his right eye. Take soil. This writing wheel is the last gift I leave to you. Presumably this last battle will definitely come in handy. The pain made Taito unable to respond to Yufeng's words. He covered his right eye and knelt on the ground with a painful expression on his face. The illusion in front of me was shattered and turned into nothingness. With a flower in front of Daita's eyes, the scene once again appeared in the divine space. The person in front of him became Kakashi. Take soil, are you okay? Kakashi stepped forward, held on to the soil, and said worriedly. Kakashi, taking soil, endured the severe pain, slowly calling Kakashi's name. I am here. Thank you. The sound of the soil was so small that I didn't listen carefully, and I couldn't hear what he was saying. But Kakashi heard it, and it was clear. He was initially a little nervous, and then he smiled. The sharp pain in his right eye gradually eased, and the dirt was silently looking at the silver white-haired man in front of him. He really did a lot for himself. The person who always betrays this fetter is not Kakashi, but himself. Daita hates herself for the first time. Why is she only Xianji? If I have enough IQ recharge, I am afraid that countless flaws have already been seen, and how could I have been active for more than 10 years under such a lie? In the world of limited monthly reading, Bring 2 watched Kakashi get along with another self and Lin. At that time, he already had a lot of thoughts in his mind. It's just the resentment towards Kakashi that made him choose to ignore the touch. Choose one wrong and then wrong again. Maybe even Chiyoda didn't realize that when he chose Kakashi's birthday. In fact, deep down, he also had the idea of letting Kakashi have a wonderful birthday. It's just that this intention seems to express a few different twists. Welcome back. Bring dirt. Kakashi's face was full of smiles, eyes like crescents, full of warm breath. Daita's stiff face showed a slight smile. Heroes always come last. The hoarse voice sounded, but the tone was a bit of passion. That kind of feeling is just like bringing soil in a boyhood. Kakashi looked at the soil in front of him, and was a little surprised for a while, as if he saw the young man wearing the windshield again. Am I lost this time too, hero? Kakashi smiled. At that glance, it was as if thousands of years had passed. Chapter 707. Understanding. Kakashi stretched out his right hand, and when he saw it, he also stretched out his right hand. Holding the long-lost hands together, Kakashi pulled up the soil that was half kneeling on the ground with a slight force. This feeling is really unpleasant, just like losing to you in every battle before. Take the soil back with his hand, and said unhappily. Kakashi smiled and said, really? I thought you were used to it a long time ago. Ghosts have to get used to such things. Well, let's not talk about this for now. Let's go out first. The 7-tailed beasts outside need to be cleaned up. Kakashi smiled. Hearing the words with the soil, the face that had been slightly relieved became a little gloomy. Kakashi, How do I face Teacher Watergate? With soil, things have already been done, so naturally you have to face them. Mr. Watergate sees that you have reformed, and he doesn't account for these things. I know, but I made Teacher Watergate's house ruined, and I really don't have the face to see him again, said Taito, lowering his head. Kakashi's face changed slightly, and his tone became a little angry. Boom! Kakashi punched the dirt in the face, and the dirt fell directly to the ground. What are you doing, you fool? Do you want to escape reality again? Kakashi said angrily. Even if Miss Watergate doesn't forgive you, you have to apologize to Miss Watergate. That's what you should do. What's the use of lamenting here? After hearing this, I was silent for a long time, and then slowly stood up and said, you are right. No matter what Mr. Watergate thinks of me, I should face it. That's right. It's time to see the outside world. Kakashi smiled. Bringing Soil nodded. At this time, the painful right eye gradually recovered. Daito opened his right eye. A patch of scarlet. The original black dart pattern has become a little different. In the middle of the black dart, there is an additional 4-pointed star pattern. Upon seeing this, Kakashi said, it seems that Senior Yufing has injected his kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes into your writing wheel eyes. Now, your eyes are also eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. He touched his right eye with the soil, and the feeling was completely different from before. It's like a person with high myopia who suddenly regained his vision. That kind of feeling made people fascinated for a while. Let's go. Kakashi patted the dirt on the shoulder. Bringing the soil looked at Kakashi, and said, Kakashi, if it succeeds this time, you still owe me something. What? Kakashi wondered. Lin's death. Don't think you can just forget it. After the war is over, I will ask you to settle the account. Daimyo talked. His right eye began to dilate, and spatial fluctuations formed rapidly. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, then whispered, well, I will be that to the end then. The same spatial fluctuations radiated from Kakashi's left eye, and then the two left the divine space together. Battlefield. Watergate and Naruto Sasuke's fight against the 7 big-tailed beasts has come to an end. Suddenly, the movement of the battlefield stopped. The 7 big-tailed beasts also stopped. What happened to Naruto? Sasuke looked at the motionless Naruto strangely. Watergate was also a little puzzled, but he seemed to have the answer soon. Naruto seems to be talking to the tail beast. Watergate said. Talk to the tail monster? Sasuke asked puzzledly. The Yinjuai in my body told me that their 8 big-tailed beasts are gathering together, and they seem to be entrusting something to Naruto. Sasuke was a little surprised when he heard the words, but he was relieved. At least, there was no danger. At this moment, a wave of spatial fluctuations flashed, and Kakashi and Daito appeared beside the three of them. Sasuke was taken aback immediately and set up a defensive posture. But when I saw Kakashi, I felt relieved. But when I saw the soil, I became more vigilant. Watergate is not as exaggerated as Sasuke. Seeing Daito and Kakashi, Watergate smiled relievedly. It seems that it makes sense. Kakashi smiled and nodded. The soil lowered his head guiltily. I'm sorry, Miss Watergate. Everything is because of my stupidity that led to so many wrongdoings. If it weren't for me, if you were still living well with Miss Kushina, Naruto would have a happy family. If it were not for me, you would have become the greatest Hokage, and you would not have died young. If it weren't for me, there wouldn't be so many tragedies. As he spoke with soil, his voice became more guilty and hoarse. Sasuke on the side was stunned. What's the situation? The last boss hadn't played a lot, so he admitted that he was wrong. I have never seen this routine. Taito wanted to say something, but Watergate smiled and said, yes, you are really wrong. Hearing the words with the soil, his head lowered lower. Sorry, Teacher Watergate. You should be wrong about not believing in Kakashi. As a companion, you did not trust Kakashi. Kakashi has always carried your ideals to live and see the world with your eyes. This beauty, don't you feel it? Watergate laughed. Miss Watergate. Dieter looked at Watergate in disbelief. If you know this, it will be enough. As for the matter between me and Juxinai, you don't have to worry about it. This is our own choice and has nothing to do with you. Facing Watergate's understatement of understanding, he was at a loss for a while. Next, live with your true dreams, even with the share of Juxinai and I. From now on, I can proudly tell others that my disciples are all heroes. Watergate's face was full of smiles, and the eyes that had been darkened by the rebirth of the dirty soil were also full of warm radiance at this time. Thank you, Teacher Watergate. Dieter bowed deeply towards the Watergate, and did not get up for a long time. Watergate did not help with the soil either. With this bow, he accepted the ground with peace of mind. Kakashi watched this scene with a warmth in his heart. After working hard for so long, I finally brought the soil back, but this war is far from over. At this time, Naruto opened his eyes. Sasuke saw this and asked, Naruto, are you okay? I'm fine, just memorized a bunch of difficult names. Sasuke was puzzled, and Naruto looked at the scene in front of him with a dazed expression. Kakashi touched Naruto's hair and said, this story is a long story. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. Boom! The red armor, the domineering and unparalleled momentum, and the weird eyes of reincarnation. Everyone shows the identity of the person who came with the soil. I didn't expect that you still betrayed me and even got rid of the curse seal. It really deserves to be the one I chose, and sure enough, I still have some abilities. Ban said with interest. Chapter 708. Stop it. Itachi teaming up somewhere in the grotto. The pocket in plain white clothes looked at the chess pieces in front of him at this time, with an interesting smile on his face. Mare has reached the main battlefield. My mission is almost completed. In each of the sub-battlefields, other teams are still fighting against the powerhouses and Beige who are reincarnated from the dirty soil. On the sub-battlefield, 5 shadows and Jiraiya were seriously injured. At this time, Tsunade was treating everyone with slugs. The main battlefield. Bring the earth to awaken, and the foul earth spots join the battlefield, and the battle is on the verge. With such a result, Master Orochimaru should be satisfied. It's time for me to retreat too. But at this moment, 2 figures broke in. I found you. Pocket, Zishui said lightly. Pouch raised his head, revealing those golden pupils. Is it here? Faster than expected. Looking at the 2 of them, it seemed that they were not surprised by their arrival. Shishui and Itachi frowned at the same time. There seems to be something wrong with this situation. Do you know we are coming? Itachi said. Master Orochimaru said that if you 2 don't go to the battlefield, then you will definitely stop me from reincarnating from the dirty soil. Unexpectedly, Daishiwan could even predict this kind of thing. It's really not easy, Zishui whispered. Of course, there is nothing in this world that can be concealed from Lord Orochimaru, Dauda said. His eyes were full of fanatic light. To Daishiwan, Do has absolute respect. Having been a spy so many times, only Orochimaru kept Dao's heart. To some extent, the charm of Dashwin is not comparable to ordinary people. Where is Dashimaru? Itachi said coldly. Master Orochimaru has other things to work on. You are not worthy to see Master Orochimaru. Oh, I didn't expect that Dashimaru's shelf has become so big now. Zishui laughed. Lord Orochimaru is no longer comparable to mortals like you. He will become a true god. As he talked, the hot light in his eyes became even more fiery. At this time, he seemed to be a devout and ardent believer. And the person he believes in is Daishiwan. Itachi whispered in Shishui's ear. Shishui, this pocket is probably completely brainwashed by Orochimaru. Senior Kakashi said that Orochimaru is now different from what it used to be, so let's try our best not to bump into it. And the purpose of our trip is to prevent the rebirth of the dirty soil. Therefore, we better stop the bag first. It is good. The 2 stood separately, blocking their pockets and possibly escaping the route. Do also discovered the purpose of the 2 at this time, but he was not panicked. 2 Uchiha's geniuses, 2 pairs of kaleidoscope writing round eyes, are really formidable opponents. It is a pity that I, who have inherited the power of Osamu's armor, will not lose to you in the slightest. I don't know how much Dashimaru's ability you have learned, but this defiant attitude is about the same. Zishui sneered. Itachi's face became a bit solemn. The breath radiating from the pocket at this moment is exactly the same as that of Dash 1, even stronger than the original Dash 1. The pockets have become like this. What about the Osha one? Originally, Itachi had some doubts about what Kakashi said, but now, I am afraid the problem is even more serious. Shishui, I'm afraid things have become troublesome, Itachi whispered. Zishui nodded when he heard this. He also thought of what Itachi thought. Oshimaru seems to have become a huge trouble that has to be taken seriously, especially after taking the white A's. Oshimaru had no idea what he was thinking, speaking of joining the war, but it hasn't appeared yet. Although the two of them were not completely clear about the external situation, they also knew about it through the crow's inquiries. Daishiwan did not make a move all the time. Even if it is the rebirth of the filthy soil, it is always controlled. No one knows what this guy is doing in the dark. At this time, Du opened his robe, revealing his upper body. The extremely white skin looks a little sick. There are even a few snake scales on it. The most surprising thing is that there is a white snake sticking out of his lower abdomen. The white snake was still walking around, coiling around her pocket. Purple eyeshadow covers the golden pupils. It's really disgusting, Zishui mocked. A disgusting poisonous snake. Du Wen said that he was unmoved, just chuckled. I will fade away from the body of a snake and evolve into a dragon. To this day, it won't be too far. Waiting for the day when Lord Oshimaru becomes Zu is the moment when I become a dragon! Exclamation mark. Daydreaming. Neither you nor Dashwin will succeed. As Shishui said, the scarlet eyes changed instantly, and the four-cornered windmills formed. The green chakra came out of him. Susanoo. Itachi is not idle either. The writing wheel turns, the red chakra is surging, and must be able to appear. It's really an honor for two Susanoo's to be able to see them at the same time. However, this ninjutsu has no effect on me. As I said, my hands were knotted. Xianfu. The technique of white excitement. A white light shot out from the mouth of the pocket, turning into a white dragon, and rushing towards the Shishui there. The strong white light made them unable to adapt for a while. Both of them are ninjas who are good at using eyes. This kind of strong light has a great influence on them, and to cut off his line of sight, relying only on the perception ability of the fairy mode to act. This will not only ignore the glare, but also shield the illusion of writing round eyes. No, this ninjutsu will also cause the air to vibrate. Shishui exclaimed. The Suzuo knew that the two had just condensed dissipated in an instant. The violent air vibration caused a tingling sensation in their bodies for a moment. Xianfu. Inorganic reincarnation. Daoda's hands were sealed again, and the Xianzu chakra was injected into all the surrounding inorganic matter. For a moment, all the inorganic matter turned into his sharp weapon and launched an attack on the two of them. Shishui and Itachi looked at each other, resisting each other's attack. Senior Kakashi was right, this guy really learned the magic. At the moment when the two were wrong, Itachi whispered. Then act according to the original plan, but you must pay attention to whether the other party has any changes. It is good. The two seemed to have reached a certain understanding and started to act. On the other side, in the dark space, Oshimaru slowly took off the white cloth from his eyes. A white color, but with a hint of gold. Behind the golden pupils, there is a faint blue light. It's almost as expected. This game can also officially start. Kakashi, you have to move faster. I can't wait. Chapter 709. Countermeasure. Daishiwan's eyelids rolled slightly, and those strange eyes looked at the world silently. In front of him, there was a coffin with the word Chu written on it. Daishiwan stepped forward and knocked gently, and a hoarse voice sounded. The of ninja. Hee hee. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that you lost in the original victory. But I'm really curious about how powerful you and Uchiha Madara can be when you join forces. Can Kakashi resist it? As Oshimaru said, an interesting expression appeared on his face. The cooperation between Ninja God and Ninja Shuru is really exciting. Once in the Warring States period, the two men swept through the wilds, and Oshimaru missed it. But now, it seems that there is such an opportunity. Nowadays, the strength of Maru has greatly increased, and it is no problem to control the first generation of Hokage through the art of reincarnating from the dirty earth. The rebirth of the dirty soil controls the resurrection of the dead for their own use. The strength of the caster himself does not necessarily have to be higher than the undead reincarnated from the filthy soil. As long as the gap is not big, it is enough. Otherwise, how could it be possible to control so many powerful men in the ninja world with just one person? Not to mention, among them there are ruthless characters like the second generation Tuiying, the second generation Shuiying and the third generation Raking. The coffin of the original Hokage slowly sank into the ground, seeming to be heading in a certain direction. By the way, the duo should also meet the people who should come. With duo's strength, it should be difficult to deal with Shishui and Itachi's cooperation. Forget it. It doesn't matter. The role of the duo is just that. That's it. After Roshomaru finished speaking, he turned to look at the pattern behind. It was a huge sacred tree, which seemed to be full of mystery. It's really an interesting world, but it can't arouse my interest anymore. Kakashi, you will lead me to find a new world, right? Haha. Daishiwan slowly sat on the old chair, closed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other side, Shishui and Itachi are trying to fight the pockets in front of them. The power of inorganic reincarnation made the two of them only dodge. Hee. Is this the genius of the Uchiha clan? It's nothing more than that. Can you just dodge in front of me? Then try this trick. The technique of double magic. With a soft drink, a head stretched out from his lower abdomen, and when he took a closer look, it turned out to be Niazao. This is a very interesting ninjutsu. You will love it. Du sneered, and then the head near the neighborhood changed a bit, becoming Duiyuya. Magic flute sound lock. The gloomy flute sounded. Shishui and Itachi felt a flower in front of them, and their vision became a little blurred. When the two of them reacted, they were already trapped by a white snake. It's a sound illusion. Some doorways, Shishui whispered. Shishui and Itachi are both experts in the illusion, but this illusion can make two of them hit, which shows that it is not easy. Shishui admired this sound illusion very much. Different from the pupil technique of writing round eyes, it needs to look at each other to be able to work. Sound illusion is difficult to prevent. Basically, when you hear this voice, you have already been recruited. Shishui has also studied this kind of illusion, but the research is not deep. After all, his path is still based on writing round eyes. Haha, how about it? Although your illusion technique for writing round eyes is powerful, but the sound illusion technique is more convenient and easy to use. As long as you are not deaf, you will be recruited. Neither Shishui nor Itachi answered. It was a waste of time at this time. The two looked at each other at the same time, and the writing wheel in their eyes turned rapidly. Illusion. Right round eyes. Illusion. Break. Just when the two of them had just solved the illusion, the attack of the pocket came again. The spider's nest is open. I saw a white spider web leaping towards the two of them, and in their eyes, the spider web was covered with dense chakras. Itachi did not hesitate, turning his left eye. Black flames spewed away instantly. Amaterasu. The black flames flooded the web, burned it to death, and then flew out. Keep your pockets in a hurry, and make your hands seal. The dirt road turns over. I saw the land in front of the pocket bulged and turned into two slabs, pressing Amaterasu directly inside. Shishui frowned and said, "These tactics are all used by the 5 people of Yinin, and this bag seems to have transplanted their abilities." Itachi looked towards the pocket and said, "I have been using other people's things." It seems that you have no ego in your heart. Haha, Lord Oshimaru once said that as long as you have all the information in this world, You can have your true self. As long as you have this ability, it doesn't matter what method you use. You are just walking the same path as Dashimaru. Is this still you? Itachi asked. So what? Lord Oshimaru is really worth following. Everything he has is worth learning. These are far from enough. It seems that you are just a person with no self and no dreams. It's really sad. Zishui sighed. Dream, self? After taking a trip for a moment, the former place appeared in his mind. The place that represents my dream. Unfortunately, that place has long since disappeared. That person also disappeared. Should I call you the Big Snake Pocket or the Pharmacist Pocket now? Zishui asked again. Pharmacist. Du silently muttered to himself that this surname has a vital position for him, because the owner of this surname is the pharmacist Yinaya, whom he regards as his mother. For a moment, Du seemed to recall the past, and became a little dazzling. But soon, he recovered. No, I can prove my worth, not just a spy. Immortal method. In organic rebirth, countless stone cones attacked again. Shishui and Itachi had to dodge again. This is just a waste of time. It's time to think of a solution. Itachi whispered to himself, and then looked towards Shishui. The triangular windmill in his right eye turned. Monthly reading. Zishui instantly appeared in Itachi's moon reading space. Zishui, it is very difficult for us to persuade us. It seems that we can only use other methods. Well, Dudu erased his sight. Even your monthly reading can't be activated on him. We can only use other illusions to deal with him now and let him lift the filthy reincarnation. Then I uses an army. This trick does not require eye contact. Zishui shook his head and said, no, this trick costs blindness. The price is too high. I'll use my other gods. Huh? Don't the gods need eye contact? Zishui smiled and said, the other gods with the left eye need it, but the other gods with the right eye don't need it. As long as the people I see will become my puppets. The other gods' formula book records. Let all the people seen by the caster become his puppets. Chapter 710 Solution. During the monthly reading, Itachi and Shishui discussed countermeasures. With the help of the intercolumn cells, it has recovered a lot of pupil power, and can use the kaleidoscope to write round eyes without restraint. It was like a rare unit with chakras. Kakashi suddenly became a chakra-sufficient unit. Naruto, that kind of feeling. Very comfortable. Itachi, you attract his attention. I use the other god's technique. It is good. Itachi turned his left eye, and Wei was relieved in an instant. In the real world, it's just a momentary thing. The inorganic reincarnation of Dodo is still in operation. Itachi didn't waste time, and his right eye started to turn directly. Amaterasu. There are so many pupils. Just so capricious. The black flame flew out and hit the tumbling stone cone. The black flame was all wrapped up in front of him in an instant. I used Amaterasu twice in a row. Itachi, how long can your chakra and eyes support? Du sneered. At this time, the water stop next to Itachi disappeared instantly. The dirt road turns over. Earth escapes again and turns Amaterasu into the ground. Itachi instantly appeared next to his pocket, and took out several shurikens in his hand. Not in a hurry, the white snake on its lower abdomen opened its mouth wide and rushed towards the ferret. Art fire escape fireball. The scorching flame spewed out, and the pocket immediately launched the water escape. Water escape. The technique of the big waterfall. A large wave of water shot out from the mouth of the pocket, directly extinguishing the flame of Itachi. But the flames are still mixed with the sword in his hand. The shurikens kept turning and colliding with each other in the air, shooting from all directions to the pocket at incredible angles. Du coldly smiled, and the surrounding stone walls directly rose, blocking the way of the shuriken. Itachi fell to the ground and looked at the pocket coldly. You, a genius, do you only have this means? That's really disappointing. Du sneered. It's enough here. Recognize yourself, Itachi said lightly. Okay. The pocket felt bad for a moment, because Zishui was gone. At this time, there is only one explanation for the disappearance of Shishui. At this moment, Zishui's indifferent voice sounded behind Du. Don't God. With his right eye turning crazily, the four-corner windmill seemed to be charged, and he started his own journey of wind power generation. How can it be? As soon as the voice fell, the whole person was stunned. The movement in his hands also stopped completely. Successful, Zishui whispered. Seeing this, Itachi took a look at his pocket, and said, I didn't expect other gods to have such an effect. It is really hard to guard against. No wonder it can be called the strongest illusion. Zishui smiled a bit tiredly. Although the power is strong, the cooling time is constant. After using up, even if there are interpillar cells, it may be difficult to recover the pupil power within 3 years. The stronger the power, the greater the cost. Itachi whispered, let's lift the filthy reincarnation first. After Shishui finished speaking, he commanded the pocket to release the reincarnation of the dirty soil. For a time, all the souls of all the reincarnated from the filthy soil came out of their bodies and returned to their hometowns. Command. 3 generations of adults. Luju. The art of reincarnation from the dirty soil seems to have been solved. Yamanaka said. Okay. The 3 generations of Hokage and Luju hurriedly walked to the huge water ball to watch, and sure enough, all the reincarnation of the dirty soil was lifted. It seems Itachi and Shishui succeeded. 3 generations of Hokage laughed. Great. If this is the case, then the spots that Kakashi and the others are facing will also disappear. The war can be over, Lujuxi said. The 3rd generation of Hokage nodded and said, yes, you only need to find the Oshmaru next. This time, we must not let the Oshmaru run again. At this time, Yamanaka said, no. Uchiha Madara's dirty rebirth doesn't seem to be untied. What? How is this possible? The 3rd generation of Hokage was shocked. He cracked the filthy soil reincarnation. He stayed here. Shansonghai said in surprise. Oops. If that's the case, then Kakashi and others. The 3rd generation of Hokage said in surprise. Luju's face also became heavy. Now that the war has developed to such a degree, no resourcefulness is needed anymore, and the rest is the time to compete for strength. Having lost the reincarnation of Dirty Land, it was only a matter of time before each team defeated Byaiju. The only remaining enemies are Madara and Oshimaru. Hai, inform Shishui and Itachi, rush to the front line. Their power is enough to change a lot of things, Lujo said. It is good. In the grotto, Zishui and Itachi's ears rang Hei's voice. Zishui, Itachi, can you hear me? Hichi. Shishui and Itachi were taken aback when they heard the words. And then Shishui said, Senior Hai, has the filthy reincarnation been lifted? It's lifted, but Uchiha Madara's reincarnation of the dirty soil did not touch him, and he broke the technique of the dirty soil rebirth himself. What? There is such a thing? Zishui asked in surprise. Itachi's face couldn't help but sink. Now you rush to the front line immediately. Kakashi and others are still fighting Uchiha Madara. Your strength will definitely be able to come in handy. Saiichi said. Okay. Itachi, let's go. Okay. Zishui and Itachi dropped their pockets directly and left the grotto. On the other side, Tsunade had already healed Jiraiya and others. How are you feeling? Tsunade asked. Your Hokage-sama's treatment has recovered a bit, Chumi Ming said weakly. At this time, everyone has a slug on his body to restore the chakra for everyone. I didn't expect Madara's power to be so powerful. The 7 of us joined forces without stopping him. Gaara said solemnly. It's not the time to talk about this. Kairabi was taken away by Madara, and I'm going to rescue him. Raikage the 4th generation said angrily, and he was about to leave. But the pain in his body made him unable to move. We have to rush to the front line as soon as possible, otherwise the power of Kakashi and Nine Tails will not be enough. Onoki whispered. When Tsumi Ming heard the words, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Although he was full of confidence in Kakashi, after fighting against Madara, Tsumi knew that someone in the world could be so strong. Can such spots really be prevented by Kakashi? Yes, we have to go there quickly. Tsumi tried his best to stand up. Tsunade said, don't force yourself. If you want to receive treatment, you should be able to recover some combat power in 5 minutes. We will go again when that happens. Good. Everyone responded. At this time, Kakashi's voice sounded inside Gaara's body. "Gaara, I can feel that the 10-tailed beast has gathered the power of the 8-tailed beast, and the 9-tailed chakra will be resurrected. It seems that Yao has been sealed." Damn it. Gaara clenched his fist. Shu is a little grateful, but fortunately he obeyed Kakashi's instructions, and just didn't borrow chakra to give Gaara to me, otherwise, it would be impossible to hide from Madara's eyes. Kakashi said that victory or defeat is not at the previous stop, but after. "Hagai Kakashi, what exactly do you want to do?" Shu whispered. Chapter 711 Teacher Yinchi Uekaiha, Madara. Daita looked at the visitor angrily. "It's still the same as before. It's really no improvement at all. You bastard. How dare you design to fool me?" Daimyo said, pulling out the Yantuan fan behind him, and a momentary body approached Madara. "Bring soil," Kakashi exclaimed. "This is too impulsive." At this time, the soil is already ignored, and it is directly chopped down. Madara's eyes narrowed, her body dodged, and she dodged the dirt-carrying attack, and then stretched out her right hand, grabbing the tail of Yantuan fan, topping her right knee, and centering her dirt-filled abdomen. Boom! He was wounded with the soil, and couldn't help but vomit out a bit of blood. At this time Kakashi arrived, grabbed the belt with dirt, and retreated to the rear. Madara didn't chase, just looking at the Yantuan fan in his hand. "It's a familiar feeling, old friend, we meet again." Gently fanning Yantuan in his hand, Madara felt like he was back in the past for a while. Back then, he swept all ninjas with the flame ball fan and never failed. "Until I met the pillars." Those years are really nostalgic. "Take soil, are you okay?" Kakashi pulled the dirt back to the water gate and the others, and asked softly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with soil, and said, "I'm fine." "Take the soil, you are too impulsive." After all, the opponent is Uchiha Madara. "Going up with your own power will only cause casualties." Mizuman said. "I see, Teacher Watergate." Daita whispered. "It's just that the gaze is still staring at Uchiha Madara." The anger in his eyes seemed to burn all the spots. Madara didn't care. Everyone looked at the figure, their eyes full of solemnity. At this time, there is only one person in Madara, but it is actually more terrifying than the army of thousands. Madara's indifferent reincarnation eyes swept over the crowd, and he sneered, "It's really an interesting combination. A 9-tailed man's Uli, 2 Uchiha tribes, and a foreigner transplanted with the writing wheel eyes and the 4 generations who reincarnated from the filthy earth." Hokage. "Bring the soil." It seems that the darkness in your heart is not enough to be persuaded by these people. "Ma, you ruined everything about me, using Lin's death to deceive me. It made me do so many wrong things." Daita roared. Ban Wenyan raised his eyebrows and looked at the soil, revealing a slightly surprised expression. "It's really surprising. I didn't expect that with your IQ. You can see that this is a trap. It's really rare." "No, you shouldn't be able to see it." "Then, who told you?" After listening to Madara's words, Daita felt even more angry. Madara ignored everyone. His eyes swept across everyone. Naruto, directly ruled out, a fool's face. Sasuke, rule out, he hadn't been born yet and didn't know that. Watergate, exclusion, and those who reincarnated from the filthy soil, if they knew it, would not have died in the Kyuubi rebellion that year. Flagwood Kakashi. Madara's gaze stayed on Kakashi's body, feeling a little strange. For Kakashi, Madara still has an impression. The geniuses who were in the same team with Daito were also the objects of his own use. It was Kakashi's hand that pushed the soil into the dark abyss. This is a wise man. This is Madara's evaluation of Kakashi. But now goodbye to Kakashi. I don't know why. Madara has an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This person does not seem to be as simple as he thought. "Is that you, Hagai Kakashi?" "I saw through my design with soil." "It seems that you also investigated a lot of things afterwards." Madara whispered. Kakashi looked straight into those eyes, feeling the same in his heart. Counting this time, Kakashi and Madara have met 3 times. For the first time, He strayed into the Warring States period and witnessed the whole process from the establishment of the bond to the rupture between the young man Zuma and the young Madara. And in the name of Silver Time, the face of Silver Time, became their master. The second time, for Yufeng's eyes, the two fought, and Kakashi died in Madara's hands, and Madara was hit hard by the sudden fusion of the three immortals. This time, maybe it will be the last time. Don't speak. That's confession. It seems that I still underestimated you at the beginning. Seeing your face, I remembered the guy who did bad things about me, your father, Konoha White Fang. Madara said, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. If the white teeth hadn't appeared in the first place, the spots would have gained Yufeng's eyes, which was an extra layer of protection for his plan. It's a pity that he was seriously injured, extremely weak, and couldn't fight with White Fang at all. After all, the White Fang at the time was also one of the strongest in the ninja world. How can Ma, who is very old and seriously injured, be able to fight with it? The more likely it is to expose one's own existence. Once his existence is exposed, Konoha will hunt down at all costs. Even other shinobu villages will send people to hunt down, because his name is Uchiha Madara. Just by relying on a name, you can frighten the existence of an era. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, but didn't expect Kakashi's father to meet Madara. And listening to the meaning of spot, the white teeth seemed to prevent him from doing something. Is White Fang more terrifying than the legendary strength? Can it be intact after obstructing the spot? Kakashi was not surprised, because he knew what was going on. Bara, seeing you again, the mood is really complicated. Kakashi laughed at himself. Madara couldn't help being taken aback by the familiar tone. Are you? The pupil shrank, but the words that followed did not say again, because the guess is really amazing. Moreover, the appearance of the person in front of him is quite different from that person. The inexplicable dialogue between the two left everyone in a daze. Sasuke, why is Kakashi-sensei so familiar with Madara? Naruto whispered in Sasuke's ear. How do I know? Sasuke said helplessly. But keenly he has felt that there must be some connection in this. Kakashi, what do you mean by this? Asked Daita puzzledly. Kakashi did not explain. A flash step appeared in front of Madara. With a virtual grip in his hand, a flash of thunder flashed. Kianting entrained the momentum of thunder out of thin air. Cut! Kakashi gave a soft drink, and then Kianting slashed towards Ma. Seeing the familiar long knife and the familiar knife technique, Madara was a little stunned. But the movement in his hands did not stop. The Yantuan fan moved with him. Ding! Yantuan fan and Kianting collided. A white light flashed, and the two creaked. The eyes were facing each other, and the full of emotion seemed to overflow in the eyes. With a flick of Madara's right hand, Yantuan's fan swept Kakashi out. Kakashi turned around in midair and landed firmly on the ground. Madara's shocked expression said faintly, Teacher Yinshai. Chapter 712 Prove Teacher Yinshai. Watergate and others said that they did not slow down. What is this development? The name of Jintoki may not be clear to others, but Naruto and Sasuke are very clear. This is one of Kakashi's trumpets. There is also a trumpet called Skya. When the two of them and Sakura were still ninja, of course, Naruto is still ninja now. They were once played by these two identities of Kakashi, and the memory is very fresh. For details, see the possible extras later. Taito also knows that Kakashi had used the alias Seikata Jinchai, and he was still in their royal debt left by the Iron Country and beat an iron sword. As for Watergate, although I don't know who Jinchai is, Madara said this to Kakashi. So Prajanam said, what's the situation? However, the ideas of these people are not within the consideration of Madara and Kakashi. At this time, the two eyes faced each other, and the memory gradually became clear at this time. For Madara, that was 100 years ago. But for Kakashi, it was just 3 years ago. The spot in front of him gradually merged with the shadow of the juvenile spot, which made Kakashi very emotional. He once wanted to plant the seeds, but in the end, This kind of seeds withered. How can the established destiny be so easy to change? For an instant, it seemed that 1,000 threads appeared in the minds of the two of them. Madara wondered whether the person in front of him was teacher Yinshai, and Kakashi missed that time. How did the two innocent boys break step by step? In a moment, Kakashi showed that iconic genial smile and said softly, "Mara, do you still want to drink the fish soup made by the teacher?" The spotted pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, no more explanation is needed. The only one who knew about this was Mr. Yinshai, except for the pillars. For a while, inexplicable emotions surfaced in Madden's heart. Joy, anger, surprised. There are so many different things. But in an instant, these emotions gradually dissipated. He is still the Uchiha Madara who is watching the world. It's surprising that I didn't think that Mr. Yinshai was still alive. Or should I say that Mr. Yinshai is really worthy of being pierced through the throat, and he can survive. That time, I really died. I was able to stand in front of you at this time, but it was only a blessing to others. Kakashi sighed. It seems that Mr. Yinshai's luck is good. But I am more curious that Mr. Yinshai is still so young, whether it was then or now. So, what is the reason? Is Mr. Yinshai already living for a long time, or has he passed through time? Madara looked at Kakashi coldly, her lavendery incarnation eyes seemingly obscure. I believe you have the answer in your heart, don't you? You have always been a smart person, Kakashi said. Madara glanced at Kakashi meaningfully, and smiled. As expected of Mr. Yinshai, he always does things differently. What originally puzzled me, now suddenly I figured out everything. Bara, I didn't expect you to reach this point in the end. I originally thought it would change you. Kakashi sighed. Teacher Yinshai, the thoughts of you and Zujin are too superficial. Only I can understand the mystery of this world. Only I can know how to save the world. For this, I spent a whole life of time arranging for me. A true peacemaker. Ban said excitedly. What you call peace, is it unlimited monthly reading? Yes, that's my answer. Teacher Yinshai, do you remember? We discussed with Zujin at the beginning. Why is there a chaotic world and why there is hatred? The root of all is because of human dissatisfaction. But in the world of unlimited monthly reading, no one will be dissatisfied, because everyone can do what they want. How can there be hatred in such a world? Chaotic times are even more impossible. The more Madara talked about it, the happier he seemed to have seen that situation. The essence of Madara is to pursue peace. It's just that the path he chose is different from that of the pillars. In other words, he had been successfully escaped by the mouth between the pillars, but he was provoked by Hydra and stepped into the abyss. But his purpose has not changed from beginning to end. What he did was peace. He had to prove to Zujin and Yinshai that his choice was correct. You hinder me. You are all wrong. Bruh, it's just nothingness. Nothingness? That's not important anymore. Teacher Yinshai, since you are still alive, then I will let you see this scene. I believe you will understand. The conversation between the two made Watergate and the others no longer know what to say, because it's all messed up now. Listening to the content of this conversation, Kakashi not only knows Madara, but also the first generation of Naruto. What is even more surprising is that Madara and Zuma seem to be Kakashi's disciples. It's messy. Bara, I won't let you succeed. Ha ha ha, Teacher Yinshai, you couldn't stop me back then, and it's even more impossible now. I am stronger now than I was then. Madara said, her hands knotted. Fire escape. Extinguish the fire. The huge wall of fire is coming. Kakashi frowned, and it seemed that the conversation with Madara could not go on. Thousand Ting flashed with thunder. The flagwood knife technique, Chong. The knife slashed out, carrying the power of thunder. The chakra crescent of the blade condensed slashed towards the sea of fire. When the two met, the sea of fire was directly split. The crescent condensed, and rushed towards Uchiha Madara behind the Sea of Fire. It's really an amazing sword technique. It seems that Teacher Yinshi's sword technique has become even more powerful. Madara appreciated. The Yanduan fan came out immediately, blocking the thunder and crescent moon. Madara's mouth was frivolous, and he shouted, Uchiha rebounds. Thunder Crescent instantly absorbed it, and then bounced back. Kakashi waved his left hand and dispersed the crescent moon that bounced back. Call out. Watergate appeared beside Kakashi. Kakashi, although I don't know what the situation is now, but now I still have to subdue Uchiha Madara. It's not feasible to fight alone. At this time, Madara folded his hands together, the reincarnation eyes turned, and the outer golem directly opened its mouth. It's time for Ten Tails to enter the resurrection stage. Kairabi, who was originally still aside by Madara, took out the red chakra on his body, and was sucked into the mouth of the outer golem. Uncle Octopus. Naruto was shocked and rushed over. But it was too late. If you are an outside golem, sucking the tail beast is just a matter of moments. Naruto hugged Uncle Kairabi and glared at the outgoing golem. And Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of the chakra who had been sucked. I grabbed it with my left hand. That group of red chakras was caught by this, and it was directly reduced by an e-tenth. Kakashi's left radiated faintly. That an e-tenth of the eight-tailed chakra was swallowed by the ring. Chapter 713 crossed the road. The scene before him surprised everyone. How does Kakashi do it? In their view, that an e-tenth of the chakra was swallowed by Kakashi. The remaining 9/10ths of the chakras have been swallowed by the outside golems. The outer golem roared, seemingly satisfied. Kakashi flashed away and fell beside Naruto. Teacher Kakashi, Uncle Octopus, he won't die, right? Naruto said anxiously. The writing wheel of his left eye turned slightly, and Kakashi whispered, don't worry, Kairabi will be fine. When Yao was drawn, he left an octopus foot in Kairabi's body. Enough for him. Survived. Naruto was relieved when he heard this, and said, really? That's great. Kakashi put his right hand on Kairabi's body, and sighed softly. The art of the inverse flying thunder god. With a bang, Kairabi disappeared in Akuma. The next moment, Kairabi appeared in the command room. It is obviously no longer appropriate for Kairabi, who is unconscious, to stay on the battlefield, and will only become a hindrance. Therefore, sending it away is the best choice. Jinchai Zensai, it's really surprising. How did you do it? You actually smoked Joe's chakra. Is it ninjutsu? Madara asks in a low voice, seemingly interested in it. It's just that Kakashi did not respond to Madara. It is foolish to introduce one's abilities to opponents in battle. Mizuman, Oida, and Sasuke also gathered beside Naruto and Kakashi at this time. Kakashi, are you okay? Watergate asked. Kakashi shook his head and said, it's okay. Next is the real battle, everyone be careful. This opponent is completely different from the past. Everyone nodded. It seems that Teacher Yinshai is not going to guide me, a former student. It's really unfeeling. Ban said with emotion. Kakashi frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Daito's angry gaze has never left Madara. Bara, what am I in your eyes? Is it a chess piece? The problem of bringing the soil made Madara put his gaze back on him, and said with a chuckle, bring the soil. I gave you the opportunity to use my name to save the world. You see, you could have become the savior and become the 10. The person at the end started to read Unlimited Monthly. It's a pity that you gave up this opportunity. I never wanted to have this opportunity. But why did you deceive me? Daito said angrily. Cheating you? No, no, don't you hate this world? Why did you choose to give up again? Have you forgotten? This world is hell. No, you deceived me and took advantage of Lin. Used Kakashi said with a ferocious voice. It's not about deception. I just let you see this false world earlier. This is a truth that I didn't understand until decades later. It made you see the truth clearly at the age of 13. You should thank me for my talent. Yes, after all, This is very rare. Madara smiled. These so-called truths are just your lies. Me and them were originally the best companions. Take Soil, you are really naive. In order to realize your dreams and goals, many things must be discarded. Even if you cross the corpse of your companions, you will not hesitate. You will still feel surprised by this kind of thing. Yet it's really disappointing. Madara sneered. Asshole, why did you choose me? Why do you want to crush my dream? Daito said excitedly. The place where Kakashi pierced through his chest was bleeding again, and he looked a little weak. Kakashi was shocked and quickly supported the Soil. Bring Soil, calm down. Your injury has not healed yet. I'm fine, Daito whispered. Why did you choose you? It probably started with your father. After I and Senna, your father, Uchiha Mikase, is the most talented person of the Uchiha clan. He was my goal originally, but because of some accidents, I lost this opportunity. Madara said, looking at Kakashi. This accident is Kakashi. Hearing this, Taito squeezed his fist, and sure enough, from the very beginning, his father was stared at by this guy. Because the plan to induce Yufing failed, so I set my sights on you. And Nagato entered my field of vision. I can see your growth in my eyes. You have the love for the village, love for ninjas, love for companions. Once these loves disappear, they will be transformed into Uchiha's strongest power. With Soil, you have this kind of talent. Madara chuckled. He took a step back with the Soil, looked at Madara with shocked expression, and said, is this your reason? Of course, don't you like helping Grandma cross the road the most? What a precious character. Madara mocked. Asshole, I will never forgive you. Fire escape. Storm dancing. The spiral flame spewed out, like a fire snake, rushing towards Madara. It's really easy to get angry, like a child who hasn't grown up. It seems that I still have to do the next thing alone. However, it doesn't matter. The flame group fan swung, directly dispelling the flame. Those reincarnation eyes looked directly at the Soil and whispered softly, it seems that you don't like helping the elderly anymore. Kakashi held down the Soil that was about to rush over, and whispered, calm down, the battle has just begun. After Kakashi finished speaking, he glanced at Sasuke and Naruto behind him. The two knew it and rushed over in an instant. 9 llamas. Naruto gave a low drink, and the golden chakra instantly emerged from his body, forming a huge 9-tailed coat. Susanoo can be. Sasuke's eyes moved in unison. Purple chakra armor attached to the 9 tails. Prestige must be Zonin. Daito, Mizuman, Kakashi and others are all among the 9 tails at this time. 9 tails opened their teeth and danced their claws and ran towards Madara. Oh, it's really a nostalgic move. I didn't expect that I would encounter this scene myself. Kyuubi. It's just the remaining pets I played with. Banyan whispered to himself. And then blue chakras swarmed out. Suzuo Nenu. The same huge Suzuo can stand proudly between heaven and earth. Full body form. Looks like a Tengu. That's Madara's Suzuo? It turned out to be a complete body. So terrible pupil power. Sasuke whispered. Fight with him. Naruto snarled, stretched out his hands, and then Kyuubi opened his mouth, and the black chakra bullet was forming in it. Tailed Beast Jade. Boom. The tail beast Jade galloped out and rushed towards Uchiha Madara at a very fast speed. Ha, but you're not as good as me. Tenusisa pulled out the long knife behind his back and slashed hard. Click. Cut it off. There is no stagnation at all. The tail beast Jade was cut in half alive. What? How could it be possible? Chapter 714. Silver White Susanoo had a look of horror, and had never seen anyone fight the tail beast Jade so much. Before Naruto was surprised, Tenususa's long sword swung again. Sasuke. Kakashi whispered. Sasuke knew. Suzuo armor condenses his hands. Glang. Nasusa's sword was caught in both hands. Oh, the control is good and commendable. Are those eyes also the eyes of eternity? I can't imagine that there is such an outstanding person among the younger generations. Madara said with his arms around his shoulders, and said with interest. Only soon, Madara's eyes fell on the soiled body. At this time, If he wants to be resurrected, he can only rely on the reincarnation technique of reincarnation. And the reincarnation eye is on the body with soil. Although there is only one, it is enough to display. It seems that you have to find a way to control the soil. With the other eye, absolutely he should have been prepared for me, Madara secretly said in his heart. Madara's gaze fell on the dirt-carrying body, and Kakashi noticed it instantly. No, Madara might have an idea of bringing dirt. Kakashi whispered. Kakashi, what do you mean? Watergate wondered. At this time, Madara is a reincarnated body from the filthy soil. He cannot become a 10-tailed human pillar at all, and he cannot perform the infinite moon reading technique. Therefore, he must be resurrected. If he wants to be resurrected, he must rely on the reincarnation technique of the reincarnation eye. Therefore, he will definitely find a way to control the soil and perform this access control technique, Kakashi explained. Daita heard that his face sank. He also thought of this. This was originally Madara's plan, but the person who performed this access control technique should be Nagato, not himself. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. Why don't you let the dirt go to Shinwa space to hide? Watergate said. Before Kakashi could answer, Taita directly rejected the proposal. No, Teacher Watergate, I must take part in this battle for Lin. But bring the soil. Kakashi stopped by Kakashi when Watergate wanted to say something. Mr. Watergate, the divine mighty space is not necessarily safe. The opponent still has a must, and there is no ghost. I am afraid that even the divine mighty space may not be able to prevent the opponent from entering. That's it. It's really tricky. Watergate whispered. You can only be careful. Take soil. How is your injury? Kakashi asked. It's okay. Half of my body is filled with interpillar cells, and the healing speed is very fast, but it takes a while, Taita said. Okay, Teacher Watergate, you protect the soil, it'll go faint. Kakashi said that he was about to set off. The Watergate grabbed Kakashi and said, Kakashi, are you going alone? It's too dangerous. Don't worry, Miss Watergate, I have fought against Madara, and I know it. And now I should be similar to him. Even if I can't beat him, I still have more than one self. Miss Watergate, you see the opportunity and use the 6-yang seal. General Madara is sealed, and now we still have a chance. Upon hearing this, Watergate had to let go. But then he printed his own flying thunder technique on Kakashi-sama and said, Teacher believes in you, but you must leave a guarantee. Kakashi smiled and said nothing. With a relieved look at Taito, Kakashi shot away and left Kyuubi's body. Mr. Watergate, is Kakashi really okay? Daita said with some worry. Trust him, Kakashi is a man with a plan. Watergate responded softly, but looked at Kakashi nervously. Regarding this disciple who had surpassed himself, while Watergate was pleased, he was also a little worried. Kakashi's toes were a little bit, and the whole person rose from the ground, rushing to the location of Suzuo Nakama. The long sword turned into thunder and slashed straight. Kakashi Sensei. Naruto and Sasuke shouted in unison. The words are full of worry. They had just seen how powerful Nazusaruno was. The red eye shadow climbed onto Kakashi's eyelids. His left eye was scarlet, and the black dart had a 4-pointed star pattern in the middle. The right eye is golden with a cross in the middle. The horizontal pupil of Miyomu Mountain, the vertical pupil of Longdedong, and the golden pupil of Whetstone Forest. Fairy mode 2, broken. The long sword pointed at Uchiha Madara. Madara's pupils shrank, and he felt a crisis. That was enough to kill him. This feeling is the kind of power back then. Madara recalled the original blow again. The silver-white thunder power directly smashed the heavenly obstruction shocking star. Not only that, but also almost ended his own life. That kind of power made Madara feel terrified. At this point, Kakashi has completely mastered this power. It was completely different from the three immortals that had just been merged when fighting against Belia before. This kind of power was the one that severely damaged Madara at the beginning. Take it, Madara. Cut it down. Click. Susanoo in front of Madara was chopped out of a crack. How can it be? Madara's face changed. and she backed away quickly. And the part cut by Qianting also turned into scraps and disappeared. Madara's body was revealed. Kakashi chased after victory, his left hand shining with thunder. Xianfa, thousand birds sharp spear. The silver-white thunder condensed and rushed to Madara in an instant. Madara's eyes condensed, and her hands stretched out. Shenluo Danzing, boom! The powerful output of Shenluo Danzing directly shattered the silver-white Chidori sharp spear. Xianfa, Chidori Chibon. Countless silver-white Qianban shot out, and shot towards Madara's body. The Shenluo Danzing's cooling time has not passed yet, and Ban hastily evaded. Shoo! Madara waved the flame ball fan on his back and slapped Qianban directly. As soon as his eyes rolled, the originally shattered Suzuo Nenu returned to its original state again. Kakashi fell on the ground, rubbing his feet and pulling out 2 long marks. It's amazing. Teacher Kakashi's fairy skills have become stronger, Naruto said excitedly. Mizumon and Itoka showed a surprised look. Watergate had never seen Kakashi in this form, and Taito did not expect that Kakashi had already practiced celestial arts to such an extent. Teacher Yinshai, it seems that you have improved a lot over the years. That kind of power is really daunting, Ban said with emotion. After all, the opponent is you. You really can't take it lightly, Kakashi whispered. But just like this, I can't really fight against my Suzuo Noshi. These injuries are nothing. Madara still looked confident. Indeed, this scale is still a bit too small. So, what if it is like this? After Kakashi finished speaking, his left eye turned wildly. The silver-white chakra rushed away, but it was not the power of the fairy magic, but the power of the pupil. Susanoo can be. The silver-white Susanoo instantly covered Kakashi's, and after a while, a Susanoo of the same size appeared in front of Tengu Susa. The difference is that this Suzuo Nen is almost silver-white, and there is a scar on his left eye. This is Kakashi's own Susanoo. Chapter 715 Break. Suzuo no. The ultimate power that can only be exerted when the eyes of the kaleidoscope right wheel are gathered together. Only a person with a huge amount of chakra and amazing pupil power can fully use Susanoo. Kakashi has only one writing wheel eye, and logically speaking, it is impossible to open Suzuo Nenu. And in all these years, Kakashi really couldn't turn on Susanoo. But in the world of limited monthly reading, Kakashi and the world's belt soil opened Susanoo together, and remembered that feeling. Suzuo Nenu, the power that exists in the eyes are the key to opening, but they are not necessary. As long as Suzuo no is turned on for the first time, it can be turned on even if there is only one eye, or even no eye. Of course, the power will be correspondingly weakened, and the consumption will increase. Take the Madara Susanoo as an example. When the eyes are gathered together, it can exert 100% of its power and consume 10. But without A's, only about 50% of the power can be exerted, and it can't even show the full body, which consumes 50%. This is the difference. Now that Kakashi has only one eye, it is naturally unable to show 100% of Suzuo's power, but with the addition of fairy magic, and the amazing pupil power, it abruptly produces a full-body Suzuo. Seeing the silver-white Susanoo that rose from the ground, everyone showed their surprised expressions. That's Susanoo. Kakashi teacher really deserves to be a copy ninja. Such ninjutsu can be copied, so powerful. Naruto said admiringly. Sasuke was shocked. Sasuke has fully understood the matter about Susanoo from Shisui. He knows the difficulty of Suzuo Nenu very well. It is very difficult for him to develop a complete Susanoo, even if he now has a pair of eternal kaleidoscope writing wheels. But Kakashi did it with a writing wheel, which is simply an incredible thing. Kakashi, he actually did it. Taito was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. It's really a genius. Madara looked at the complete body similar to his own, and was surprised. It's really amazing. I can't think that teacher Yinshai can do this step as a foreigner. This talent is really amazing. Among the people I have met, the talent of teacher Yinshai, for the strongest. Kakashi didn't respond to Madara, and was the first to start Susanoo. For Kakashi, it was a big consumption. The previous condensed Kudao has solved the compatibility problem of writing wheel eyes. But even the Uchiha clan would have to endure huge consumption if they wanted to turn on Susanoo. So, now Kakashi is also suffering a lot of consumption. And because it is the first time, without experience, this consumption is even greater. The first time I use Susanoo, this state can't be maintained for too long. I am afraid it can only last a few minutes, a quick fight, otherwise I am afraid that sudden changes will occur, Kakashi secretly said, and immediately moved in his heart. He drew out the long knife behind Susanoo, and slashed straight toward Ma. Naturally, Madara would not sit still, and also drew a long knife. Ding ding ding. There was a violent collision between the long knives, and every time they collided, there was a terrifying wave of air. Even if Sasuke and others were in Kyuubi's body, they couldn't help but step back a few steps. What a terrible power! Is this really what humans can achieve? Watergate asked in surprise. Thinking about the battle scenes like this, Prajanam felt that the previous 3 battles were simply playing house. If such 2 people appeared on the battlefield, they would definitely be a sweeping existence. For Madara, Watergate was not too surprised. After all, he was a legendary character. Even if it was stronger, it was acceptable. But what Watergate didn't expect was that Kakashi had reached this level. For this disciple, although Prajanam was very optimistic before, he just thought that Kakashi would reach Shuemo's level at best. Never imagined it would be where it is today. The 2 swords fought dozens of times, and Madara couldn't help taking a step back. Comparing with Yin Shi's sword skills is really not a wise choice. It seems that the strategy needs to be changed, Madara secretly said in his heart, then stepped back a few steps, and stretched out his hands, thanks to the sky. Where Madara gave a soft drink, and then several small meteorites fell from the sky. Although it is not the size of an ordinary tremor, it is better than a huge number. Kakashi was not in a hurry, and the long knife in Susanoo's hand was covered with a layer of thunder. Susanoo's flag wooden knife technique, Broken Star. The long knife dances. Although he is huge, his speed has not slowed down at all. Many afterimages flew past, but in an instant, all the meteorites were cleaned up. The clean knife technique is really nostalgic. Ban said softly, bruh, it's time to end. Kakashi let out a soft drink, and controlled Susanoo to approach quickly. The long knife covered with thunder seems to be able to smash everything. Teacher Yinshai, you are stronger than before, but if you want to defeat me, that's not enough. Susanoo Noshi, Shinra Danzing. I saw that Gasuzuo stretched out his right hand that day, and immediately, a huge force gushed out. Boom. The terrifying repulsive force is like a hurricane passing through the border, raising countless dust. The 9-tailed body covered by Susanoo was directly bounced out. What? Naruto Sasuke screamed together, and the 9-tailed body covered by Susanoo suddenly collapsed. The 4 fell to the ground. The silver-white Sasuo Nenu held his arms in front of him, but he abruptly blocked the blow. What? Madara was startled. He didn't expect that Kakashi could even resist the Shenryuo dancing sent by Susanoo. Bara, this trick has no effect to me. Dragon Yin Wu. The sound of dragons screamed from the long sword of the silver-white Gasuzuo, and several waves of thunder dragon flow covered it. Immediately, the silver-white Sasuo slashed towards the Gasuzuo that day like a peerless blade. Bad. Madara's pupils shrank and wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Click. The Thunder Dragon pierced Tengu Suzuo's chest straight, and with a click, Gasuzuo was already broken that day. Kakashi's scales condensed, and the strength in Silver Suza's hands is even greater. Broken. As soon as the words fell, Gasuzuo cut in half abruptly that day. Boom. Tengu Suzuo broke into pieces, and Madara flew out and fell to the ground, smashing into a big hole. At the next moment, Yinbei Suzuo couldn't hold it anymore and broke apart. Sure enough, can I only support it for the first time? However, that's enough, Kakashi murmured. Then the figure moved, holding a long knife and stabbing the fallen spot on the ground. If this blow is successful, The seal is in sight. Chapter 716. Coming between the pillars, the knife is near. Closer. Just when the long knife was about to touch the spot, a red figure appeared quietly. Done. Wooden ingot wall. Click, click. Madara's body was protected by a semicircular wooden escape wall. Boom. Kianting was directly bounced away. First generation, Kakashi exclaimed, stepped back and stopped. Click, click, click. The wooden ingot wall opened, revealing the figure inside. It was the first generation Naruto Senju's Yuma, and the restoring Madara. Zujian, the dirty soil reincarnated, unexpectedly. Even you have become like this, Ban mocked. But there was no response between the pillars. Spot frowned and whispered, between the pillars. But there was still no response. It turned out to be completely controlled. How is it possible? With the ability of the pillars, how could it be controlled by the mere rebirth of the dirt? I can feel the power that summons me, but it is not strong. There is no reason why the pillars can't resist. Madara was full of doubts. At this moment, he felt a pull away. Huh? This feeling. Is someone relieved of the filthy rebirth? A white light covered Madara's body, and his soul seemed to be leaving. Seeing this, Kakashi whispered, it seems Itachi and Shisui succeeded. But, Kakashi looked at Madara, and sure enough, the next moment Madara released the control of the reincarnation of the dirty soil. The soul that was going to leave returned to the body again abruptly. The filthy reincarnation body is restored again. Kakashi squeezed Kianting in his hand and whispered, sure enough, it's easy to ask God to give it to God. It's better to knock Madara down. The situation between the pillars seems to be completely controlled. It seems that the person who controls the pillars is undoubtedly Oshimaru. He really gains new power, otherwise, it would be impossible to control the pillars. In a moment, Kakashi had analyzed the situation. This battle has become even more troublesome. It took a lot of time to fight the dirty soil spots. And now I add a dirty soil pillar. This Nima can't go away. Both of them are immortal. How to play this? Madara didn't look at Kakashi at this time, but walked in front of the pillars. Between the pillars? Madara called out softly, but there was no emotional fluctuation in the dark pupils between the pillars. Damn it, which dared to deprive the post of sanity? Madara was furious. In the distance, the four people who had just been lifted off at this time also set their sights on the battlefield again. How's the situation? Did Mrs. Kakashi defeat Madara? Naruto wondered. Sasuke looked over and said, no, there seems to be another person beside Madara, who looks familiar. Familiar? Who is it? Naruto also looked at it when he heard the words, then scratched his head, and said, it seems familiar. I feel like I've seen it before. It's the first generation. The gloomy voice of Ninetales rang in Naruto's ears. Yeah, it's the original Hokage-sama. I said, how could I be so familiar? Ha ha ha. Naruto touched his head and laughed. And the faces of Watergate and others did sink. Are you the first generation adults? Oh, this is a character that is even more difficult to deal with than Madam Watergate whispered. Yeah, that was the first adult who defeated Uchiha Madara in the legend. It's miserable. We have to go and help Kakashi Sensei. Naruto exclaimed, and then the nine-tailed chakra in his body surging again. The nine-tailed co trapped everyone, and rushed towards Kakashi and others. The nine-tailed body fell behind Kakashi, and Naruto called out, Kakashi Sensei, are you okay? It's okay, but now it seems that the problem has become more serious. Oshimaru called out the first generation. How could One control the first generation adults? Watergate wondered. Oshimaru's strength has become stronger, but now is not the time to discuss these. We have to find a way to defeat and seal the two people in front of us. Two ninja legends. Kakashi couldn't help but feel bitter when he said this. The cooperation between the ninja god and ninja Shuru is enough to be an opponent. I am afraid it is only at the level of the 6 Tao immortals. Fortunately, the teammates here are not weak. If you really want to fight, there is still hope for a 5050. While discussing here, Madara over there started Onaman show. between the pillars. You wake me up, a filthy reincarnation will control you. What a shame. Madara grabbed the shoulder between the pillars and shook frantically, shaking his head between the pillars like a rattle. But it still had no effect. The column still looks cold. Damn it. You fellow. Madara hit the pillar in the face with a punch, and directly flew it out. Kakashi and others looked dumbfounded when they saw this. Isn't this your teammate? How to beat a teammate as soon as he came up? Teacher Yinchai, you just said that the person who used the dirty earth to reincarnate was the Dash One? Kakashi nodded subconsciously. Okay, I remember. He'll ask him to settle the account later. The confetti fluttered on the face between the pillars, and it quickly returned to its original shape, falling beside Madara again. Madara sneered and said, I didn't expect that we would cooperate again. It would be like this. It's really ironic. It's a pity that Madara is so excited, but Shijian will not give any response, as if he was a dead person. Speaking of which, he was originally a dead man. Kakashi immediately increased his vigilance and said, everyone, be careful. Everyone also increased their vigilance. Put your hands together between the pillars, and lightly shouted, the tree world is here. Creak. Countless trees instantly covered the entire battlefield. The original Gobi, at this moment, abruptly turned into a forest. What a terrible scale of ninjutsu. Is this the power of the ninja god? Sasuke exclaimed. The next moment, between the pillars shouted again, Mudan. Senator Liu Wangxiang. I saw moving trees appear under everyone's feet, directly entwining the nine-tailed body. Oops, these trees are absorbing the chakras of the 9 lamas. Naruto exclaimed. Naruto, the first generation of art has a great effect on the tail beast. It is more than 100 times stronger than Yamato's Mudan. You unlock the 9 tails mode and change the target size, Kakashi reminded. Yes. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately lifted the 9 tails mode, leaving only the individual golden body mode. At this time, Madara waved the flame ball fan and attacked Kakashi. Miss Yinchai, now is not the time to be distracted. Ding! The Yantuan fan slammed on Qianting fiercely. At this moment, the trees on the side quickly stretched out their branches and stabbed over. Bad. Kakashi just wanted to avoid it, but how could Madara let him do what he wanted? The flame group fan was frantically suppressed, and Kakashi couldn't get out at all. The wooden strips are close at hand. Ninfa. Needle Jizo. The silver-white hair swarmed away and directly smashed the wooden strips. Qianting turned vigorously and pushed Madara out. 2 hoots. Madara and Zuma stood in front of Kakashi. This scene seems familiar. Chapter 717 Cooperation. The two stood side by side, like the 2 innocent teenagers. It's just that they are all different now, no longer the 2 passionate 10-year-olds. Today, their hands are all stained with blood. Become a real strong. The shinobi world was trembling in their hands. It's really a nostalgic scene, but it's a pity that the pillars have become like this. Madara said sightfully. Kakashi looked at the pillars after hearing the words, and the expressionless look on his face really didn't fit the character of the funny comparisons between the pillars. Mara, give up your plan, it's just an unrealistic idea, Kakashi said. Teacher Yinchai, you are just a mortal after all, and you won't understand my plan. Only when I have achieved the 10-tailed body of strength can I bring real peace to this world. That kind of peace, like a puppet, doesn't make any sense. Really? When Mr. Yinchai gets pleasure in that world, he won't think so. Spot. Kakashi wanted to say something, but the pillars interrupted everything. Mudan. The technique of cutting. Suddenly, countless branches appeared around Kakashi, lacing towards it. Kakashi frowned. Zujian didn't seem to want to communicate with Madara. No. It should be said that Daishiwan didn't want to have too much communication with Madara. So the control column interrupted everything. It seems that the purpose of Dash-1 is to successfully resurrect the 10 tails, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and immediately had a bad feeling. Oshimaru did this for another purpose. Isn't Oshimaru also interested in unlimited monthly reading? Want to be the Toshiro Manjulai too? Kakashi didn't have time to think. and Madara's attack came again. Fire escape. Long Yan's art of singing. 4 fire dragons shot out, rushing towards Kakashi from 4 different directions. There is nothing to hide. Kakashi's gaze condensed, and his left eye rolled. Shinwai. The space was instantly distorted, and the 4 fire dragons disappeared without a trace. Mudan. The technique of killing thorns. The right hand between the pillars turned into a thorn, entwined towards Kakashi. Thousand Ding Huadian. Crush the thorns directly. The next moment, the Yantuan fan suddenly appeared from nowhere and slashed at Kakashi's left arm. Kakashi was startled. Lightning flashed under his feet, and dodged. Kakashi was not allowed to rest. The fist between the pillars struck again. This punch took Kakashi's face straight. The writing wheel turned and found the offensive, and the free left hand swayed quickly to catch the punch. But that huge force directly knocked Kakashi away. It's so powerful, compared to Tsunade's weird fist. This is Kakashi's only thought at this time. Kakashi flew upside down, without stopping. Madara did not know when he appeared behind Kakashi. The blue half-length mustache appeared, and Madara snorted softly, Bakikayan Guu. Several Guu laced away. The target was Kakashi. Oops, it's too late to use the power of God. Kakashi made a decisive decision, and the silver-white chakra surged. Suzuo Nenu. The armor emerged, covering Kakashi. But only half of his body appeared, and he was already hit by Bakikayan Guu. Suzuo couldn't support it for a moment, and then he shattered every inch. A mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of Kakashi's mouth, dyeing the black mask red. Although the black mask was still hard to see after it was dyed red, Kakashi was indeed injured. However, this is not the end. A flying kick between the pillars hit Kakashi's back. Kakashi flew out again and hit the boulder aside. Raised countless dust. Teacher Yinshai, it seems that you lost this battle, Ban whispered. When the smoke dissipated, Kakashi looked at the two of them tiredly, and said with a light smile, sure enough, you are no longer the original teenagers. Your cooperation, I have not been so easy to block. Teacher Yinshai, you can't stop me. Really? But I want to give it a try. With a bang, Kakashi, who was in the dust, turned into a stake. Substitute technique? I didn't even see when it was, Ban asked in surprise. At this time, another Kakashi quietly appeared beside Madara with billowing thunder in his hand. Rachel. Kakashi's left hand was like a knife. Kianting in his right hand burst into thunder, his left hand stabbed at Madoka, and his right hand hacked at Madoka. It's really as fast as always. Madara sighed with emotion, but the movements in his hands were not slow at all. More than that, the columns also moved. Wooden escape, mallet, fire escape, flame bullet. Kianting hit the gavel, but was unable to smash it. Rachel penetrated the flames, but the scorching heat made his left hand a little hot. Boom. Madara kicked Kakashi in the chest. Well done. The technique of a clone. Kakashi instantly turned into a thunder light, wrapping the pillars and spots in it. Clone. Madara was surprised, but it was too late. The terrifying thunder light made its filthy body set off flying debris. The column is no exception. Not far away, Kakashi reappeared. 2 kunai in his hand appeared, and then laced away. Kunai no seal technique. The speed of Kimaru mixed with Ldun chakra was extremely fast, but in a moment, it appeared beside Madara and Zuma. Seal. Kakashi gave a soft drink, and countless black runes separated from the 2 kama, covering the columns and spots. Seal technique? Ban was surprised. Judging from the power of the rune, the power of this seal technique was not low. At this moment, the hands were printed between the pillars. Wooden done. The technique of the wooden man. The huge wooden man stood up from the ground and directly broke the black rune. What? Kakashi was shocked, but he didn't expect that the pillars would regain mobility so quickly. The corners of Madara's mouth curled slightly, and he chuckled. It's true that it's between the columns, and the resilience is as good as ever. Kakashi's face was sinking, and sure enough, it was too difficult to deal with the 2 alone and want to seal them. At this time, Naruto, Sasuke and others finally rushed over. Ms. Kakashi, Here we are, Naruto called. Kakashi nodded and said in a low voice, "Be careful. These two people are not easy to deal with, especially their cooperation is very tacit. It is not good for us to be together. It is best to use the separation tactics, and Madara will leave it to me." Naruto, Sasuke, Mizumi and teacher, Dido, the first generation adults will trouble you. Good. Naruto responded. Kakashi naturally has his own reasons for this allocation. Madara's goal is Kyuubi and Daito. If Naruto and the others deal with Madara, it would be a home delivery. Therefore, Kakashi is the most suitable choice to deal with spots. It's a pity that Kakashi planned it this way, but how could it be possible to move according to his ideas as things developed? Chapter 718. Separate. Standing on the head of the wooden man, Shima and Madara looked quite mighty. Does the wooden man's art? It's interesting. I just had a guess before. Now I can try it, Madara said softly, and then the eternal kaleidoscope of his eyes turned rapidly. Susanoo can be. I saw blue armor appearing on the huge wooden man. The art of the Suzaki man. What is that? Naruto asked in surprise. Kakashi's gaze condensed, and he whispered, "Do you want to wear Susanoo's armor on the wooden man's art?" Madara really has an idea. In this way, I am afraid that the power has more than doubled. Watergate solemnly said. Sasuke, let's come too. Naruto said. Okay. Prestige. Suzuo Nenu. The huge armored Nine Tails also appeared, and the two stood opposite each other. I'm afraid this is not enough. The wooden man's technique is very restraining to the tail beast. I am afraid that after a few contacts, the nine-tailed body may not be able to hold it. It is necessary to find a way, Kakashi whispered. The fight was in full swing here, but on the other side, Oshimaru was watching all this in silence. Unexpectedly, Kakashi has such a relationship with the original and Uchiha Madara. Kakashi, you really know how to play, dear Shimaru said interestingly. A faint color flashed through those golden pupils. Kakashi's combat power is really unexpected. If this goes on, 10 Tails may not be resurrected. You have to distract him before you can continue the plan. Then, it's time for the first generation to take action. Dear Shimaru whispered, and then made a mark on both hands. In the distance, the pillars seemed to receive some kind of signal and began to act. Is this another trick? Just let me see if this trick can withstand Suzaki's blow. Madara sneered, and then moved his hands. The wooden man hit his wooden fist. Boom. The wooden man's iron fist trapped in Susanoo's armor hit Kyuubi's body directly. Kyuubi took a pain, and took a step back. That's not enough. Take the move, Naruto said, and with a move of his hands, the tail beast jade gathered in the mouth of Nine Tails again. Boom. The tail beast jade shot out. Madara didn't care. Muren stretched out his palm directly and caught the tail beast jade. What? Naruto Sasuke was taken aback, and he didn't expect the tail beast jade to be deflated again and again. Susanoo, who was previously cut away by Madara, is now caught by the wooden man. Do you think this is baseball? Can you give the tail beast a face? You can hide it symbolically. What kind of trouble is it to pick it up directly with your hands? Madara naturally knows nothing about Naruto's mental activities. It's really a funny little thing. Give it back to you. As Ma said, the wooden man threw out the tail beast jade in his hand. Not good, Naruto whispered, but it was too late. At such a close distance, there is nowhere to hide. Boom. The tail beast jade is in the middle of the lower abdomen of the Nine Tails. At this time, Naruto also knows how it feels to be hit by his own balls. Suzuo's armor shattered, and Nine Tails retreated more than 100 meters. It hurts, Naruto called. Sure enough, the giants between the pillars and the plaques are not something Naruto Sasuke can fight against, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. At this time, the wooden man drew the long knife behind his back and slashed towards Nine Tails. Naruto was startled, and quickly moved Kyuubi's hands and clamped it. Boom. Put your palms together. Oh, it's quite capable. Then, to what extent can it be supported? Madara sneered, and the strength in his hand became even stronger. No, I can't hold it anymore. Naruto gritted his teeth. Upon seeing this, Kakashi left the nine-tailed body and rushed to the pillars and Madara above the wooden man. Madara just wanted to do it, but he rushed out between the pillars. Madara was taken aback for a moment, while Eugene suddenly took the initiative again. The next moment, between the pillars and Kakashi met in midair. Xianfa, put your hands together between the pillars, and red eyeshadow emerged. Immediately punch out. Kakashi was shocked and raised his arms to resist. Boom! Kakashi was caught off guard and was shot directly into the air. The pillars were not busy chasing after him, but were making seals with both hands in the air. Illusory art. The art of walking in darkness. In an instant, the boundless darkness envelops everyone present. Kakashi only felt black before his eyes, and then fell to the ground. Darkness walking technique. I didn't expect it would happen between the pillars. This is troublesome. I don't know how Naruto and others are doing. Kakashi secretly said something was wrong in his heart, and his left eye was turning, and he wanted to crack this illusion. But at this moment, under the perception of the fairy mode, a figure was approaching quickly. It's between the pillars. Kakashi reacted instantly, and then stretched out his right hand to catch this sudden punch. Bang bang bang. The two suddenly competed in physical skills. The fierce coming from between the pillars suppressed Kakashi for a while and had no chance to breathe. Kakashi fought and retreated. At first, he lost the opportunity, but now he can only be forced to defend. The body of dirty reincarnation really doesn't know how tired it is. This is a terrible way of playing. Kakashi gradually got used to this kind of attack, finally found an opportunity and launched a counterattack. Xianzu, Chidori. The black thunder covered the whole body and directly pushed back between the pillars. Then Kakashi seized the opportunity and turned his left eye. Broken. Click. There was a broken sound. The darkness in front of him disappeared without a trace, and he returned to normal again. Where is Naruto? Kakashi was taken aback, but found that Naruto and the others were already a certain distance away from him. Damn it, have you been distracted? Kakashi just wanted to go back, but the column stopped him again. Done. The flower and tree realm is here. Countless big trees rose again to surround Kakashi. More than that, buds appeared on the big tree, and strange pollen was scattered everywhere. Oh, this pollen has a paralyzing effect. The blue thunder kept flashing beside him, isolating the pollen. On the other side, Madara was a little surprised by using the dark walk technique between the pillars. The pillars actually used the dark walking technique. This kind of illusion is of little significance to teacher Yinshai. By the way, is it the time to make it? Madara understood the plan between the pillars in an instant. Deprived of everyone's vision, in order to get Kakashi to another place. It seems that Orochimaru wanted to drag Mr. Yinshai between the columns and created opportunities for me. It really took great pains. Hee. No matter what your purpose is, but for now, it really helps a lot. Then, I'll take care of you later. Madara embraced his hands, and was not in a hurry to unlock the technique of walking in the dark. After waiting for a while, the dark walk technique was cracked. The vision in front of him returned to normal again, and Madara's eyes fell on the dazed-looking Naruto, Sasuke and others not far away. Then the hunt begins. Chapter 719 Humanoid Gundam. Where is Kakashi Sensei? Why is it missing? Naruto was surprised. The first generation adults are gone. Watergate whispered. Over there. Sasuke pointed to the distance, where numerous trees appeared, directly forming a forest. It seems that the first generation of adults has got Kakashi there. I am afraid that the purpose is to make Madara easy to use, Watergate said. Damn it, I was totally underestimated, Sasuke said uncomfortably, and then his eyes fell on Madara, who was not far away. This man is indeed very strong, but he may not necessarily lose to him. The same is the eternal kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Although Sasuke has not yet used it to the extreme, but he believes in his ability, in the battle, will definitely play the eternal kaleidoscope ability. Be careful, everyone, Watergate shouted. Everyone's expressions shrank upon hearing this, and Madara came over. The huge wooden man lost the control between the pillars and collapsed, but Susanoo remained in place. Madara hid in Susanoo, and whispered, Naruto, Hand over Kyuubi, and let me lead you to that new world. Dreaming. We will definitely defeat you. Naruto cried. It's really stupid. Will you win because of barking like this? Your strength is too weak to be able to reach my height. The ignorant confrontation will not bring you any benefits. Stop talking nonsense. Talk straight. Do whatever you want. This is my forbearance. Today, I must break all your conspiracies. Naruto shouted loudly, and his whole body was covered with golden light again. Ban YY was a little surprised, and then mocked, "You are so naive, a person who can't hold back your temper and has a quick temper. It's really hard to imagine that Teacher Yinshai would teach you an apprentice. Teacher, it is impossible to make all students excellent. You may be the fault of Teacher Yinshai. I will prove that I am Teacher Kakashi's best disciple." Naruto cried, really confident. Madara smiled. Naruto, the best disciple should be me. Sasuke choked on the side. Fucky Sasuke, when this battle is over, let's fight for this again. That's what I meant. Just because I have completely adapted to this eternal kaleidoscope's ability to write round eyes. Sasuke laughed. Really? It just so happened that I also completely mastered the Nine Tails mode. Then, the next step is a big counterattack. It is good. Behind the two of them, Watergate looked at this scene, feeling relieved. As a ninja, it is really rare to have a companion who can depend on life and death. Naruto was able to find such a partner, which made Mizuman feel relieved. The soil behind him also looked at this scene, feeling very familiar. Naruto is really like him back then, and Sasuke is very similar to Kakashi, whether it is talent or ninjutsu. Kakashi, if I hadn't been designed by Madara at the beginning, maybe we are also like this. Daito murmured in his heart. The wound on the chest opened by Kakashi Iruka gradually healed under the action of the intercolumn cells. To bring the soil can feel that his strength is gradually recovering. Ten'u Suizao struck again. Sasuke jumped up, covered with purple chakras. Suizao Noshi appeared. It's totally necessary. Oh, is this already possible? It's really an amazing talent. Band Y was a little surprised, and couldn't help but stop. Even if it was him, after getting the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel, he was not able to use the full Susanoo so quickly. But in Sasuke's case, he actually did it. In addition to Sasuke's talent, these successive battles have also given Sasuke's eyes a full workout. On the other side, the golden chakra spewed out, and the nine-tailed body appeared again. At this time, the nine-tailed body is more solid, and the chakras that can be used are even more amazing. Sasuke, do it. Okay. Sasuke drew out the double knives behind Susanoo, and his whole body exuded a fierce aura. This is sword art? Madara was still thinking, and Sasuke's attack had already arrived. The beard of the two swords, Zonin, is almost broken. The double knives turned into two huge tornadoes in the hands of Sasuke. One side is like fire, the other is like thunder. Fire and thunder crossed, and it looked like an extinction. With a terrifying offensive, the purple Sasuke rushed to Sasuke that day. His pupils shrank, and he didn't expect that Susanoo's dual knives could still be used in this way. It's really an amazing mastery of swordsmanship. It really deserves to be a disciple of Teacher Yinshai. However, this is not enough. Madara stretched out his hands, and Ten'u Suizao also stretched out his hands. Shenryu Danzing. The huge repulsive force exudes an irresistible power. Sasuke's terrifying attack was stopped abruptly. What? Sasuke was startled, and the two swords in his hand wanted to move forward, but he stopped moving forward, and even showed signs of retreating. Seeing this, Naruto controlled the nine-tailed body and pounced on Madara's Susanoo. Tailed Beast Jade. The black chakra ball flew out again, taking advantage of the cooling time of Shenryu Danzing, and attacked Madara. Madara sneered coldly, dismissing the dense chakra ball. With a move of his left hand, Sasuke Nenu slammed his fist, directly knocking the tail beast Jade back. Helpless, Naruto directly waved his hand to hit the tail beast Jade into the sky. No, the tail beast Jade can't harm Madara at all, Naruto said anxiously. On the other side, when Shinra Danzing was over, Sasuke resumed his actions, and Susanoo rushed to Madara again. "It's really endless if this goes on, I have to hurry up," Madara whispered. And then Tengususa ran to the side of Kyuubi, and grabbed Kyuubi's neck with one hand. "Kyuubi, go in obediently," Madara shouted angrily and threw Kyuubi at the golem of Outer Dao. The eyes of Samsara turned, and the Outer Dao golem shot out a chain, entwining the Nine Tails. "Oops, I can't move." Naruto was shocked. Nine Tails shouted in a low voice, "Damn, the restraining power of the Outer Golem is too strong." Naruto. Sasuke was shocked and hurried to rescue. Madara switched to writing round eyes, and lightly shouted, "Bakikai Guu." Several Guu flew towards Sasuke. Sasuke was startled, and hurriedly swung his knife to resist. "Bad!" Watergate exclaimed, and a flying thunder rushed to Naruto's side. "Naruto, quickly release the Nine Tails mode." "No, Dad, I can't solve it." "What?" Watergate said in surprise. At this time, the soil that fell aside moved. The purple left eye stared at the golem of the Outer Dao. His pupils faintly radiated. "Stop it for me." The wound cracked and the golem of the Outer Dao stopped. The dirty earth-spotted counterfeit reincarnation eye is far less powerful than the one with the earth left eye when it comes to the control of the golem. Saved? Seeing the chains leave, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. The corner of Madara's mouth curled up and said in a low voice, "Just wait for you to do this." Chapter 720 Between Columns vs Kakashi. The battle in the distance has begun, and Kakashi has also encountered a lot of trouble here. The first generation of Hokage, Kaienzu's Yujian, a man known as the of Ninjas. The red eye shadow has already shown that the pillars at this time are already doing their best. This is troublesome. The cost just now is not small. Now I have to face the pillars that use the perfect immortal technique. "I'm afraid I won't be able to get out for a while," Kakashi murmured, and the Chidori stream next to him was still flashing. The pollen that comes from the flower and tree world has a violent paralysis effect. Once the movement of the Chidori flow is stopped, the pollen will enter the body. At that time, Kakashi will probably lose directly to the hands of Zujian. Fortunately, the chakra consumed by this small Chidori flow is not too big for Kakashi today. Otherwise, Chidori alone could consume Kakashi. You have to find a way to get out of here quickly. Don't let Kakashi think about it. The column has already launched its own offensive. Ninjutsu, which is enough to change the terrain, consumes a lot of chakras, but why do ninjas use it? Because once you change the terrain, it will form a very powerful situation for yourself. Just like the ghost shark, you can forcibly turn the gobi into a lake, giving it its own terrain advantage. Another example is Gaara, who can smash underground minerals to form its own sand, change the terrain, and become a desert. Once there is enough sand, Gaara's moves will greatly increase. This is the importance of terrain superiority. The same is true for the arrival of the tree boundary between the pillars. When the tree world descends, everything is a weapon between the pillars. If you are not careful, you will be hit hard. Mudan. The technique of cutting. Countless branches flooded from all directions. Kakashi's size condensed. Kianting's right hand flew around, and the thunder splashed. Click, click, click. The branches were chopped off under Kianting's wave. The strength between the pillars seems to be even higher than that of Madara. Could it be that the body of the reincarnated dirt is stronger? Kakashi secretly asked in his heart. In fact, Kakashi's guess is not wrong. The body between the pillars is the product of Daishiwan's experiment. It was almost exactly the same as the body in front of Zujian. The strength between the pillars is retained to the greatest extent. If it is said that the strength of the dirty soil spots at this time is 90% of the peak period, then the pillars have 99% of the peak period. The main reason for this result is that the body that reincarnated from the dirty soil is made of interpillar cells, and the most suitable one is naturally the interpillar. Relying on the instinct between the pillars, he was also observing Kakashi's movements at this time. Suddenly the pillars moved again. Mudan. The art of the little wooden dragon. A wooden dragon flew out of the palm between the pillars, about 5 meters long. The Mulong was very fast and quickly approached Kakashi. When Kakashi saw this, Qianting slashed over. I saw a spark flickering, but it didn't cut off the wooden dragon. On the contrary, Kakashi's mouth shook. Qianting almost fell out so hard. Kakashi was startled and wanted to move again, but it was too late. The wooden dragon entangled Kakashi so hard that he couldn't move at all. At the next moment, Kakashi felt weak in his body, and chakra seemed to be stripped away. Well, chakra was sucked. Kakashi made a decisive decision, turning his left thigh, and the intricate kaleidoscope pattern resurfaced. Susanoo can be. The silver-white bust Sasuo burst open the wooden dragon instantly, showing its hideous face. The scar that traverses the left eye adds a bit of power. Kakashi half-kneeled on the ground, panting, red eye shadow looming. Xianzu chakra has been absorbed a lot, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, looking at the intact pillars, feeling a little helpless. A series of battles between the spots and the pillars really made Kakashi somewhat powerless. With the strength at this time, if it is against any of them, Kakashi is sure to win. But dealing with two people one after another is indeed a bit difficult. Chakra consumption has become the biggest problem. Kakashi is not Naruto after all. Chakra is unlimited. Even a huge amount of chakras, under one after another of big moves. Some bottomed out, especially after the chakra was absorbed by the wood dragon art. I don't know what happened to Naruto. Kakashi was a little worried. At this time, another voice sounded in his mind. Next, I will help you gather natural chakras and solve the first generation as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation over there will be bad. Kakashi was overjoyed when he heard the words, and said with a smile, okay. Trouble coming between the pillars again. Xianfu, Mingshenman. The red Dorai fell from the sky and slammed directly at Kakashi in the bust of Susa. Kakashi swung the long knife in Susanoo's hand when he saw it, and slashed over. Boom. The red Dorai gate was smashed into the air as far as the long sword was directed. But this was not the end. More red Dorai flew towards Kakashi. The volume is getting bigger and bigger. Kakashi frowned and relieved Susanoo. There was a flash of thunder under his feet, and he jumped quickly. Thunder step. Susanoo's target is too big to avoid attacks, and consumption is not a trivial matter. Kakashi stared closely at the column, thinking about how to get close. Among Kakashi's ninjutsu, there are more close-in skills. If the other party keeps flying a kite like this, sooner or later he will be consumed. Therefore, being close is the only effective way. Mudun can absorb chakras, which is very troublesome. It seems that we have to try another attack method. Kakashi must have stopped his feet suddenly in his heart, and suddenly put his hands in a strange posture. 8-door dungeon. The 7th door, start the door. Open. The blue steam instantly covered Kakashi's body. Kakashi's speed soared in an instant, rushing towards the pillar. Throw a punch. Boom. The cheek between the pillars of Poyanquane. Under the force, the pillars flew upside down, a faint crack appeared on his face, and confetti flew out. Kakashi did not stop there. Lightning flashed under his feet, and the speed rose to a higher level. It's not finished yet. Qianting took the blue air current and slashed towards the pillar. Cut! I saw my hands folded suddenly between the pillars. Xianfu. The technique of the wooden man. The huge wooden figure stood in front of him, and Qianting slashed on it, leaving only a deep gully, but he could no longer advance for half a point. Kakashi drew a knife when he saw it. Qianting dissipated, and put on a strange posture in his hand. Day Tiger. The white tiger head roared out between Kakashi's fists. Seeing this, the pillars calmly said, the technique of ranking. A fang-like wooden shield appeared instantly, blocking this ferocious day tiger. Boom. There was a loud noise. The day tiger dissipated, and a powerful wave of air pushed both of them tens of meters back. Two long gullies emerged, and Kakashi stabilized his figure. Chapter 721. On top of the Buddha. It's really worthy of being between the pillars. Even he can't hurt him. Kakashi was a little helpless, Mudun's defensive power was still above his imagination. I've played against Yamato before, but the big gap between Yamato's Mudun and Zujian is moving. No wonder that in the original work, Danzo did not pay much attention to Yamato. After all, I have seen such a non-human wooden escape between the pillars, and Yamato's wooden escape seems a little bit of a petty. If you want to fight against Mudun, it seems that you can only use Susanoo. 8-door Dungia consumes too much of your body. It's okay once, and if you use Sun Tiger again, I am afraid you will be lying on the ground. It has no effect on the columns, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and immediately lifted the 8-door Dungia. With Kakashi's physical fitness today, a day tiger didn't do much harm. After all, over the years, Kakashi has been using the secret technique of Thunder Dune armor to exercise his body, and his physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people. The body is the capital of the revolution. Xianzu chakra has been refined. Let's make a quick battle. The voice in his mind sounded again, and then Kakashi felt that the Xianzu chakra, which was about to be exhausted in his body, became full again. The silver-white 3-hook jade pattern on the back waist also condenses again. Charging is complete, Kakashi whispered, and then the red eyeshadow solidified again. Then, solve it as soon as possible. Susanoo, the silver-white energy, floated out again, and the huge Suzuo Nen appeared out of thin air. Seeing this between the pillars, he was not polite, clasped his hands together, and shouted, Xianfa. Thousands of hands. As soon as the voice fell, a huge Buddha statue suddenly appeared behind Zujian. After the Buddha statue, there are densely packed, all are palms. If someone carefully counts them, they will find that there are 9,909 tiny in this palm. The huge Buddha statue is more than double the size of Kakashi's silver and white Sisa. Is this the thousands of hands between the pillars? It's really too much. No wonder you can pinch the 9 tails with one hand, Kakashi muttered to himself. His heart very solemn. With this move, even Madara's prestigious prestige must be shattered. It can be imagined that it is so powerful. With a movement in Kakashi's heart, the fairy magic chakra in his body spread out, instantly covering the whole body of Yinbei Suzuo. The silver-white thunder was constantly beating, and it looked amazing. On top of the Buddha statue, stood between the pillars. I saw the hands clasped together between the pillars, which seemed to use a great deal of strength. At this time, the huge Buddha image moved. There was a creaking sound, and the Buddha statue gradually approached Kakashi. Kakashi drew out the long knife from the silver-white Sisa, and waited for it. The breeze blew through the hair between the pillars and continued to dance, as the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. At this moment, the pillars shouted, on top of the Buddha. In an instant, the 9,909 tiny wooden palms behind the Buddha statue moved one after another. Countless wooden palms gathered in one place, and their goal was only one, and that was Kakashi. Shoo! The wooden palms came one after another, with boundless power. Any single blow can easily destroy a small mountain. Kakashi's eyes condensed, and the long knife in his hand moved. 1,000 birds protect the body cut. The silver-white Sisa long knife, with a silver-white electric current, is constantly dancing. Bang bang bang. With each blow, several palms were cut off. Sawdust flying around the sky, countless smoke and dust filled all directions. The silver-white long knife shielded Susanoo's body tightly, no matter from which angle it came. The wooden palms were broken. Kakashi's speed was getting faster and faster, and in the end he could only see the afterimage of the blade and the gust of wind. After a frenzy of bombing, the terrifying confrontation finally came to an end. The smoke and dust billowed, and a breeze passed by, dissipating invisible. The Buddha statue at the foot of the pillars has lost the 9,990 palms. The long knife in the hands of Yinbei Suzuo was cratered, and then with a click, the long knife broke. Evenly matched. Kakashi gasped slightly, staring at the pillars. Between the pillars it seemed to be a gay person. Kakashi smiled bitterly. The body of the filthy reincarnation is really too much. Even the feeling of exhaustion will not occur and chakra is still infinite. If there is another Buddha on top between the pillars, he will probably kneel. Having said that, this access control technique is totally unscientific. Where did the chakra infinity come from? Isn't chakra a fusion of physical strength and spiritual strength? The physical power and spiritual power of the reincarnated filthy soil are limitless. What an unreasonable forbidden technique. The second generation of Hokage is really a genius. As soon as the body moved between the pillars, the Buddha statue broke free from the crippled disc thousand hands behind it, and grabbed Kakashi with one hand. When Kakashi saw this, his left eye turned wildly. Shinwai. Spatial fluctuations formed in an instant, and the right hand stretched out by the Buddha statue was directly shattered. The movement between the pillars stagnated, and it seemed that this blow was not expected. Upon seeing Kakashi's hands, his hands were knotted. Well done. A low profile. I saw a burst of white thunder from the left hand of Yinbei Suzuo. The thunder light turned into several thunder and lightning. Thunder sky. Then he made a turn and rushed straight to the column. Shoo. The sound of breaking through the air passed through the air. Seeing this between the pillars, he manipulated the left hand of the remaining Buddha statue, trying to resist the amazing thunder and lightning. Boom boom boom. After several loud noises, thunder and lightning hit the left hand of the Buddha statue. With a bang, the wooden left hand of the Buddha statue broke directly. At this moment, Kakashi appeared behind the pillars in a flash. Xianfa. Thousand birds sharp spear. Thunder light surged and pierced into the body between the pillars. The body instantly lignified and turned into a wooden man. Kakashi was startled, and whispered, "Mudan clone." The next moment, the fist between the pillars hit Kakashi's back. Boom. Hit it in one click. Kakashi turned into a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. Between the pillars for a moment, his eyes swept around. Water escape. The technique of water dragon bombs. With the sound, a water dragon suddenly appeared from midair and rushed over between the pillars. Mudan. Wooden ingot wall. Mudan wrapped the body between the pillars, and the water dragon shattered. But the huge water stream still wets the body between the columns. Xianfa. Well done. Kill all thunder tigers. The roaring thunder tiger did not rush to the pillars, but fell on the ground. The intense numbness temporarily closed the body between the pillars. Kakashi's eyes are shining. It's now. Xianfa. Mingshenman. The red Dory fell from the sky and hit directly on the neck between the pillars. After a pause between the pillars, the numbness disappeared, and he wanted to break free, but finally seized the opportunity. How could Kakashi avoid the pillars? With both hands squeezed tightly, more red Dory fell on the pillars. Boom. The Buddha statue under him collapsed suddenly, raising countless smoke and dust. The seal is complete. Chapter 722 Resurrection. Behind the body with the soil, Madara quietly appeared. With one hand, he pressed the shoulder with the soil. With my eyes, you don't seem to be very proficient. The pupil with soil shrank, and the ominous feeling in his heart became stronger. Spot. My things should be returned to me, with soil. Since you don't want to be that hero, then return it to me regardless of the name or the eyes. A delusion. You should go back to your hell, Tan said coldly. It's you who should go to hell, bringing dirt. Madara sneered, and pulled his right hand across the soiled left hand to tie a seal. With Soil's face changed, Ma directly yelled, "Outside Tao, the art of reincarnation. How can I let you succeed?" The chakra riots inside the soil, wanting to break free of the control of the spot. Sure enough, you are still as naive as always. How can I let you break free? Madara's call gave the soil a bad feeling. Immediately, he saw a group of black things emerging from his body, covering half of his body. Master Madara, I am here. A cold voice sounded in the ears with soil. You trick me. Ha ha. Bring the soil. I was originally Master Madara's will. You are too stupid. Hige possessed himself on the dirt-carrying body, and his terrifying control completely suppressed the severely injured dirt-carrying body. Daito only felt that his left eye was hot, and the chakra inside his body was moving along a strange trajectory. And the vitality in the body is gradually dissipating. Damn, I can't control my body at all. Bringing the soil cursed secretly in his heart, but his body was still uncontrollably performing the reincarnation technique. Not far away, Naruto, Sasuke and Mizuman were surprised to see this scene. The attack just now completely moved them away from the side of Jiidu, so it gave Madara a chance. Crap. The soil is controlled by Madara. After the water gate finished speaking, of thunder appeared beside the dirt-carrying man. The spiral pill in his hand condensed in an instant, and it slammed into Madara. Humphrey, little bugs. Madara stretched out his right hand and held the spiral pill. Shenluo dancing. The huge repulsive force directly dispelled the spiral pill, and the figure of the water gate flew out directly. Damn it. 9 llamas, let's go. Naruto and Sasuke approached quickly, wanting to help bring dirt. What a troublesome kid, Madara whispered, and then the blue Susanoo enshrouded in Otodo and herself, brandishing a long knife, and swept them out directly. No one can stop me from resurrecting. Ha ha ha. Ban Shenron laughed, his eyes fixed on the soil. Reincarnation was born, and he had reached the last step. Daita felt a little sad, but he still couldn't escape the situation controlled by Madara. Even now, I still can't get rid of the chain that hung on my neck 18 years ago. At that moment, his destiny seemed to be doomed. He can only become Madara's at his mercy. Before it was ridiculous, I still felt that the victory was in hand. Can you only stop here? Kakashi, I really can't compare to you. I can only be the tail of a crane. With the passing of vitality, the eyes with the soil became a little loose. Lin seemed to have appeared in front of her eyes again. Take the soil, you have to promise me, become Hokage, and show me super handsome to save the world. Okay. Lin's smile is still in front of her eyes, but she has changed. Lin, I'm sorry, I let you down. I didn't become Hokage, nor did I save the world super handsomely. I ended up as a loser. I'm sorry, I also caused your innocent death. The water gate in the distance was still fighting for opportunities, but they were all blocked by Madara one by one. Mr. Watergate, I'm sorry, I regret that you died. And Miss Juxinai, I have always been sorry to you. I was too stupid. Madara sneered in her heart as she watched the dirt that she didn't know what she was muttering. Take the soil and repent of your ignorance in hell. After Madara finished speaking, bursts of white smoke came out of her body. Madara looked overjoyed and said, yes, that's the feeling. This kind of flesh and blood feeling. The white smoke dissipated, and the dirt cracks on Ma's face disappeared. The originally dark eyes gradually disappeared, and the reincarnation eyes peeled off, revealing black holes. The resurrection is complete. Awesome. This body is indeed the most exciting. Madara turned his head, the black hole in the eye socket looked at the dirt, and his right hand climbed up to the left eye with the dirt, and said, take the dirt, I should return my things. After speaking, with a slight force on his right hand, he directly dug down that reincarnation eye. Blood is flowing. Bring the soil but can't even make the screams. Madara put his eyes back into his left eye. With a turn, the reincarnation eye quietly emerged. Yes, that's how it feels. Muakaiha Madara, I'm back again. Madara exclaimed excitedly, looking a little sick. Heiz, who was attached to the body, said, congratulations, Lord Madara. Haiju, where is my right eye? Madara asked. Master Ban, Baij has already taken it and will be back soon. Really? Then before that, let Ten Tails come back to life. After Madara finished speaking, he turned his eyes and landed on the fast approaching Watergate. Kyuubi, you also have half of it. Watergate was startled, and Fulshen immediately activated it and wanted to leave. But how could Madara make Watergate what he wanted? Vientiane Danian. Watergate only felt his body stagnated, and the body he was about to leave was pulled back abruptly. What? Watergate was startled, and it was the first time he encountered such ninjutsu. The next moment, Madara appeared next to Watergate, pressing a hand on Watergate's abdomen. Come out. Nine Tails. Madara drank in a low voice, and the red chakra burst out of the Watergate's abdomen instantly. Not good. The secret passage of Watergate is not good, but it is too late. Madara went up and kicked the Watergate directly away. Immediately, Madara appeared next to the demon statue of Outadao, and threw Kyuubi directly over it. The outer gloom stretched out the chain and buckled the nine tails. Yinjuai was immediately dragged in. The outer gloom roared, and it seemed that a strange change had taken place. Master Madara finally succeeded, Haiju said happily. Taito opened his eyes slightly, feeling a little desolate in his heart. Suddenly, Haiju felt a murderous intent and immediately escaped into the ground. The moment Haiju left, Kakashi fell beside the dirt. Bring soil. Taking the soil into his arms, Kakashi's eyes were full of horror. Are you still late? How so? With a cold smile, he said, Kakashi ... you are here ... I've been waiting for you for a long time ... This time you are late ... but ... this should be the last time, right? Chapter 723. Look at this topic and guess this. Bring soil. Cheer up, Kakashi growled, his voice becoming hoarse. Daito smiled lightly and said, Kakashi, it's over. What is the end? I finally brought you back. Are you leaving again? Have you forgotten your dream? Kakashi said angrily. Dreams? Looking at the sky with the soil, in the dark sky, is his passing dream. He couldn't help but think of his running in the sunset that day. That was his lost youth. The eyes with the soil were a little loose, and it was time for the oil to run out and the lamp to dry. Ahem. Bringing soil gave a light cough, and the blood couldn't stop overflowing from his mouth. Bring soil, Kakashi cried in a low voice, holding his hands with soil and holding on tightly, as if he wanted to grab something. Naruto, Sasuke and Mizuman also stood beside them at this time. Ms. Kakashi. Naruto yelled self-blamely, but Kakashi ignored it. At this time, in his eyes, there was only one person with soil. Madara on the outer gloom looked at this scene from a distance, and sneered, Teacher Yinchai, have you not seen through this life and death? It really disappoints me. Let me be so powerful. Strength, but there is still no way to get rid of this boring fetter. To achieve great things, there must be sacrifices. The more you want to protect something, the more you will lose. My brother died, and all that was left was the pupil power of these eyes. The pillars were dead, and what was left was nothing but the pupils of these eyes. The vitality attached to my body is nothing but hatred. If anything will be inherited, there is only hatred. Teacher Yinchai, come and hate me. The power of hatred will make you stronger. Kakashi didn't seem to hear it. This kind of argument, he has long since paid no attention to it. What's more, at this time all his energy was put on the body with the soil. Asshole. Naruto was furious and wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Sasuke. Don't be impulsive, Naruto. Madara has now resurrected and got a reincarnation eye. The strength is even more terrifying. Also, the 9-tailed beasts have already entered the outer golem. I am afraid that the 10 tails that Kakashi teacher said are also will be resurrected. Damn it. Naruto gritted his teeth. Seeing Kakashi ignored him, Madara shook his head, immersed in grief. Not enough to be his opponent. Just let you see, the terrifying power like of creation. Madara said. His hands were knotted. Resurrection. 10 tails. With a soft drink, the outer golem under Ban's feet let out a scream. Immediately, the shape of the outer golem began to change. What is that? Naruto said in shock. Seeing the outer golem stretched out its slender arm, Gui's writing wheel became extremely obvious. The most amazing thing is that on its back, a terrible figure similar to the shape of stool appeared. If summed up in one word, it is ugly. The huge body is more than 100 times bigger than 9 tails. So big, Sasuke said in surprise. I was immersed in horror here, but Kakashi was still looking at the soil. Kakashi, I went to Konoha to find you before. It happened to be your birthday. Unfortunately, I forgot to give you a gift. This time, I will give you a gift. It is definitely not a useless thing. Taking the soil to talk, he reached out and dug out his right eye. Seeing this, Kakashi grabbed the soil with one hand and said, with soil, I won't let you die like this. Kakashi, this is not the time for willfulness. Madara still needs you to deal with it. With just one scribing wheel, you are probably not his opponent. Scribing wheel, you still need 2 together to get the most out of it power. I originally wanted to fight alongside you before, But I didn't expect it to become the current situation. After taking the soil, he looked a little sad. In the end, he still couldn't be a hero. That's fine. Lin is still waiting for me in that world. I can't let her wait any longer. Daimyo said. A smile of relief appeared on his face. Idiot. Do you want to escape your own responsibilities like this? Sorry, Kakashi. I can't make it anymore. Finally, the relationship with you has improved. I didn't expect it to end like this again. For a moment, Kakashi looked at the soil, as if the scene of the godless bridge back then. There is still a smile on the soiled face. The smile of relief was once deeply engraved in his mind, now appearing in front of her eyes again, making Kakashi's heart grip once again. Is this fate going to repeat itself again? Feeling the body with the soil getting colder, Kakashi's heart also slowly sank. At this moment, he is powerless. It was like when he was 12 years old, looking weakly at the soil being submerged by the collapsed boulder. Even if he is stronger than he was at this time, I don't know how much, but the feeling of helplessness is still very familiar. Why is this? Kakashi let out a roar, shocking everyone present. Naruto and Sasuke had never seen Kakashi before. When Watergate saw this, he was worried. Kakashi in this way was like him after the Battle of the Gods and Bridges. At this moment, a voice rang in Kakashi's mind. Send the soil into the divine power space. I have a way to save him. The familiar voice surprised Kakashi, and immediately reacted. Naruto, Sasuke, Mizuman, I'll beg you here first. I'll come as soon as I go. After Kakashi finished speaking, his left eye turned slightly, and spatial fluctuations appeared. Immediately, the two disappeared together. Kakashi would have hesitated at first, but after sensing something, he left with peace of mind. The three of Watergate were stunned when they saw this. What is Kakashi going to do? Ms. Kakashi, Naruto yelled, but there was no response. What is Kakashi Sensei going to do? Sasuke wondered. After pondering for a moment, Watergate said, it seems that Kakashi has thought of a way to save the soil, but I don't know if it will succeed. Really? That's great, Naruto said excitedly. Sasuke was not in such a good mood. His eyes were on Madara's body at this time. Now let's first think about how to deal with this enemy in front of you. Both Mizuman and Naruto looked solemn when they heard this. Yes, this enemy is the most terrifying. Losing Kakashi's combat power at this time, the situation became even more dangerous. Seeing Kakashi disappeared, frowned, unable to think of what he was going to do. But if Kakashi is lost, it will be much easier to deal with these three people. It seems that Teacher Yinshai has abandoned you. Then, with your strength, what can you do? Naruto seemed to sense something suddenly, and stepped forward and said, not just us, but everyone. As soon as the voice fell, countless figures swarmed from all directions. Ninja United Army. Chapter 724. Get surprise Naruto. Gaara let out a soft cry and fell beside Naruto. Gaara, you are finally here. The other four shadows also fell nearby. The remaining tens of thousands of coalition forces are already on the sidelines. Seeing that shocking monster, everyone showed a look of horror. What kind of monster is this? Watergate, have you also been reincarnated by the filthy soil? Shouldn't your soul be in the body of death? Jiraiya also looked at the Watergate on the side, and said with some surprise. Mizuman smiled helplessly, and said, Oshimaru found the mask of death and released me. This guy. There really is nothing in this world that he doesn't know. Jiraiya also expressed his conviction. Tsurumi looked around, but he didn't see Kakashi, and his heart sank. Naruto, where's Kakashi? Ms. Kakashi took the earth to the divine power space. I should be back in a while. Tsurumi first felt loose in his heart, then his eyes were cold, and he said, holding? Who is it with the soil? Huh? This. How to explain it? It's Kakashi teacher's former teammate. Naruto scratched his head and said, male and female. Tsurumi asked murderously. Huh? Naruto said with a dazed expression. Tsunade Jiraiya next to him also had weird eyes. Why is Tsurumi so caring about Kakashi? Could it be An Adulterous Relationship. Jiraiya is also the author of the best-selling book Intimacy in Paradise. Although the timing is not right, it is still a big show made by the brain. Watergate seemed to be aware of the murderous aura immediately, and said, "It's a man, definitely a man." After hearing this, Tsumi looked at the Watergate and said, "Really? It's true." Watergate nodded quickly. Boffing Watergate, what's the situation now? What is that monster? Onoki asked, pointing to the behemoth. Watergate became solemn when he heard this, and said, "That's 10 tails." "What? How is it possible? Don't you need 9 net-tailed beasts?" "By the way, what about Kairabi?" 4th generation Liang said in surprise. Uncle Raikage, Uncle Octopus was smoked, but teacher Kakashi said that Uncle Octopus left an octopus foot in Uncle Octopus' body, so Uncle Octopus is fine. Naruto explained. The 4th generation of Raikage breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and then asked, "Where is Kairabi?" Master Kakashi sent Uncle Octopus to the headquarters using the Thunder God technique. The 4th generation of Raikage was relieved. "Oh, is everyone here?" But it's too late. Madara put her arms around her chest and looked at the dense army of ninjas in front of her with disdain. No matter how much comes, it cannot change the fact that it is rubbish. Everyone looked at the huge monster with solemn expressions. This is no longer a battle between normal humans. Naruto stepped forward, staring at the spot with his sky blue eyes. "We will definitely beat you." It's really ignorant. With this sad vision, you can only get to this point. This world is too small, so small that I can only toss about it by myself. You are all superfluous existences. From now on, I will let you know what is true despair. As soon as the voice fell, the 10 tails under Madara's feet moved. 10 tails. The earth shakes the mountains. It's like an extinction. The war is coming. One man, one beast against a joint coalition army of 80,000. There was gunpowder on this side, but on the other side, it was too quiet. Chinwa space. Kakashi gently placed the soil on the ground. "Do you have a way?" Kakashi said softly, seeming to be talking to himself. The voice in my mind sounded again. "Put your palms on your chest with soil." Kakashi heard this and put his hands on his chest with dirt. At this time, an emerald green light flashed, fainting on the soiled chest. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and he said in surprise, "This is a reincarnation." As soon as the voice fell, a vague shadow flew out of Kakashi's body and landed on the other side of the dirt. The green light really came out from his hands. Kakashi looked at the person in front of him with the illusion of looking in a mirror. The man lowered his head and smiled, staring at the unconscious Zodiac, and said softly, "In your memory, I had expected such a day." This is the road to redemption with the soil. One death is a reward. All sins. Have you not? Before Kakashi finished speaking, he was contained in his throat. This person is afraid that from the beginning, that's what he planned. The eyes of reincarnation were not originally meant to be soil. If you lose it, there is nothing. 10 tails are strong, but I believe that your preparations over the years will not fail. Moreover, I also have a gift to give you. After the man finished speaking, Kakashi only felt that there was something in his body. This is seeking Daon. Kakashi was shocked, and he could feel that 9 jade for seeking the truth suddenly appeared in his body. The original jade used to solve the compatibility problem of the writing wheel I has already been consumed. At this time, there are 9 more alive. The man chuckled and said, "I said that after knowing the method of cultivation. This jade for seeking Taoism has no secrets in front of me. There is just enough time, and 6 jade for seeking Taoism have been condensed before this. The extra time will help you stabilize the 3 condensed by yourself, exactly 9. After that, it's up to you." For Kakashi, it takes a lot of effort to condense the jade. It had condensed before, but because of time, Kakashi had condensed only 3 by himself, and it was still unstable and temporarily unusable. This is why Kakashi was not used before. For a while, 9 jade for seeking the truth appeared behind Kakashi, and the white imperial robe instantly covered Kakashi's body. Behind the clothes, 9 Jade appeared. Looks great. The man smiled. Kakashi looked at the man with complicated eyes. Are you ready to sacrifice yourself? The man chuckled and said, I am already a dead person. You are the real Hagai Kakashi, aren't you? But the man shook his head and said, this is the way I should go. I owe the debt to him and should be returned to him. Fortunately, you will walk the next way for me, Konoha, and those companions. I beg you. As the man said, the green light in his hand was flourishing, but his body became more and more illusory. Kakashi's heart tightened, and an inexplicable sorrow surged into his heart. Relax. And take care. The man smiled and nodded. His gaze fell on Daito again. Take the soil and see that you have found yourself again. I am very happy. Carrying that dream back on my back. Go ahead. Take Lin's share, and my share. In the dimness, Tidy only felt the cold water droplets sliding across his face, and then opened his eyes with difficulty. Bring soil. Welcome back. Chapter 725. Guess. Daito looked at Kakashi, who was disguised in front of him, with a little stunned. Kakashi, am I still alive? Kakashi cleared up his original mood and punched the soiled head. Ouch. It hurts. He covered his head with soil. His face was puzzled. Arsehole Kakashi. Why are you hitting me? Daito said angrily. Do you know that you are alive now? Kakashi smiled. Take the soil for a moment. Yes, if you die, how can you feel pain? Bringing the soil squeezed his fist, and the feeling of flesh and blood told him that he was still alive and not dead. What's going on? Daito asked in confusion. Something happened. Anyway, I'm not dead, Kakashi said pretendingly and lightly. He took the soil and touched his chest. There seemed to be something more, but there seemed to be something missing. My heart panicked involuntarily. Suddenly, I seemed to hear someone whispering in my ear again, take the soil and live well. But when he turned around, it seemed to be an illusion. That figure was able to reappear with the help of the true waterfall power, but he didn't expect it to return to nothingness again in a short period of time. No, in other words, it entered the body with soil. With his long-cherished wish in the past, bringing the soil shook his head, only then became a little more sober, looked around, and said, this is the divine mighty space. Where is Madara? Still outside. We should go and see the situation, Kakashi said. Can you hold it only with Naruto and others? Take the soil anxiously. Don't worry, before coming in, I sensed the breath of the ninja coalition. They have already arrived. Brought a sigh of relief after hearing the words, and then asked again in confusion, Kakashi, what's the matter with you like this? Let's talk about this later. Let's go out first. I am afraid that Madara has fully resurrected 10 tails by this time. Okay. Kakashi obtained the power of 9 jade for seeking Taoism, took the soil, and left the divine space. During this time, the outside world has already turned upside down. Time to bring back the arrival of the Ninja Coalition forces. God. What kind of monster is that? It's bigger than the tail beast. It's terrible. Are we going to fight against such a monster? The Ninja Allied forces showed different expressions of horror, fear, dignity, and so on. 5 shadows stand in front of the ninjas in each village to stabilize the military. Everyone of Cheyenne. This is the last battle. Victory leads to life, and defeat leads to death. Please fight with me until the last moment. Gaara shouted loudly. Cheyenne's fear disappeared and everyone responded. I will fight with Master Fenning until the last moment. Gaara is really amazing. Seeing Gaara's words inspired the army, Naruto couldn't help but exclaimed. At this time, the role of a shadow is reflected. Shadow is not only synonymous with the power of a village, but also an important key to uniting all ninjas. This is why the film needs to be famous. Fame is something you can't see or touch, but sometimes it's better than anything else. And this is why Konoha Shinbun, represented by Lugiu, expressed resistance when Danzo was in the upper ranks. A shadow, no matter what it looks like behind the scenes, must have a benevolent appearance on the surface. Only in this way can the people below be convinced and even willing to lay down their lives for it. Seeing this scene, Other movies naturally acted one after another. Yannian's Hong. Let other villages see the strength of our Yannian. Oh Yemu shouted. Brothers of Union. Don't let other villages read the jokes. Fourth generation Ying said loudly, seeing that other villages are so motivated and misty folks. Don't let me down when you go there. True Ming shouted. Konoha belongs. There is only one battle right now. Tsunade yelled, raising his arms. Yes. The deafening sound of response resounded through the sky. At this moment, there are no 5 ninja villages here. Some are just ninjas. Madara, standing on top of the 10 tails, was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, the 5 ninja villages will also have sincere cooperation. It's really touching. Unfortunately, it's too late. Tokyo changed form again. The figure that was crawling on the ground gradually stood up, with 10 tails wagging, as if to shake the entire continent. I want to find a way to stop him. Sasuke whispered. You must first limit the 10-tailed movement, otherwise, you will not be able to touch Madara at all. If you don't defeat Madara, you will not be able to dissolve the 10-tailed form and restore the true body of each beast. Naruto said. Do you want to limit the movement of the tail beast? I understand. An abrupt voice rang in Naruto's ears, and Naruto was taken aback. This voice is Uncle Lugiu? Naruto asked in surprise. At this time, in the command center, Hichi placed his hand on Lugia's forehead, connecting all the ninja brain signals. Well, the signal is very good, much better than a certain letter and a certain movement. Every ninja crowd, follow my orders and block the actions of Togo. Lugia's voice rang in the ears of the ninjas, and everyone nodded. The following is Lugia's strategic performance. According to intelligence, the enemy has very powerful eyes, so first block the enemy's sight. Yanyan's Hong, use the strongest luminous thunder to escape. Ildun deprived him of his vision, and the mist hermits used the technique of mist concealment to further blur their vision. The Konoha oil female clan spread the worms in them, making the chakras spread everywhere, making the enemy unable to perceive them. Sand hermit, use the wind escape, so that the other party cannot capture our body. The other party's body is large enough. Even if we can't see it, we can easily hit it. Yanyan's Hong, use the earth to escape, sink the 10 tails into the ground. After that, Yanyan's Hong continued to use the lime condensation technique. The Wuyan's Hong uses the technique of water escape. Mix the water and lime quickly. Finally, Konoha, use Huodun to roast the water and lime. All the ninjas acted one by one, and soon there was a 10-tailed meal controlled by cement. It's amazing. I worked out such a strategy so quickly. Lugiu's wife praised this way. Gokage-sama, Naruto, and Sasuke launch an attack on Madara. Everyone moved. Madara watched this scene and praised. It's really amazing, and the cooperation is quite tacit. But it's really sad. Xianfa, wind escape, spiral shuriken, Yandun, add fate, combined ninjutsu, Shakudan, Takaru high 8 jet black arrow 0, Senfa, Goman, Shusbia, dust escape, the technique of stripping the original world, combined ninjutsu, thunder dragon bomb. For a time, all the attacks blasted towards Madara. Madara looked at him coldly and whispered, "The ant is just an ant after all. Ignorantly pitiful." Chapter 726. Keep guessing. Roar. With a loud shout, the 10 tails that sank into the cement stretched out their 10 ugly tails. Boom. With a loud noise, the cement shattered. Everyone flew out at a faster speed than before. 10 tails jumped and landed on the ground. Is this the power of 10 tails? It really didn't disappoint me, Ban said with a light smile. Damn it. Can't it just be blocked for a few seconds? Naruto covered his painful chest and whispered. Sasuke frowned and was helpless for a while. In the headquarters, Lugiu touched the mustache on his chin, and fell silent for a while. These 10 tails are too strong, and they don't look like humans can resist. The power of all the ninjas in the 5 major villages has only stopped it for a few seconds. It's not so good if it goes on like this. Lugiu, what should I do next? Hai asked. Let me think about it. The 3 generations of Hokage on the side whispered when they saw it. From the current situation, The role of the Ninja Coalition can only be played here. The next step is the competition of high-end combat power. It is not a battle that ordinary ninjas can join. Lujo sighed and said, although I don't want to admit this, it is true. Tu and Madara are too powerful. There are no more ordinary ninjas, and it doesn't make any sense. They can't even break the shell of Tu. Cause damage to it. If this goes on, it will only cause casualties. 3 generations of adults. Lujiu, what do you mean? Yamanaka has understood the meaning of the 2, but still has to ask. Look at the situation again. If it doesn't work, you can only let the low-end combat power retreat first. Otherwise, even if you win, I'm afraid the casualties will be high, Lujo said in a deep voice. At this time, the 3rd generation of Hokage opened his robes, revealing the battle costumes inside. Lujo, Kai-yi, I'll leave it to you here. I'll go to the battlefield first. Lujo was surprised and said, 3 generations of adults, this is too dangerous. Lujo, if this battle is lost, there will be no future, whether it is dangerous or not. I will go to the battlefield. Lujo was in awe when he heard this, and said, yes, 3 generations of adults. 3 generations of Hokage patted Lujo on the shoulder, and smiled. Lujo, I'll beg you here. I see, 3 generations of adults. The 3rd generation of Hokage nodded and ran away. 3 generations of adults. Be careful. The 3rd generation of Hokage officially rushed to the front line, and at this time, Togo also began to launch his own offensive. The tail beast Jade vomited everywhere, causing smoke and dust everywhere. What is his purpose? Is it to vent his anger? Naruto said in a puzzled manner. I'm afraid that's not the case. He seems to be aiming at something. Sasuke whispered. Could it be? Jiraiya was also taken aback, as if thinking of something. It's really hard to control. But finally I found a way. Then, the next step is to kill some annoying flies. After all, killing the leader is the best strategy for war. Madara whispered, and then the huge tail beast Jade condensed in Tentail's mouth. That direction. Not good. Watergate, transfer the tail beast Jade. Jiraiya was also shocked, and hurriedly called. Watergate also reacted immediately, and a swift body appeared before the tail beast Jade's root. Flying Thunder God Guide Thunder. I saw that Watergate threw out a Q-Wu, and then Q-Wu opened the black barrier, completely enclosing the huge tail beast Jade. The huge tail beast Jade disappeared instantly. The next moment, a huge explosion sounded in the distant sea. Boom. Did you actually stop it? The Flying Thunder God's technique? It's really an unpleasant ninjutsu trick. Madara said softly, as if recalling something bad. It's very risky. Fortunately, I stopped it, otherwise, it will be in trouble. Jiraiya said with a sigh of relief. Mara wants to destroy the headquarters? Naruto reacted at this time. It looks like this. Fortunately, the 4th generation of Hokage moved the tail beast Jade in time. Otherwise, the headquarters may be dead now. Sasuke responded. This hateful guy is really fierce, Naruto said angrily. Mizuno's gaze was fixed on Madara to prevent him from attacking again. Interesting. I want to see how many tail beast Jade you can guard against. Madara patted Shiwai's head lightly, and Shiwai instantly understood. Continuous tail beast Jade. Bang bang bang. A dozen tail beast Jade blasted out in a row. And the target was all in one place, that is, the headquarters. What? Watergate was shocked, and this amount was a bit too alarming. Let me see, to what extent your Flying Thunder God technique can be used. Madara said disdainfully. A solemn color appeared on Watergate's face, and the Kiwuwashu in his hands separated, and dozens of them flew out in a row. Each one went towards the tail beast Jade. One by one, no more, no less. Flying Thunder God Guide Thunder. The black barrier opened again, wrapping the respective tail beast Jade in it. Watergate seemed a little strenuous. Go with a cry, a dozen tail beast Jade disappeared again without a trace. But the Watergate was also half kneeling on the ground, panting for breath. Although the rebirth of the dirty soil is unlimited, the upper limit will not be increased, but it will recover quickly. At this time, Prajanam has overdrawn and used the original chakra. Even the body that reincarnated from the filthy soil was somewhat weakened for a while. Is it just that? Although it's commendable, it's over. After Madara finished speaking, the 10 tails below fired the tail beast Jade again. The water gate has already lost its strength, and no one present can stop this beast Jade from leaving. Damn it, Jilai also said angrily, but there was nothing he could do. Command. Hai whispered, Luju, there is a tail beast Jade here. Luju didn't show any horror after hearing this, but said, is it still here? It seems that Kakashi's worry is not unreasonable. As Luju said, he took out the flying thunder god kunai that Kakashi left behind. It looks like we are going to shift positions. After a moment, boom! With a loud noise, the tail beast Jade crashed to the ground. The original headquarters was razed to the ground. It looks like a complete hit. Madara smiled, seemingly satisfied. You bastard. I will definitely stop you, Naruto called. It's still only yelling. The ultimate of this world has arrived. After Madara finished speaking, a huge suction emanated from his left eye. Den tail, merge with me. The wind is blowing. The world is dark. Tokyo is roaring. What does he want to do? Naruto was surprised. Is it the last step? He is going to be the Toshiro Renzulai. Sasuke whispered. The huge 10 tails disappeared in an instant, leaving only boundless smoke and dust. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure with white hair and white clothes stood quietly in the air. Chapter 727 Chizu with white hair and white clothes. 9 Black Taoist Jade floats behind him. In his hand he held a black fairy tin stick. Is this the power from 10 tails? The 6 immortals in the past also possess such amazing power. Sure enough, they are not the same as before. Madara muttered to himself, with a smile on his face. This feeling is really wonderful. Suddenly, Banyan frowned, touched his right eye, and whispered, there is still something missing. This fairy tin stick is incomplete. At this time, the fairy tin rod in Madara's hand had a black stick at one end and a black ring at the other end. There were 6 small rings on the ring. The black circle represents the power of Yang. The half-moon-shaped ring that does not appear represents the power of Yin. Left Yang, right Yin. The reincarnation eye in the left eye represents the power of Yang, and the reincarnation eye in the right eye represents the power of Yin. At this time Madara has only one reincarnation eye, which is the left eye obtained from Daitu. The right eye is still in Baiju's hand, on the way to come. If Madara got his right eye, theoretically he could summon a real fairy tin rod. A black ring at one end and a half-moon ring at the other end. This is the original appearance of the fairy tin rod. Naruto's orange eye shadow appeared, and Sasuke also released the power of his curse. With the magic bonus, their perception ability is greatly improved. Therefore, they also more clearly perceive how strong the spot in front of them is. What an amazing chakra, it really makes people feel totally uneasy. Naruto whispered. Sasuke's face is also very ugly. Such a powerful enemy is simply not something they can resist. That huge chakra was like a nightmare. Frightening. The ninja army was already dumbfounded. That huge momentum and coercion gave them no more ability to resist. At this time, the people below the shadow have completely lost the ability to move. Not moving at all. It's not that they don't want to move, but they can't move at all. How so? Someone whispered softly, full of horror. This feeling of being unable to control oneself is absolutely extremely uncomfortable for the ninja. Oh, what should I do now? Naruto exclaimed. But no one can give him the answer. No one has experience to deal with such an opponent, nor does he know what to do at this time. Madara floated in the air, silently watching the ninja under her feet. Sure enough, he is like an ant, humble, short-sighted, fearful, hesitating. Madara said in a cold voice. His body slowly fell to the ground, and Madara looked at Naruto and Sasuke faintly. 9-tailed man Zulai, the successor of the Uchiha clan, and the disciple of teacher Jinchai. I don't know if you can understand my pursuit. Ban said lightly. Your crazy pursuit is worth nothing at all. Sasuke said. Yes, a life of flesh and blood. No matter what you experience, it is your own path, and you don't need to interfere with it. All that is brought to others is nothingness," Naruto said. Madara shook his head and said, "Sure enough, you are all as innocent as Zyujian. This way of salvation seems incomprehensible to you." Madara was a little disappointed. Although he didn't feel lonely when he came by himself, he sometimes liked the idea that someone could understand him. In order to save the world, he did too much. "In that case, you go to die," Madara said indifferently. There was no murderous in his words, as if he was announcing a small matter. "But Chiji has completely locked the two of them." "Bad!" Sasuke cried secretly. "Madara's attack has come." With a light tap under Madara's foot, the two stones rose slowly and aimed at the two of them. "Go with!" Call out. The two stones accelerated instantly, and a sonic boom sounded. Naruto and Sasuke both shrank their pupils and tried to avoid them, but suddenly their bodies couldn't move. What happened? The two were shocked. The corners of Madara's mouth were slightly raised, revealing a touch of disdain. At this moment, two soft drinks sounded simultaneously. Susanoo can be. Two different pupil powers, one red and one green, instantly wrapped the two of them. "This is Brother Shisui and Brother." Sasuke was taken aback, and immediately reacted. This feeling of chakra is exactly Shisui and Itachi. The two rushed from the pocket, just to see this scene. So the two did not hesitate, and at the same time used Susanoo. Under the power of Sasuo Nenu, the two stones naturally dissipated into nothingness. Even if there are 6 spots shot out, they are just ordinary stones. "Are you okay, Sasuke?" Itachi's gentle voice spread in Sasuke's ears. "Brother, really not dead?" "That's great," Sasuke exclaimed excitedly. The red Susanoo beside him has undoubtedly indicated the identity of this person. There is only one person in this world who knows this trick, named Uchiha. Itachi. Itachi showed a faint smile on his iceberg-like face. Stretching out his right hand, he nodded slightly on Sasuke's forehead. The familiar touch made Sasuke a little surprised for a while. "Sorry, Sasuke, I'm a step late." Sasuke only reacted at this time, shook his head quickly, and said, No, brother, you came in time." Naruto looked at Shisui beside him at this time. "Brother Shisui, you are here too." Shisui smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm here when I'm done." As Shisui said, he looked around. His face was a little dignified and said, "Chakra who didn't sense Kakashi, where did he go?" "Ms. Kakashi said to save the soil." Shisui was taken aback for a moment, a little surprised in his heart. It seems that the development of the matter has been somewhat different from what he expected. Kakashi once told Shisui about bringing soil. Just looking at the current situation, the opponent has changed players. Shisui looked at the figure with white hair and white clothes, and his heart became more solemn. Terrible momentum. I have never seen it before. It's really amazing chakra. Is this what Kakashi called the 10-tailed Manjilai? Shisui murmured. At this time, Mizuman, Jiraiya and others also gathered beside Sasuke. Shisui, Itachi, the reincarnation of the filthy soil has been hard for you, but now is not the time to relax. This enemy is even more difficult. Tsunade whispered. Shisui nodded and said, I understand. The other 4 shadows didn't have any doubts about the appearance of Shisui and Itachi. When they were formulating strategies before, the two were secretly sent to carry out the mission of removing the reincarnation of the dirty soil, and they also knew, are the 2 more? Susanoo. 2 more good eyes. The Uchiha clan has become even better. Madara couldn't help but admire. Although disappointed with the Uchiha clan, Madara felt relieved to see this outstanding junior. Of course, it's just a little bit. Chapter 728 Siege 5 Shadows, Watergate, Jiraiya, Mingzuo, Weasel. The 11 people lined up, their eyes fixed on Madara's body. But the 11 did not dare to act rashly. In the face of such an enemy, without a certain strategy, everything seems redundant. Both Shisui and Itachi showed contemplation, thinking about what to do next. Try it first. Shisui and Itachi quickly came to this conclusion. They didn't understand the spot at this time. I don't know what kind of moves he has, or how strong his ability is. Ninja. fighting an intelligence war. Before there is absolute certainty, he will never try his best. Probing is the first step in a ninja battle. Everyone, take care. Jilei also whispered. At this time, Chu Ming took the lead. Water escape. The technique of mist hiding. Thick mist sprayed out of Chu Ming's mouth, covering Madara in it. Chu Ming added the chakra of water attribute to the mist concealment technique, which greatly increased the power of the mist concealment technique. Even the sight of the reincarnation eye would be slightly blocked. The technique of concealment of fog. Ha ha. Boring. Madden said coldly. Soil escape. Earth moving core. Onoki said coldly. The land under Ban's feet sank instantly. Sandstorm burial. The surrounding rocks all turned into quicksand, completely submerging the spots. But the next moment, with a scream, Madara jumped out. The terrifying pressure brought by the sand, even the corners of Madara's clothes were not damaged. The moment Madara appeared, Sasuke's left eye and Itachi's right eye moved at the same time. Amaterasu. The same black flame directly covered Madara's body. Suddenly there was a black beating fire in that white robe. The fairy tin rod swept lightly, and the black flame instantly dissipated invisible. Amaterasu. It's really a plausible thing. Ban mocked. Xianfa. Wind escape. Spiral shuriken. Naruto threw out the flying balls, and Jilei was also unwilling to be lonely, and his hands became impressed. Xianfa. Fire escape. Flame bullet. The flames were engulfed in the flying balls, and the flames flourished for a time. And a specially made kunai was also mixed into the flame. The frown frowned slightly, begging Deo to fly out, forming a black shield. Boom. The flames rushed straight, looking shocking, but did not cause any harm to Kudeo. The flame dissipated. Kudeo returned to Madara's back again. At this moment, a golden figure appeared, and right hand was pressed behind Madden. Huh? When Ban was a little surprised, the blue chakra ball in the right hand spins fast. Spiral pill. Helix Maru steadily pressed behind Madara, but couldn't move forward. How can it be? Watergate was startled, but he didn't expect the spiral pill to be completely ineffective. Is this Spot's body already so strong? Watergate was still surprised, and Madara kicked it over. With a bang, the Watergate flew out directly. His gaze fell on Kudao Jade, and a faint flying thunder god rune was printed on it. After a while, it dissipated invisible. Using the cover of the fire escape just now, is the rune of the supreme flying thunder printed on the jade for seeking Taoism. It is really a quick action. However, the jade for seeking Taoism is not something you can move if you want to move. Fuchan's rune only showed a moment of effort on the jade for seeking Taoism, and then it disappeared invisible. At this moment, the water stopped moving. Suza can be 19. A spiral sword appeared in Green Susanoo's right hand, and countless green arrows shot out from the sword. Ding ding ding. The green arrow hit Madara's right hand, but only made the sound of steel clashing, unable to penetrate the slightest. Shishui was startled, but he didn't expect that even Sasuo Nena's moves would be unable to break the defense. It's a powerful defense, Shishui said in surprise. At this time, Ying went forward. Well done. Plow hot knife. What a stupid move. As Ban said, the fairy tin stick slammed into the fourth generation of Reikage. The speed is faster than the 4 generations of Reikage. Not good. Jilei was also taken aback, and Reikage was afraid that it would be more ill-fated with this blow. At this moment, a golden flash flashed, and the figure of the 4th generation of Liang disappeared instantly. Madara retracted the tin rod and whispered, "It's really like a monkey jumping up and down." With a scream, Watergate took the 4th generation of Reikage and fell behind Jiraiya. Bofing Shuiman, what are you doing? Probably because his moves were blocked, the 4th generation Reikage was a little angry. He didn't think that tin rod could block his attack. Sorry, although that might offend you a bit, but the blow just now seemed like a complete collision. I'm afraid your arm is gone. The 4th generation of Reiking's face sank, but he didn't say anything. Shishui, I found a problem. Itachi whispered suddenly. Shishui nodded and said, I found it too. The two looked at each other, seeming to confirm each other's thoughts. If this is the case, then the next strategy will need to be changed. Itachi whispered. Yes, change the attack method, Zishui said. After hearing this, everyone looked at the two. Shishui whispered. Mara didn't seem to care about the attack just now, but when he responded, there was a deviation. Except for the attacks of Jiraiya-sama and Naruto. He chose to use that strange black sphere to defend. He chose to resist the other attacks. In other words, he has scruples about the attacks of Lord Jiraiya and Naruto. Everyone knew instantly, except for Naruto of course. Brother Zishui, what does this mean? It means that he doesn't dare to use his body to resist Xianzu. Now our attacks are invalid. Therefore, Xianzu may be a way to break the defense. Shishui added. So, if this is the case, then, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke, you will wait for the opportunity to launch an offensive. We create opportunities for you, Tsunade said. Everyone agreed. Seeing several people discussing strategy, Madara remained unmoved. His eyes fell into the distance. There, a familiar chakra is coming. Is it finally coming? Madara muttered to himself. Shishui looked at Madara, and said in his heart, I don't know if the pupil power is enough, but now I can only try it. The formation of the red Susanoo can be completed in an instant. Bakiki and Guu, the three red Gajade connected, galloping towards the spot. The fairy tin stick stretched out, and with a light tap, the Guu became invisible. Dissolve. The technique of dissolving monsters. The liquid, like molten slurry, hit the spot. Seeking Taoist Jade forms a barrier to isolate its further possibilities. Dust escape. The technique of stripping the original world. Onoki took the opportunity to fly up and shot towards Madara. The black Kudao Jade flies again. Even if it is dusty, there is nothing to do. Although the ant is weak, it is annoying enough to go on like this, and it is almost over. Next, I have to greet a long-lost friend. Chapter 729 Ten-Punch Sword Reproduction. An army of ninjas watched the battle between the 11 and Madara. The battlefield continues to expand, and everyone can only retreat. In the end, they couldn't even see the figure in the battlefield, only the explosion that happened constantly. It was not a battle between humans, but a fight between the gods. At this time, their role is very small. Stepping forward will only leave their own lives, and will not help the battlefield in any way. This time, the opponent cannot be defeated by relying on the number of people. In this war, they can only become spectators. And from time to time there are sounds of exclamation or praise. In addition, there will be no other effects. I don't know how the five shadows Sama and their battle is going, Ningsi said worriedly. Brother Ningsi, I believe Naruto and the others will win, Hinata said firmly on the side. I hope so. By the way, why did the other teams come, but didn't see Shijio and Xiangrin? Ningsi asked in confusion. Hinata shook his head and said, I don't know. I am not in a small team with them. This is weird. Ningsi was puzzled and couldn't help looking around. Neji's eyes settled when he saw Sakura not far away. Neji walked to Sakura's side and asked softly, where are Sakura, Karen and Shijigo? I remember they and you should be in the same team. Why didn't they come over? When Ningsi suddenly came over, Sakura was still a little confused, but she was relieved immediately after hearing this. Xiangrin and Shijigo were originally with me, but on the way, the two of them said that Mr. Kakashi had given them a task before. They felt that the time had come, so they left the army and went to other places. Sakura explained. Ningsi frowned slightly when he heard this. What was the task assigned by teacher Kakashi? Did they say where to go? Sakura shook her head. I hope nothing happens, Ningsi murmured. On the other side, Shijigo and Xiangrin are looking for something. Xiangrin closed his eyes and knotted fingerprints in his hands. Shijio on the side was communicating with the bird on his shoulder. After a while, the bird dispersed. Shijigo didn't seem to get the information he wanted. Xiangrin, do you perceive it? Xianglin suddenly opened his eyes and said, there. As soon as the voice fell, both of them rushed away. The goal seems to have been found. Turning his gaze to the main battlefield, the battle between everyone and Madara came to an end. Damn it, compared to before, It's not even a bit scary. Onoki was kicked off by Madara and landed directly on the ground. He couldn't help but say, in the previous battle with Muchuban, although he was also defeated, there was no hopelessness like now. At that time, I felt that as long as I worked harder, it seemed that I could succeed. But now, there is not even a sign of this. At this time, Raikage also retreated and fell beside Onoki. Cough. A mouthful of blood shot out from Raikage's mouth and splashed on the ground. Damn, this guy is really difficult, Raiying said angrily. This guy hasn't used any ninjutsu since the beginning. It's just physique, which has already made us really helpless. Oyemi whispered. This guy really despises people too much, Raiying said angrily. Onogi smiled helplessly and said, in his eyes, we are probably ants. Ying clenched his fists. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. He is the shadow of a village, with great strength and power, but now, he is being played with by others. Even more angry is that he is powerless to change all of this. Is he the only person I can rely on in the end? Ying couldn't help but think of the silver-white figure. At this time, although everyone's attacks continued, but they did not cause any injuries to Ma. Although Xianzu is useful to Madara, under the protection of Kudeo, he cannot hit Madara at all. In the battle circle, Madara glanced at the people who were constantly coming, showing impatience on the road. Annoying flies. It's almost time to clean up. Shenluo dancing. With both palms open, the force of horror shot out in an instant. What? With a scream, everyone flew away. The smoke dissipated, leaving only three huge figures. Suzuo Nenu. The three different colors of Susanoo were arranged in three places, resisting Ban's terrifying Shenluo dancing. Damn, the strength of this Shenluo heavenly movement is much stronger than Nagato, cried Naruto, who hit the rock. 3 Susanoo, it's really a spectacular sight. Madara was amazed. Such a scene is indeed quite spectacular. Itachi. Zishui drank in a low voice, and Itachi glanced at Zishui, and instantly understood his thoughts. The red Susanoo jumped forward instantly and attacked towards Madara. Not to be outdone, Sasuke followed Itachi's steps and launched an attack at Madara. Add fate. Amaterasu covered the arrow and shot away. The fairy tin rod trembled slightly, and when the arrow was approaching, it lightly touched on the arrow. With a click, the arrow smashed. At this time, Itachi's Susanoo also came to Madara's side. The red long sword is heading towards the thorn. Madara didn't care, stretched out his right hand. The blue Suzuo skeleton directly pinched the red long sword in his palm. But so ... Huh? What's the matter? Madara was startled, feeling that his soul seemed to be sucked in by the red long sword. This kind of feeling is ... Ten-fist sword. You actually found the ten-fist sword. Madara was surprised. He had also heard of the name of the ten-fist sword in the ancient books of the Uchiha clan. There is no physical spirit sword, which can seal the stabbed object in it. It is a powerful sealing sword. Go in. Itachi snorted and urged the scarlet longsword harder. After being surprised, Madara's face showed a solemn color. It's really a ten-fist sword, but it's a long way from trying to seal me like this. I saw the speed of the three black jades seeking Taoism skyrocketing, flying towards the red Suzuo Nenu. Itachi's pupils shrank, feeling telling him that he must never head these three jade for seeking truth. But it was a good opportunity at this time. If he missed this blow, I am afraid that the defensive Madara would not be stabbed by the ten-punch sword. Itachi recovered his composure, and ignored the three jade for seeking Taoism that came in a surprise attack. Itachi. Sasuke was startled, and the arrow shot away again, but instead of shooting at Madara, he stabbed at the three jade for seeking the truth. Bang bang bang. The arrow hit, but it didn't change the direction of seeking Deo in the slightest. Bad. Just when everyone thought that Kudeo was about to hit it, Kudeo suddenly changed direction and smashed into the scarlet longsword hilt. Ding. Chapter 730. I am the savior. Kudeo smashed on the hilt of the sword. The ten-fist sword was intact, but the right hand of the red mustache was abruptly broken. Itachi was startled, but he didn't expect that even Sasuke could not resist the attack of the black sphere. The ten-fist sword fell, but the seal continued. A huge suction force directly swept Madara into it. For a time, Madara disappeared from everyone's eyes. Success, Gaara said in disbelief. Is that terrifying enemy sealed by Itachi? It seems a bit illusory. But it seems to have happened literally. Shishui was taken aback for a moment, and he didn't expect that the ten-fist sword given to Itachi was so powerful. Sasuke was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Brother, you made it." The faces of everyone showed joy, but Itachi did not feel happy. The ten-fist sword blended into his Suzuno, so Itachi could feel the situation of the ten-fist sword. Although the ten-fist sword sealed Madara, it was very unstable. Madara was still struggling violently in it. Sure enough, after a while, there was a loud noise in the ten-fist sword. Boom! A crack appeared on the Shikan sword, and Madara's figure reappeared. Everyone was shocked, and the joy that had just revealed disappeared instantly. It still failed. The red ten-fist sword turned into a red light, and once again entered Itachi's Susanoo. It's really thrilling. It's almost impossible to get out. Is the ten-punch sword? It's really a good thing. The most reward. Xianfa. Landun Guengfen. A purple laser flew from Madara's air and pierced the ferret. The speed is so fast that it is difficult to respond. Itachi's pupils shrank, and the shield-like thing in Susanoo's left hand directly stood in front of him. Ding! The scene where the shield was cut off did not appear, but the purple laser was directly absorbed into it. What's the matter? Madara was puzzled. After a while, the same purple laser laced from the shield. Madara was startled and quickly avoided. Boom! A large pit was directly smashed out by a purple laser. Madara's eyes fell on the shield. This is Yata Mirror? You guys are really lucky. Madara exclaimed. Yata Mirror, a spiritual shield without a physical body, can absorb and bounce all attacks. One hand with 10 swords, one hand with 8 mirrors, offensive and defensive. If it weren't for me to become a 10-tailed person, I'm afraid I would be stunned by my carelessness. It is really rare for the Uchiha clan to have a younger generation like you. Come on, come join me in saving this decadent world. Madara threw an olive branch to Itachi, which no one had expected. For a moment, his eyes fell on Itachi. Sorry, I can't agree with your way of salvation, Itachi said lightly. Really? I thought it would be a different junior, but I didn't expect it to be the same superficial. The world created by Zujian was simply wrong. At the beginning, I had expected it with Zujian, but the result. There was nothing at all. Roll. After Konoha was established, the remaining 4 ninja villages were established one after the other. But the world was not peaceful because of this. The First Ninja World War, the Second Ninja World War, and the Third Ninja World War broke out one after another. This suffices to show that the peace method that the pillars believe in is a mistake. Look at the 5 shadows behind you. Isn't it a war for one's own benefit? Madara's words fell into Yu Ying's ears, making them a little ashamed. Especially Onoki and Reikage. They were originally ambitious. As for Gaara, Tsume, and Tsunade, since they were in a peaceful age, they have never experienced this. They will feel ashamed because they know that the previous movie has indeed done such a thing. Everything is profit. Onoki stepped forward and said in a low voice, indeed, we have all waged wars for profit. Because we can't empathize with each other, and only people from the village can be called companions. For other villages, we are mutually exclusive. Even at the beginning of this cooperation, I had planned to consume other villages. This was originally a shameful thing, but for Onoki, it seemed very natural. I see it. This is what you call a peaceful way. It's ridiculous. Ban mocked. Master Tukage. Gaara yelled in a low voice, not understanding why Onoki said such words at this time. Kid Fennying, you are right. We are all on the way forward and lost our original selves. This battle has made me understand a lot, and it has also allowed me to regain what I originally lost. Onoki said this with a relieved smile on his face. Uchiha Madara. Although this intention came a bit late, but after that, I will promote real peace. Therefore, We will definitely defeat you. The world does not need someone like you to exist. Onaki's voice resounded throughout the battlefield, and everyone was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Onogi would suddenly say such words at this time. The originally stubborn and selfish guy had disappeared at this moment. Tsunade seemed to have seen the figure of Sarutobi Hitoshi who was on Onoki's body. Duing said, well, after this battle, Shinobi will usher in a new situation. But before that, we have to defeat the enemy in front of us. Ying stood up and responded. Seeing that the most radical two suddenly issued such a slogan, the other three shadows were a little relieved. According to the current situation, if Madara can really be defeated, then the ninja world will inevitably usher in the most peaceful period in history. After all, Konoha, Shane and Uin had completed a more peaceful integration attempt a few years ago. If Yanian and Union also have this awareness, establishing a peaceful world of tolerance is no longer just a fantasy. Looking at the five shadows in front of him, Madara was a little stunned for a moment. On their bodies, he seemed to see the shadow between the pillars. Will they really do it? No. Even if it is done, it is only for a while. Only unlimited monthly reading is the real peace. Although your ideas are worthy of praise, it is too late. The long years of ninja have shown that it is impossible to rely on that boring love to maintain peace. I will become the savior of everyone in the ninja world and accept this result. Right. Don't be kidding. I will never let you succeed. As Naruto said, the hand of Nine Tails with a spiral shuriken hit Madara with one blow. Then clean up from you. Madara suddenly appeared behind Naruto, and the fairy tin rod stabbed Naruto fiercely. Naruto, Sasuke said anxiously. Boom. The fairy tin stick was actually caught firmly by a wooden palm. Is it finally here? Between the pillars, Madara said with an excited smile on his face. Chapter 731 Lingering red armor, flowing hair, and Konoha's forehead. The of ninjas, Sanjujujuma. The black eyes indicate that it is still a filthy body. Bruh, I didn't expect you to be alive, said the column solemnly. It seems that you have regained your sanity. Did that Orochimaru give up control, or did you break free? Forget it, these are not important anymore. Banleng smiled coldly and withdrew his fairy tin stick. Mudun retreated immediately. Everyone looked at the pillars with a little surprise. But they didn't expect even such a character to come out of the mountain. But what is worthy of joy is that it now seems to be a teammate, not an enemy. First generation lord. Why are you here? Watergate asked in confusion. Just now Kakashi went to deal with the pillars, didn't he seal it up? The person who summoned me was relieved of control and also helped me to unlock the seal of Teacher Yinshi. Although I don't know what his purpose is, but for now, it can be regarded as helping me, Zujian explained. Although he was controlled by Orochimaru before, he still knew what had happened. Kakashi was a teacher of Jintoki, and he knew it at the time of Konoha's collapse plan. It's just that he was relieved of the filthy reincarnation at that time, and he didn't have time to say more. Although I didn't know that it would become what it is now, it is always right to stop Madara. Between the pillars, I didn't expect you to come in front of me at the last time. It's just that you could stop me decades ago, but now, you can't. In the Battle of End Valley, Madara lost to Zuma. That time, Madara was ready with both hands. If you can defeat the pillars, it is naturally the best. Not only can you get the body ... cells between the pillars, but you can also eliminate the only opponent who has the ability to stop yourself. It is a pity that Madara lost, and had to launch the resurrection of Izanagi, which was prepared in advance. He did lose that battle. After all, if he could defeat the pillars, no one in this world would be able to resist him, so why should he swindle to death? A red facial makeup appeared on the face between the pillars. Under the fairy mode, he could clearly sense how strong the spots are now. That power is even more terrifying than he was at his peak. For the first time, Zhujian felt his own insignificance. It turned out that the peak he had climbed was far from enough. Mara, do you still want to stick to your wrong path? Said between the pillars solemnly. The pillars. That is not the wrong way. That is the only way for the Uchiha clan to save the world. Everyone will have their own dreams. between the pillars. Put away your absurd peace concept. That is impossible to achieve. The road to peace. Neither you nor teacher Yanshai is wrong. Madara at this time had absolute power, and his tone became frivolous. Zujian's face was solemn. He knew that even if he was resurrected at this time and regained his peak power, he would not be Madara's opponent. Not to mention, he is still reincarnated from the dirty soil. But even so, there is no idea of giving up between the pillars. Mara, stop. What you are about to create is not a peaceful world, but of nothingness. Between the pillars, there is no need to say more. Between us, we still have to use our fists to persuade each other. Madara said, appearing behind Eugene in an instant. Punch out. Boom. The back between the pillars was injured and he flew out directly. Madara's movements were so fast that the people present did not react at all. Retracting his fist, Ban shook his head slightly, and said in a low voice, Zujian, this time it seems that I was the only one who threw it to the other side. You are no longer able to do it. The pillars stabilized his figure and shouted in a low voice, Ma. The voice is full of complex emotions. Between the pillars, you are still only suitable for discussing the nihilistic dream with teacher Yanshai. I have woken up from the dream. I will create real peace. After Madara finished speaking, he flew high into the sky and stretched out his hands. Come out. God Tree. A huge tree flew out of Madara's body and hit the ground fiercely. In an instant, the tree became like a sky. It's big. Everyone exclaimed. In the next moment, a huge flower bud grew from the top of the huge tree. Among the pillars. Did you see it? This is the first sacred tree in the ninja world. Humans did not have chakras, because the sacred tree had chakras. Chakras do not need to exist in the world. This sacred tree will absorb all the chakras and let the world return to peace again, and I will launch unlimited monthly readings and give everyone a better life. Looking up between the pillars, the huge sacred tree gave him a sense of closeness. The feeling of this sacred tree is like Mudun. Is this the sacred tree of my Mudun's origin? Zujian couldn't help but secretly asked. But soon, he suppressed this idea. Now is not the time to pay attention to the sacred tree. Between the pillars, in 15 minutes, this sacred tree will blossom and bear fruit, and then the world's ultimate will come. Come on. Try to stop me. Madara called loudly. Spot. Between the pillars. The hands were sealed between the pillars, and he shouted in a low voice, wooden escape. The technique of wooden men. Boom. A huge wooden figure rose from the ground, carrying the pillars and rushing towards Madara. Bring it on. Mudun. It's all the art of bagging. Several wooden palms flew out of the wooden man, grabbing towards Madara. Madara floated in the air, motionless. The fairy tin stick in his right hand swept around, and the mighty wooden palm disappeared invisible. Between the pillars, is this the only means? This is far from enough. The face between the pillars was heavy, and Mudun, who was originally strong, was not worth mentioning in Madara's hands. This old opponent has grown to a realm that he can't see clearly. In that case, this sacred tree has been destroyed. Wooden escape. The technique of wooden swords. A huge wooden knife suddenly appeared in the wooden man's hands. The wooden man held the wooden knife and chopped it towards the sacred tree. Madara was taken aback. Kudeo behind him flew out immediately. With a click, the wooden knife broke. Madara didn't know the defensive power of the sacred tree, but now, if the sacred tree is cut off by the pillars, it would be embarrassing. Between the pillars, I won't let you stop me. Watching the battle between the pillars and Madara, Shishui appeared next to Gaara and whispered, Master Fennying, send me up with sand. Okay. Although I don't know what the purpose of Shishui is, Gaara did it. The sand surging silently under the feet of Shishui, sending Shishui up to the sky. At this time, Madara and Zu were fighting together, and did not notice Shishui. Seeing that the time was right, Shishui no longer hesitated, and jumped straight to Madara. Okay. Madara also found Shishui at this time and couldn't help but look over. It's now. Don't be a god. Chapter 732. Show up. Madara's body shook, and in an instant he only felt a strong pupil force entering it through his eyes. At the same time, A mental power with powerful ideas also entered his mind. For a while, Madara's body stiffened and even fell from midair. Good chance. Seeing this between the pillars, he was not polite, and his hands sealed. Xianfu, Mingshenman. Dozens of red torii fell from the sky, buckling Madara on the ground. Boom boom boom. With a loud noise, Madara was completely suppressed by the red torii. Fascia flew again and took over the water. Stop. Did you make it? Shishui muttered to himself. His gaze fell on the spot under the red torii. At this time, Madara couldn't move, and he didn't even recover his sanity. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw this success. When Shishui landed, Naruto Sasuke ran over immediately. Brother Shishui, you are amazing, Naruto yelled. What a powerful illusion technique. Even the current Madara has been recruited. The pillars whispered. Did you stop the water in an instant? Really a powerful ninja. Konoha is really talented. Onoki said. Take a closer look. Except for the shadows of the other 4 villages. The ninjas here today are all Konoha people. Moreover, everyone's strength is not under the shadow. Excluding the water gate and pillars where the dirty soil reincarnated, the remaining Tsunade, Jiraiya, Naruto, Sasuke, Shishui, and Itachi are all Konoha's strong. This is 6 shadow levels. There is also Kakashi who is not present. With a rough calculation, Konoha now has as many as 7 shadow levels. When did Konoha become so strong? Onoki couldn't help but feel shocked when he thought of this. Konoha with such a strength, even if it is to unite with the other 4 ninja villages, I am afraid it is not an opponent. What's more, according to his investigation, the relationship between Shane and Uin and Konoha nowadays is simply unbelievable. Sure enough, the path of peaceful development must be implemented. Really, where did the guy Kakashi go? If he doesn't come back now, the battle will be over. Tryumi Ming could not help complaining. As soon as Tryumi Ming's voice fell, only a bang was heard, and the dozens of red torii gates exploded in an instant. What? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. In the next moment, the white figure quickly swept high into the sky from the ruins. Don't be a god, it's really a terrible illusion, Madara said coldly. At that moment, Madara could have avoided this illusion with the pupil power of the reincarnation eye. But under curiosity, he couldn't help but want to try the power of this illusion. Unexpectedly, the power of this illusion is still above his expectations. It almost capsized in the gutter. Sure enough, it failed. Shishui whispered. Although the other gods were very strong, Shishui did not have absolute confidence. After all, Madara is too strong. So Shishui is just thinking of giving it a try. Now that the other gods in both eyes have been used up, Shishui is also helpless. In order to reward you, I decided to let you feel the fear of death before entering the world of infinite monthly reading. Shenluo Danzing. Boom. With a loud noise, the powerful repulsion drove everyone away. The originally exhausted body was hit hard again at this time, and the 5 shadows knelt on the ground and panted one after another. Damn it, why does this guy still have such a strong power? Tryumi Ming said angrily. It's just that no one responded to her question. At this time, Madara's eyes fell on Shishui's body. It's really a good pair of eyes. If you let it develop, it may become more difficult. Unfortunately, you have no chance. Madara approached with bullying, and instantly appeared beside Shishui. Shishui was startled, and the ferret on the side quickly kicked it over. Madara didn't care, turned around and kicked Itachi directly, and at the same time he made a seal with both hands. Xianfu, Yang Dunlai sect. Purple thunder bursts out of Madara's hands, rushing to the nearby Shishui. Not good. Shishui wanted to hide, but the huge attack range left him with no room for dodge at all. Damn it, is that the end? Shishui's heart was a little unwilling, and the instantaneous technique he was proud of in his daily life could not play any role at this time. Brother Shishui, Naruto exclaimed, but it was too late to rescue him. A hint of pleasure flashed in Madara's eyes. It's interesting to kill such a character. The purple thunder was particularly dazzling in Shishui's eyes. But at this moment, a silver-white figure appeared in front of his eyes, blocking this amazing thunder escape. The man just stood there and stretched out his right hand. The purple thunder was actually held tightly by that right hand, unable to move. Back to you. The lazy voice makes people feel familiar. Immediately, the purple thunder was thrown out by him and rushed towards Madara. His pupils shrank, and the black Kudeo instantly protected his body. Boom! With a loud noise, Madara stepped back tens of meters and opened the distance. At this time, everyone saw the incoming person clearly. The white imperial robe, the left eye was scarlet, and there was a scar across the eyelid. Silver white hair was flying in the air. The most amazing thing is that 9 Taoist jade exactly like Madara surrounds him. Kakashi, Zishui will yell suspiciously. This figure is very similar to Kakashi, but the breath is completely different. It's no wonder that Shishui didn't dare to confirm directly. Kakashi turned his head, a faint smile pulled out from the corner of his mouth, and said, "Shishui, are you okay? It's really you? Why did you become like this?" Zishui asked in surprise. "Something happened, I'll explain to you later. Now, let's clean up this guy first," Kakashi said lightly, making it feel like he was ready. After feeling the terrifying aura of Kakashi, Shishui was surprised. He didn't know what happened in the past few days when he was away that made Kakashi make such a huge change. But this feeling seems to be the same as that of Madara. And looking at Kakashi's costume, it seems that he has gained the same power as Madara. "Ms. Kakashi, you are finally back," Naruto said in surprise. Everyone was also surprised. Kakashi, who disappeared just now, suddenly appeared. And the power of the blow just now is obvious to all, but it was so lightly dispelled by Kakashi. "This is really incredible." Kakashi nodded, as a response to Naruto, and then whispered softly, "Shishui, step back, let others stay away, and leave the next battle to me." It is good. Although Shishui didn't know what happened, he knew what to do with Kakashi's appearance. Madara looked horrified. He could feel that Kakashi actually had the power to seek truth and jade. How can that be? Chapter 733 What's the truth? The crowd retreated, leaving only the pillars, Madara and Kakashi. Teacher Yinchai, I didn't expect this to be the case when we meet again, Zyujian said with emotion. Kakashi glanced at the pillars and said, "Between the pillars, the seal on your body. I was unlocked before, but when I recovered, the person was gone. The body that was originally controlled also returned to normal. It should have been done by the person who called me out before." Zijian replied. Kakashi couldn't help but frowned. What exactly does One want to do? One will let the pillars come to stop him, and the other will let the pillars come to stop Madara. It seems that everything he did was just to allow the original plot to happen. There was a flash of inspiration in his mind, and Kakashi seemed to understand the plan of Oshimaru. For Otsuki Kaguya, Kakashi secretly asked in his heart. All that Oshimaru did, it seemed that Kaguya-ji was reborn. So what was his purpose? What is it for? Is he confident to deal with Kaguya-ji? How can that be? Kakashi was puzzled, but didn't know how sure Oshimaru was. It's just that they can only be temporarily ignored. The enemy in front of him is not something that can be taken lightly. Even if Kakashi is no longer what it used to be, Madara is also reborn. Madara's eyes fell on Kakashi, eyes full of surprise. Although Kakashi didn't have the breath of 10 tails, Madara could feel that behind Kakashi, he was really seeking Daon. But how did he do it? How can someone who hasn't become a 10-tailed person's Yulai get a jade for seeking Taoism? Teacher Yinchai, you really surprised me. Can you be able to gather Daon by yourself? Ban said in a deep voice. Kakashi did not answer, but stretched out his right hand, holding Qianting, who appeared out of thin air. The silver-white long knife exudes cold light. Under the moonlight, it looked very cold. A Taoist jade on the side slowly approached. Then it turned into a liquid and merged into Qianting. The original silver-white blade turned black at this moment. Bara, life is just a dream, like a passing moment. What people can do is to cherish the present. Friends, relatives, and partners are precious treasures. Although peace is a luxury, it is still the direction of the world's efforts. Today you have lost everything. No friends, no relatives, and no partners. Even if your road to peace is successful, what can you do? Only you are left alone in the world. This kind of world is what you want? Question mark. Kakashi slowly said. Kienting, who was holding his right hand, pointed to the distant spot. The black blade seemed to contain the terrifying power of destroying the world at this moment. Madara's body shook, and Kakashi's words were not without shock to him. Yes, I lost everything that I could cherish, and all that was left was the thought of reading unlimited months. Is his life really good? Madara shook his head and threw these thoughts out of his mind. Things have done this step. These are not the issues he has to consider now. Teacher Yanshai, the three of us once discussed the issue of peace. Your answer did not satisfy me. Your peace is too difficult to achieve, or even impossible at all. Cut off the fetters and believe that boring steel can create peace. Madara, Kakashi snapped. In the words, it seems that he has returned to the harshness of the year. Teacher Yanshai, isn't the stone monument enough to explain the problem? That is the way of peace left by the 6 ways of immortals, and it belongs exclusively to the way of salvation of the Uchiha clan. If the 6 immortals really have the way to save the world, why should it be recorded in the stone tablet? Wouldn't he do it himself? Kakashi asked in return. Ban Wenyan was taken aback for a moment, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Mara, wake up. Everything is just a scam, Kakashi whispered. No, this is impossible. The stone tablet is the handwriting of the 6 immortals. How could it be a lie? Madara looked in disbelief. Why is it impossible? Can the text on the stone tablet not be modified? Think about it. Is there no suspicious place along the way? Madara covered his head with pain on his face. Spot. There was a low drink between the pillars, trying to rush over, but Kakashi grabbed him. Teacher Yanshai, asked Zujin puzzledly. Wait, it might be better to let him figure it out. Is teacher? Hearing the words between the pillars, he had to stop. Kakashi let go of perception and sensed the surrounding situation. Although Hyde had just left, he would never give up Madara. He has planned for so many years, and the success is in sight. There is absolutely no reason for him to escape from here. Kakashi's perception instantly covered the entire battlefield, but no trace of Heiji was found. What's the matter? Is it really not here? Kakashi is a little puzzled. Is Heiji going to do something else? Ah! Madara let out a mournful cry, and her hair looked a little messy. I don't believe it. This is impossible. Unlimited monthly reading is the way to save the world. Teacher Yanshai, you can't fool me with a few words. I'm not the brainless guy between the pillars. If the spot is crazy, it seems to have been violently stimulated. Spot. The pillars yelled, but it didn't resonate at all. Teacher Yanshai, let's fight. I only believe what I see. Kakashi shook his head and said, the world is stupid and always only believes what you see. As everyone knows, sometimes what you see may not be true. But it's no wonder that people are willing to believe what they want to believe. Things, even if there is more evidence in front of you, those who believe will always believe. Those who do not believe, and those who do not believe. What can be changed is only the mind of the person who can see through. Stop talking. When I start the unlimited monthly reading, Yanshai teacher will know that I am right. Madara said. A momentary body appeared beside Kakashi. The fairy tin stick in his hand smashed down horizontally. Kakashi's gaze narrowed. Kienting in his hand blocked him. Ding! With a crisp sound, the two collided violently. The huge air pressure even pushed the column on the side back a few steps. What a powerful power. Madara's power has been increased several times, and I didn't expect Teacher Yanshai to come down so easily. Zuma said in horror, it's fighting. Naruto said in surprise, wanting to go up and help, but was stopped by the 9 llamas. Naruto, don't go there yet. The power of the two is no longer comparable to you. Going up will only distract Kakashi. Stay here for now. Damn it, I didn't expect that after so many years of practice, I would still have to look at Kakashi's back in the end. I really don't want to be reconciled. Naruto clenched his fists. His eyes looked a little disappointed and unwilling. Chapter 734 War. Naruto, bear with me, Mr. Kakashi said that the final battle still needs our strength. There will always be times when we play. Sasuke next to Naruto said firmly. But, Sasuke, relying on our two current strengths, it is impossible to intervene in such a battle. Naruto, Mr. Kakashi has never been aimless. Since he said so, he naturally has his plan. No matter what, we must stick to the last moment. Even if it is to sacrifice our lives, we will not hesitate. Sasuke. Okay. I'll listen to you once. The two reached an agreement, their eyes fixed on the battlefield. Itachi listened to Sasuke's words, a smile appeared on his face, and he felt relieved. Kakashi-senpai really taught Sasuke very well. Itachi secretly said in his heart. Once Sasuke was like a blank sheet of paper. But now, this white paper has been painted by Kakashi. He has become an excellent ninja with his own thoughts and his own judgment. Such Sasuke made Itachi very pleased. At the same time, Itachi is also very fortunate. Fortunately, Kakashi agreed to accept Sasuke. Otherwise, Itachi himself doesn't know what Sasuke will be like now. Zishui patted Itachi on the shoulder and said in a low voice, Itachi, all the waiting will be worthwhile. We have done everything we can do, and the rest is up to Kakashi. Well, I understand. But I think there is always something we can do. Look at the situation. If the enemy is only Madara, Kakashi may still be able to deal with it today. But there is still an unstable Orochimaru. The future is unpredictable, Shishui solemnly said. Itachi nodded and said, I knew that Orochimaru would become so difficult to deal with now. I should have killed him directly in the first place. How can I know so much? Shishui said helplessly. Tsurumi Ming stared at Kakashi steadily. His worries revealed no doubt. Jiraiya and Tsunade on the side just saw it, which was a bit strange. Jiraiya, Master Shu Ying's eyes on Kakashi are a bit abnormal, Tsunade said in a low voice. Jai Lai also smiled and said, Hey, it seems that Kakashi kid has something to hide from us. You mean? Tsunade said suddenly. Jai Lai also nodded. This Kakashi is really. What's the matter, marrying a Shu Ying wife? It's a shame to say it out, Jai Lai said with a smile. Tsunade glanced at it when he heard the words. Jai Lai also hurriedly laughed twice and dealt with it. In fact, there is another sentence in Jai Lai's heart. Marrying a Hokage as his wife, it is also very face. Watergate looked at Kakashi, but he was a little puzzled. Strange, Kakashi came here. Where did he bring the soil? Didn't Kakashi save the soil? No. Looking at Kakashi's appearance, the soil must not die. So what about people? With no trace of the soil, Watergate has some doubts in his heart. But if you want to come to Kakashi, there should be other arrangements, so there is no worry. Ignoring the different thoughts of the people who watched the game, the battle between Kakashi and Madara officially kicked off. There were constant collisions between the fairy tin rod and Kienting, and both were not damaged in the slightest. After Kudeo joined Kienting, his power really increased a lot. Kakashi secretly said in his heart that it is easy to use with the new Kienting. He made a fist with his left hand and hit Madara's right cheek fiercely. Boom! Madara couldn't dodge, and the hit was hit. But at the same time, Madara kicked Kakashi's chest with his right foot, and there was a violent impact with a bang. The two sides are inextricably difficult to distinguish between you and me. There was absolutely no way to intervene between the pillars on the side. The original ninja god was a little helpless. This was the first time he encountered such a situation after he became famous. Ding! It was another collision, and the two took a few steps back. Looking at Kakashi in front of him, Madara felt a little serious in his heart. Unexpectedly, the strength of teacher Yinchai has soared to this level. I am afraid that he is no longer under me. If you want to win, you can only use that trick, Madara said. His left eye turned slightly, and he shouted in a low voice, Round tomb, edge prison. A shadow of nothing appeared out of thin air, but no one could see it. After Madara finished all this, with a move, he attacked Kakashi again. Xianfa, Landun Guangfen. A purple light was spit out from Madara's mouth and stroked towards Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes condensed, Qian Ting in his right hand slashed away. Thousand Ting slash. Above the black Thousand Ting, a silver-white thunder appeared, heading towards the purple light. Click. With a crisp sound, the purple laser beam was directly chopped in half. What? Madara's pupils shrank, but he didn't expect that this move was directly cut off. But at this moment, the shadow's attack also came. The dark hand covered with chakra stabbed Kakashi's left rib. If it stabbed, it would be a serious injury. Seeing this, the corners of Madara's mouth couldn't help but show a hint of joy. Bruh, I'm so happy, Kakashi said softly, and then the Kudao Jade behind him turned into an arc-shaped shield, directly blocking the front of the black hand. Boom. The dull voice sounded, making the black hand's attack disappear instantly. Qian Ting with his right hand slashed towards Madara at the same time, but was blocked by the fairy tin stick. How is it possible that you actually sensed the existence of the shadow? Madara said in disbelief. Xianzu originally had the function of expanding the sensitivity, coupled with the cultivation of the jade to achieve success. The original three kinds of magic have been completely integrated at this time, and they have become 6 kinds of magic. This kind of perception is still there, Kakashi said slowly, and then pushed with his left hand, begging Dao to turn into a shockwave, directly blasting the shadow out. Shadow clone technique. Kakashi made a seal with both hands, separated a shadow clone, and attacked the shadow with 2 jade for seeking Taoism. Damn it, have you even seen through the tomb? Ban muttered to himself. When Madara was surprised, Kakashi's offensive had come again. The dance of thousand tings. Above the black thousand tings, there were countless thunder lights, and for a time, it was like 1,000 thunder and lightnings flying out from above the thousand tings, forming chains and winding around. The momentum is huge and shocking. Madara was shocked. The quality of this blow was completely different from before. Give up, Madara, Kakashi growled. No, I won't lose. 5 Taoist jade appeared in front of Madara instantly, forming 5 barriers. The 1,000 ting long knife carrying 1,000 thunderbolts turned into an extremely sharp spear and pierced into the jade for seeking Taoism. Boom. With a loud noise, Kudao Jade's barrier shattered slightly, and then the first layer was broken. Ha ha ha, this is not enough. Ban laughed. Shenwai. Turning his left eye, the remaining 4 layers of Taoist jade disappeared instantly. 1,000 ting instantly seemed to be in the realm of no one. Broken. Chapter 735. Fight again. Kudao quietly disappeared, and the originally formed defensive circle instantly collapsed. Madara's pupils shrank, and Kakashi's attack had arrived. The dance of thousand tings. Thousands of thunder power. Under the bonus of the 6 ways of immortality, it turned into a black electric light. For a moment, it seemed that the space was distorted. Stabbed. The black thousand ting pierced Ma's body, and the whispering sound kept ringing. The space ninjutsu for the left eye. Madara whispered and then shook, disappearing in place. Kakashi was taken aback, and under his perception, the original spot became an invisible shadow. Is it the shadow of the wheel tomb? I didn't expect the replacement speed to be so fast. Kakashi murmured to himself, another layer of fear in the tomb of the wheel in his heart. One shadow still has such a function. If there are 4, I am afraid it will be even more difficult to deal with. The skill of the edge of the tomb is simply an irresistible skill for those who do not have the 6 ways of immortality and the reincarnation eye, because you can't perceive where he is and how to launch an attack, and your attack can't hurt him at all. This is also the reason why the 9 big-tailed beasts in the original book did not even survive a round with this trick, because it is so rascal. Madara's figure had just fallen, and the shadow clone who had attacked the tomb instantly leaned over. Xianfu. Done. Angry Thunder Tiger. A black tiger formed in the hands of the shadow clone, and black electric currents continued to surround the body. Then he roared and headed towards Ban Ben's. The Kudao Jade in Madara's hand condensed into a black rod and directly pierced the black electric tiger. Call out. The black rod passed through the body, and the black electric tiger wailed and dissipated invisible. At this time, Kakashi and the shadow clone both had seals at the same time. Xianfu. Done. Ulquan. A black Ulche appeared in both hands at the same time, and they were connected to each other in an instant. A black thunder chain connects the two. The black thunder is like a horrible blade, cutting across towards Madara. Madara was startled. If this was swept, I'm afraid the body will become two knots. Kudeo instantly formed a protective shield to resist. Click. With a soft sound, the protective shield formed by Kudao Jade was actually cut into two halves. A slight pause during the cutting made Madara a momentary body and left the place. The original three-dimensional shadow also returned to the body. The shadow consumes quite a lot, and for the time being, he can only return to his body to rest for a while. Its amazing attack strength. Yin Shi's strength is much stronger than before. What happened in the divine mighty space? Madara still couldn't understand why Kakashi's combat power soared so much in such a short period of time. If Kakashi had such strength from the beginning, he would not be able to resurrect at all. So this power must have just been gained. Could it be that the death with soil caused Kakashi to inspire some magical power? This sounds a bit too illusory. Seeing Madara's tired appearance, Kakashi whispered, "Mara, do you want to continue?" Madara's face was slightly angry and exclaimed, "Teacher Yinshai, although your strength is beyond my expectation, you can't beat me just like this." "Really? Look at how many of your Jade Seekers are left," Kakashi said lightly. Madara was taken aback, then looked behind him. There were originally 9 Jade for seeking Taoism, but now only 3 are left. And behind Kakashi, there are 8 Taoist Jade floating. The only Jade for seeking Taoism that was missing was integrated into Qianting. In other words, Kakashi's Taoist Jade was not consumed, but Madara's Taoist Jade consumed 6. 3 of them were still included in the Shinwa space by Kakashi. Ban was silent, and after this battle, it was obvious that he had suffered. "Bara, your Taoist Jade is automatically generated when you become a 10-tailed pillar. It is a one-time consumable item. If it is lost, it will not regenerate. Now, what else can you rely on to fight me?" "Teacher Yinshai, it's too early to say this." Madara yelled and rushed to Kakashi again. Round tomb. Heavenly hell. Shadow flew out of Madara's body again, flew out from under Kakashi, from bottom to top, punching over. The fist wind rustle, extremely amazing, and Madara's attack also arrived at the same time. Seeing this, Kakashi didn't panic, stretched out his left hand, begging Dao to directly protect Ying's attack. Boom! Qianting swept across and forced Madara back. Begging Dao with a thud, Ying Yi punched and flew away. Kakashi frowned. Qianting turned in his hand again. Back to the moon. The invisible blade light reappeared, and it was covered with the terrifying power of the 6 ways of immortality. Ying did not dare to advance, and had to stop the offensive abruptly. Round tomb. Suzuo Nenu. Shenluo Danzing. Ying's body was actually covered by Susanoo. His body size increased in an instant. The extended right palm released a powerful repulsive force. Under the accident, Kakashi was directly bombed out. Madara looked overjoyed, and the fairy tin rod came out. Call out. With the sound of breaking open, the fairy tin rod pierced Kakashi's chest. At this moment, Kakashi, who was flying upside down, suddenly stretched out his left hand and held it abruptly. What? Seeing that Kakashi could still hold the fairy tin stick under this situation, Madara couldn't help being a little surprised. In an instant, even the fairy tin rod was lost. Madara gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "Round tomb." Hell! I saw the shadow falling from the sky and hit Kakashi's head with a punch. Without raising his head, Kakashi asked Dao to turn into a black rod, a stagger, and directly pierced the black rod into Ying's body. Immediately, the other 2 Taoist Jade beside him turned into black rods, pierced Ying's body again, and completely sealed it off. For a while, Madara's tomb was completely sealed by Kakashi, and he could no longer launch an attack. Kakashi looked at Madara and said in a low voice, "Madara, you have no chance of winning. Give up." "It's too early to say this. I haven't lost yet." Madara obviously won't admit defeat. In his opinion, it's still too early. "It looks like you are waiting for another reincarnation." aren't you?" Kakashi said lightly. Madara looked at Kakashi with a bad feeling in his heart. "I'm sorry to tell you that Beige, I've already sent people to chase and kill Beige. With their ability to perceive, Beige may not be able to find Beige in normal times. But at this time, Beige will definitely take action. As long as I do, I believe they should have gained something. So Beige, who you have been waiting for, probably won't come." "You already knew it." Ban was surprised. "It's not that I haven't done anything for so many years." Kakashi looked at Madara condescendingly, eyes full of complex emotions. "Bara, turn your head back to shore. You have been wrong too much." Chapter 736. The other eye. Somewhere in the ninja world, in a dark underground space. "Ah, did you finally find it? It turns out that you put the reincarnation eyes here with dirt. You really can hide things." A satisfied smile appeared on Beiju's face. "Finally found it. Next, it's time to send it to Master Ban." As Beige said, his body began to squirm. But at this moment, a pale palm pressed Beige to the ground and rubbed it. "Who is it?" Beige asked in surprise. At this time, a cold voice rang in Beiju's ears. Hee, this is a good thing. How can you take it away so easily?" Beige was taken aback. This unique voice made it easy to identify who came. "Oshmaru, what are you going to do?" Wearing a plain kimono, with a sly smile on his pale face, "It's nothing, it's just that it's more interesting, don't you think?" Before Beige could react, he saw the strange pupils of Dashi-1. For a moment, Beige only felt his head faint, and he was no longer conscious. This new ability is really easy to use." Dashi-1 sighed, and immediately began to appreciate the reincarnation eye in his hand. "It's really a beautiful and magical power. The eyes of reincarnation, with the name of reincarnation, do not know if it can be carried out." After tasting it carefully, Dashimaru's eyes were fixed on the reincarnation eye, as if something strange had been injected into it. After a while, Dashi-1 put down his hand movements. "This should be enough." Dashimaru looked at the reincarnation eye in his hand with satisfaction, as if he was looking at a piece of work. "Okay." Suddenly Oshmaru sensed something and looked towards somewhere. The feeling of this chakra should be the two disciples of Kakashi. "I didn't expect to find it here." The perception ability is really worthy of appreciation. Not to mention, the scene will appear more real, so let you have fun first. There is still a lot of time to play. Dashi-1 smiled faintly, then put the reincarnation eye into Beiju's hand, and slowly sank into the ground. Beige also regained consciousness at the moment when Dash-1 disappeared. "Huh? It's weird, what's wrong with me?" Beige felt a little strange, but he couldn't remember what just happened. "It's really weird, but it should be an illusion. Let's give Master Madara eyes quickly. Then maybe you can ask what it feels like to have a bowel movement. It's really a problem that bothers people." After Beige finished speaking, he planned to leave here. But at this moment, there was a soft drink. King Kong blocked. Golden chains poured in from all directions, directly piercing Beiju's body and nailing it to the ground. This is. When Beige was surprised, two figures ran in from the entrance of the cave. Xiangrin, well done. Almost let him run away, Shijigo said with joy. Hey, that is, this time I have done a great job, and I must let Kakashi brother reward me later. Xiangrin looked triumphant. Thanks to brother Kakashi for giving us this guy's cell body, otherwise, we really can't find this guy, Shijigo said. That's true, but thanks to my perception ability, Xianglin said proudly. Well, let's talk about this later. According to brother Kakashi, we have to destroy this reincarnation eye first, Shijigo said. No problem, Shijigo, I will contain him. You go and bring the reincarnation eye, Xianglin said, making seals with both hands, deepening the to Beige. It is good. You two are the disciples of Kakashi. How could you find me here? It's really weird, Beige said in a puzzled manner. This has nothing to do with you. Please hand over the eyes of reincarnation obediently. After Zongo finished speaking, He grabbed the reincarnation eye in Beiju's hand with one hand. "Ah, how can you be so rude? It's really uncivilized," Beiju said softly, and then the reincarnation eye in his hand was actually integrated into Beiju's body. "What?" Shijio was surprised, and for a while, the hand that stretched out didn't know whether to withdraw it or not. "Ah, my eyes are gone. It's really peculiar." "Guess where will you go?" "Damn it. This body is a bit too weird." "Jungo. Burn that guy's body directly," Xianglin suggested. "But I don't know how to escape from fire." "Stupid. Blew him up for me with a detonating talisman." "Good idea." Hearing this, Zongo immediately escaped dozens of detonation charms from the ninja bag, threw them out, and directly wrapped Beiju's body into a sturdy body. "Ah, detonation talisman? This is not fun at all. It's really a brutal way of death." Beiju vomited. "I'm really sorry. I have to treat you this way," Shijigo said guiltily. "Sorry? I should say that to you guys, because..." After Beiju finished speaking, a pattern of reincarnating eyes suddenly appeared in his right eye. Shenluo dancing, with a soft drink, Zongwu and Xiangrong were bounced away instantly. Bang bang! Both of them were smashed into the rock wall, leaving a big hole. "Ah, it's really easy to use. But my body is weakened all of a sudden. I use it again, I'm afraid I won't even have a life. It's really scary," Beiju said playfully, but he showed a tired look. "Damn it, how could this guy use reincarnation eyes?" Shiji puzzled. "Then, the game between us is like this. I still have things to do. Goodbye." After Beiju finished speaking, he sank into the ground instantly. "Stop." Zongo drank in a low voice, but it was too late. "No, I was ran away by that guy," Chongo shouted. "Damn it. This is bad. I'm going to be scolded to death by Brother Kakashi." Xianglin looked worried. "Let's not talk about this." We hurried to catch up. "Maybe we can stop him." Hearing the words, Xianglin immediately got up and said, "Okay." The two ran away again. Xianglin locked Beiju's position and chased him. After the two left, a plain white figure appeared again. "All the personnel have already played, and it's almost time for the end of this big show." After Dashwin finished speaking, he left the cave and looked at the blood moon in the sky. "It's really beautiful moonlight. Who would have thought that there is such a wonderful body hidden on it?" Shimaru stretched out his right hand. Under the moonlight, he seemed to want to grab something, but in the end he didn't grab anything. Hee, the world of ninjas, it's really boring. Shimaru squeezed her fist sharply and disappeared into the moonlight. Chapter 737 Road to Whitewashing on the Battlefield. Madara looked at Kakashi in shock. What Kakashi knew seemed to far exceed his expectations. "Teacher Yinshai, I didn't expect you to be forced to do this." Madara smiled miserably, full of bitterness. "Mara, it's not that I forced you, but you have been forcing yourself. Since your brother died, you have been forcing yourself. The last thing you should give up is the bond between the pillars." "The pillars are right." "What is your relationship? I think you know better than me." After hearing this, Ban glanced at the space between the pillars in the distance. At this moment, his face was worried. Obviously, even now, Zhujin has always been concerned about Madara. "The friendship when you were young is the most sincere. You originally had a common idea, and it is about to be realized. But because of the stone monument, you changed your mind. Doesn't it feel absurd?" Kakashi said coldly. Madara lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. "Don't give up yet, Madara," Kakashi shouted in a low voice. "No, I can't be wrong. Stone tablets can't be wrong either." Madara shouted angrily, and the only remaining Kudeo turned into a black stick and galloped towards Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head, feeling helpless about Madara's obsession. Although I only taught Madara for a few days, Kakashi still knew quite a bit about Madara's character. He was a good man. He has his own dreams and his own ambitions, but step by step has embarked on such a path. It was originally the pressure of the family, but after Senna's death, it became a kind of obsession. Coupled with Hyde playing a ghost behind his back, It eventually evolved into this look. Madara's heart was already shaken at this time, but he didn't want to believe that his life's plan was such a ridiculous ending. Is everything deceptive? Madara didn't believe it. He wanted to create an unlimited monthly reading to see if this road to salvation was true. He believes that by that time, if it is fake, he has the ability to eliminate this hidden danger. But the premise of all this is that he can defeat Kakashi and gain the power to open unlimited monthly reading. Therefore, he decided to make the last fight. The remaining Kudai all attacked. Suddenly, the black rod of seeking Taoist jade turned into bursts of black light. Kakashi's gaze condensed, and his left eye turned again. Shinwai. The space fluctuations again. Kudai disappeared without a trace again. Kakashi, who possesses the eternal eye and the 6 ways of immortality, is so fast that he can use it even if he is seeking Doge Jade. Damn it, Susanoo. Madara drank softly, and the blue Susanoo Noshi appeared again. Having lost the Jade for seeking Taoism and the Tomb of the Wheel, Sasuo Nenu was his last support. It seems that you still have to convince Madagascar before you can reason with him, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. Teacher Yinchai, take it. The blue Susanoo drew out the double knives behind him, forming a cross, and slashing towards Kakashi. The knife has not yet arrived, and the wind has blown. The wind came in bursts, blowing Kakashi's imperial robe grinning. At this time, Kakashi didn't use Susanoo, but quietly watched the coming Susanoo. Thinking back to seeing this behemoth for the first time, Kakashi's heart was full of powerlessness. That level of combat power is far beyond what I can match. But now, seeing the more powerful Susanoo, Kakashi's heart has no waves. It's over, Madara, Kakashi whispered softly, and 3 Taoist jade appeared in front of him. Kudai constantly changed its shape, and finally turned into 3 long knives. With a light touch of the finger, the long knife whizzed away. Hammerlu sword technique. 3000 thunder dreams. The 3 long knives alternate in succession, and on the black knife body, there is still the black thunder. The speed of the 3 knives is getting faster and faster. And finally a tornado is set off. Wind and thunderstorm. A wind and thunder column slammed into Susanoo's long sword straightly. Boom. The wind and thunder roared, and in an instant, Sasuo's long knife shattered into 2 pieces. What? Madara exclaimed, and the next moment Fenglza ran into Sasuo no Hazama. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the force of the huge impact made Sasuo stop abruptly. Immediately there was only a click, and Sasuo was broken. The wind and thunder column shrank by half, but the remaining power was still there, and he rushed to Madara again. Call out. Where the thunder and wind pass, it is full of wind. Boom. Fenglza directly hit Madara's right chest. Oh. With a cry of pain, Ma spit out a mouthful of blood. Fenglza passed through Madara's right chest. The big wound of the fist appeared on Ma's right chest. The pillar of wind and thunder dissipated, and the 3 black long knives once again turned into a jade for seeking the truth, and flew out of Kakashi's back. The spot at this time has already been hit hard. Under the severe damage, Madara could not maintain its flying ability, and fell straight down. Seeing this between the pillars, he hurried away. The moment it fell to the ground, hug it. Spot whispered between the pillars. Ban opened his eyes slightly, and the familiar face in front of him gave him an illusion. It seemed to be back when he was young. Between the pillars. Seeing Madara still responding, a smile could not help appearing on Zajian's face. The 2 fell on the ground, and Kakashi appeared beside Madara. Miss Yinchai ... I lost. Madara said softly. There is not much unwillingness in the words, but a kind of relief. Kakashi's face was a little slow, and he whispered, Mara, it's not me who loses, it's yourself. You've been shaken, haven't you? I have taught you. The heart of a ninja must not be chaotic. Once you shake yourself, no matter how powerful it is, it can't be brought into play. Hearing this, Madara's face was bitter. Yeah, he was shaken. From the moment Kakashi first appeared, he was shaken. The road that was originally extremely firm is now full of doubts. Teacher Yinchai, what is going on with that lie you just told? Madara looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes, hoping to get an answer. Kakashi looked at Madara. At this time, there was no initial self-confidence in his eyes, and there was only a deep doubt in his eyes. I have to say that this kind of spot looks a bit pitiful. But in fact, Madara's life is more than pitiful. With a faint sigh, Kakashi whispered, Mara, the road to salvation called unlimited moon reading is just a lie. Now that you are willing to listen to me, there is nothing to tell you. All conspiracies must start with Haikyuu, which is what you think, the Haikyuu you created. After hearing this, Ban was taken aback, not understanding why Kakashi would say that. Haikyuu is an individual created by me using yin and yang to escape. It inherits my will. How can there be problems? So, since when did a voice in your mind tell you to break with the pillars? Chapter 738. Whitewash. Kakashi's words made Madara unable to help but fall into contemplation. He began to think about it. Yes, since when did I completely abandon Konoha and the friendship with Zujin completely? Was it because of the prejudice that Kaiane Zujin had against him that time? No. That's just a small cause. It's not that I don't know the prejudice against myself. That is something that has always existed. So, what is it for? I don't seem to know when it started, and an inexplicable voice echoed in my mind. And the content on the steel seems to be driving him down such a path. Is it an illusion? Madara thought about it at this time, and couldn't help but sweat. The original book says that Haikyuu has been influencing Madara's growth. But Haikyuu officially appeared and was created to supervise the soil when Madagascar was about to die. So how did it affect it before? Madara had always thought that he made such a decision because he saw the stone tablet. But now thinking about it, it seems that the moment he saw the stone tablet, his thoughts have changed drastically. The bond between the original and the pillar was destroyed by the stone monument. Do you want to understand? Kakashi whispered. It's really strange, but Haikyuu, how is it possible? Madara is still a little unbelievable. After all, Haikyuu was born in his hands, and how could it be someone else's thing? Haikyuu is the will of Datongma Huii, left over when Datongma Huii was sealed by the 6 immortals. Tuyes will. Ban was surprised. Kakashi nodded and said, yes. He has existed for much longer than you think. So he has enough time to find the steel is left by the 6 immortals and tamper with the contents. Unlimited monthly reading. In ancient times, it was just a forbidden technique that turned people into vain. Become Beige. Ban Wenyan was shocked again, seemingly unacceptable. That's the case. Infinite moon reading will extract all the chakras of everyone, and finally become Beige. And the completion of infinite moon reading will summon the Otsuki Kiguya who is sealed on the moon again, back to Earth. This is the purpose of Haikyuu. Madara and Zuma listened to Kakashi's story about the ins and outs of this incident with a shocked look on their faces. For them, every word Kakashi said was shocking enough, especially spots. If everything Kakashi said is true, then his whole life has been spent in the calculation of being hacked. Then what I did for? Madara looked at her hands, her eyes full of regret. These hands, how many things were planned, how much blood was stained. But in the end, it turned out to be a joke. What an irony this is. Kakashi and the three were talking, and no one noticed that the huge sacred tree had slowly stopped growing. It has returned to its normal form. Mara, it's not too late to understand that things haven't reached the worst-case scenario. Between the pillars put his hand on Madara's shoulder, and his face was full of smiles. Madara looked at the pillars and whispered softly, the pillars. Seeing that Madara had awakened, Kakashi couldn't help but relax. As long as Madara gave up the plan of unlimited monthly reading, he believed that with a black he should not be able to set off any storms. Things seem to be over here. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke ran over. Kakashi-sensei. Is the battle over? Naruto asked. Kakashi smiled and said, ah, it's over. Really? That's great. Sasuke also smiled with excitement on Naruto's face. What about the others? Kakashi asked. Naruto-sama and their injuries are quite serious, and chakra has almost consumed the ground. so they all rested in place. Brothers Ishui and brother stayed there to take care of them, Sasuke explained. Kakashi nodded and said no more. I want to come to Naruto and Sasuke also. After seeing the end of the battle here, they couldn't help but come over to see the situation. Kakashi-sensei, what should Madara do? Sasuke asked. Kakashi heard the words, looked at the spot that was making eye contact between the pillars, and said, take care of it later, just leave it to me. Now clean up the battlefield. The 4 wars are over. Okay. Kakashi was a little grateful to think that the 4th World War was over. Compared with the imagined battle, this kind of battle is much easier. At this time, a green figure galloped from a distance. Kakashi, with the rough voice and the youthful feeling, it was Kai who came here. K? Kakashi said in surprise. Kakashi, where is the enemy? I just defeated my opponent and hurried over. K said, looking around, looking for the enemy. Just looking at the ruins around me, I was a little surprised. How destructive is this to have such a scene? Kakashi smiled and said, K, you are late, the battle is over. Kaiwan Yan's face changed, and then he hugged his head and shouted, what? It's over. What about the enemy? What about the masked man? Have you been defeated by Kakashi? That's it, Teacher Thick Eyebrow, you are late. Teacher Kakashi has solved everything. Naruto smiled. How so? Kai was 360 degrees in despair, looking up to the sky and crying. Really worthy of being my eternal opponent. I didn't expect to solve the battle so quickly. Damn it, if I hadn't just been moved far away by those filthy reincarnated guys, I wouldn't have missed this battle. Kai looked regretful and seemed very regretful. Kakashi smiled. Fortunately, Kai is not there, otherwise, the 8-door dungeon might have already been used. When I came back, K was going to be cold. In any case, he at least avoided K's crippled end. In the distance, Yuang and others are recovering. It looks like the battle is indeed over. Tsunade whispered. Well, I didn't expect Kakashi to be so strong, so the next step is to find the Oshawan. Jai Lai also said, clenching his fists. He still has complicated emotions in his heart for his former opponent. It's really a difficult battle, but it's finally over. Shishui laughed. Itachi was not as optimistic as Shishui. Shishui, I don't think it is that simple. Huh? Why? Okaimayu. Shishui was taken aback when he heard the words, yes, Dashwin spent so much time helping to bring dirt and spots, but it hasn't shown up yet, which is really strange. No, it looks like I need to discuss it with Kakashi, Shishui said. At this moment, a black shadow slowly wriggled in the sacred tree. Chapter 739 Kazuya. Everything is over. All that is left is to release the tail beast and cut off the sacred tree. Kakashi finished speaking and looked at the seriously injured Madara. Everything is instructed by teacher Yinshai. Madara at this time seemed to have returned to his teenage years. The boy who respected Kakashi. Kakashi whispered, bruh, bear with it. There may be some pain. It's okay. Now there is no pain that can hurt me. Zujin said with some worry. Teacher Yinshai, if the tail beast is released, will that Madara die again? Kakashi shook his head and said, after releasing the 9-tailed beast, the outer golem is still in Madara's body. His life will not be exhausted, but he will be a little weak. So that's it. That's good. The pillars breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then, let's get started. Kakashi said. 5 blue flames emerged from his right hand. Fairy. 6 ways to unblock. Kakashi's right hand slammed against Madara's abdomen. What? Madara let out a muffled hum, and then a painful expression appeared on his face. The human column force is pulled out of the tail beast, and it will cause great pain to the body. Just like when Gaara was taken away to guard the crane, I wailed for 2 days. At this time, Kakashi released the 10 tails in Madara's body, and the pain was worse than that. Even someone with a disposition like Madara couldn't control the painful expression on his face. Almost, Kakashi secretly said in his heart that the chakra in his hand became even hotter. But at this moment, the divine tree that had been quiet and different suddenly moved. A vine unconsciously entangled Madara's body. What is this? There was some confusion between the pillars, but the next moment, the huge force directly pulled Ban over. Unblocking halfway through was also interrupted instantly. Kakashi was taken aback, and quickly looked over. I saw that Madara was actually attached to it by the sacred tree. A black substance appeared on the right half of the body, which directly wrapped it. Unexpectedly, there was such a mistake in the last step that our guy Kakashi didn't know where he came to know my plan, which is really amazing. However, it doesn't matter. The sacred tree has woken up. With the help of the sacred tree, enough for me to finish the next thing. Haiju's voice sounded, and Madara's body was directly controlled. It's you, Madara. I won't let everything end like this. After planning for so long, how can I fail in the end? You really teased me, Madara said angrily. It's too late to find out now. To blame you for pretentiousness. You designed the soil, I designed you. This is reincarnation. Ha ha ha. Damn it. I won't let you go. Madara wanted to explode the chakra in his body, but found that he couldn't move at all. What's the matter? Even if I'm injured, it's impossible to be completely unable to move, Madara said in shock. Mara, give up. I have Kaguya's consciousness. I don't have any other abilities. The ability to possess my body is still very good. Coupled with the power of the sacred tree behind me, even if it is the power of the ten-tailed person, you can't break free. Be a puppet obediently. Do not. Madara yelled, but it was of no avail. Under the influence of Haiju, Madara began to feel a little fuzzy in consciousness. Go to sleep, immerse yourself in your dreams and never wake up. Haiju's low and deep voice slowly penetrated Madara's ears, as if he was hypnotizing. At this moment, Haiju was taken aback. A silver-white thunderlight flew out where I entered the eyes. Xianfa, Xingting broken. Haiju hurriedly manipulated Madara's body and quickly stepped forward. Kakashi's right hand stabbed directly into the sacred tree. With a click, the sacred tree split in an instant. Fast speed. Hagai Kakashi, everything is too late. You can't stop me. Kakashi frowned, never expecting something like this to happen at the end. Just now, his perception completely covers the battlefield. Why didn't he touch Haiju's whereabouts? Have you always been hiding in the sacred tree, using the power of the sacred tree to block your perception? Now that I think about it, this is only possible. It seems that as the will of Kaguya, Haiju has the ability to mobilize part of the power of the sacred tree. Kakashi wanted to step forward again, but countless vines struck again. Shoo! Kakashi had no choice but to avoid the sound of the vines. For a while, Kakashi was completely unable to get away. Kakashi, I don't have time to play with you now, my mother can't wait. Haiju whispered, and immediately controlled Madara to fall on the ground. The sacred tree has been cut off by Kakashi, and the attack that can be used will soon disappear, so he must resurrect Kaguya as soon as possible. Baiju. As soon as the voice fell, Baiju's figure emerged from the ground. Here, I ran into a little trouble on the road. Haiju didn't speak so much. He took the reincarnation eye in Baiju's hand and pressed it on his left eye. A group of green light flashed, his left eye opened, and the reincarnation eye, which was full of circles, returned to its original shape. Very well, everything is ready, then. The last step is to begin. Haiju jumped up and appeared at the low end of the sacred tree. He placed one hand on the sacred tree and looked directly at the blood-red moon. Mother, show off your great power. I have been waiting for too many years. Called, the sacred tree was quickly sucked by the spot that Haiju possessed. On his forehead, something seemed to be cracking. Below, Kakashi's face changed when he saw it. Oops, I didn't expect this guy to move so quickly. It seems that I can only make final plans. Kakashi said. His hands knotted. Shadow clone technique. Boom. A shadow avatar appeared beside Kakashi, and then rushed directly to Naruto and Sasuke. And Kakashi rushed to the spot in the sky. Huh? Are you here? Haiju whispered. The sacred tree hadn't completely absorbed it yet, and the third eye hadn't been fully opened yet. He still couldn't move around casually. In that case, let the shadow play with you. After Haiju finished speaking, Samsara's eyes trembled slightly, and 4 invisible shadows appeared beside Madara. Wheel Tomb. After the eyes gathered, the shadow directly increased to 4. The moment the 4 shadows appeared, they greeted Kakashi. Kakashi's face sank, and the shadow of the 4 tombs was not easy to deal with. Xianfa, Thunder Threshold Edge Prison. The 4 shadow captains Kakashi surrounded the middle, and purple thunder light appeared in their hands. The thunder lights are connected to each other and become a square. This is not a joke. Kakashi's face was extremely dignified. If thunder done of this level was hit, he would at least be seriously injured. Said it was too late, and then soon, the 4 shadows moved. Chapter 740 Life and Death. The 4 shadows moved together, so fast that even Kakashi had to look sideways. Uguay floated. It was too late to hide. At the same time, Kakashi's hands burst into black thunder. Xianfa, Schwangki. The black thunder flickered in Kakashi's palm. The purple thunder light in Xiang's hands had already condensed at this time. The 4 shadows let go. The purple thunder quadrangle shrank quickly and attacked Kakashi. Turn the left eye, Shenwai. The 2 sides in front of him were directly distorted by space and disappeared. Then Kakashi immediately turned around. Ray-Che with both hands directly caught the purple thunder light. Boom. The collision between black thunder and purple thunder. Kakashi only felt that his hands were hot, and a scorching heat was spreading. What? With a soft drink, the black thunder was prosperous and directly caught the purple thunder. After the eyes were gathered, Madara's standing rose more than 1 step. Sure enough, whether it is the reincarnation eye or the writing round eye, the gap between one and the pair is still very large. Kakashi said, his eyes gathered again. On Haiju and Madara's body, the sacred tree was almost sucked, and the 3rd eye on Madara's forehead gradually opened. Is it too late? Kakashi whispered to himself, and the 4 phantoms next to him were about to move. Wanting to get closer, it seems that there is no hope anymore. It doesn't matter, even if there is only a little hope, we must work hard to the end. Kakashi said, rushing out again, but the 4 shadows also stopped him. The battle continues. On the other side, after Haiju went up, Xiangrin and Shijio finally caught up with Beiju. King Kong blocked. The golden chain once again fettered Beiju. Xianglin rushed up with a punch. Boom. Ah! The eyes of reincarnation. Xianglin said, pinching Beiju's neck. You are late. Look, where are you? Beiju said, pointing to the spot in the sky. In that right eye, there is already a reincarnation eye. Xianglin was startled and said angrily, damn it. Is it still too late? Zhongwu's face was solemn, and he said, this is bad, and the situation of the battle has instantly become extremely unfavorable. Jungo, what shall we do? Xianglin said nervously. There is no way. Now I can only rely on teacher Kakashi. Hearing this, Xiangrong looked worriedly at the battle in the sky. Here, Kakashi's shadow clone also fell by the side of Zuma and Naruto. Teacher Yinchai, what's going on? Zhujian hurriedly asked. Haiju used the power of the sacred tree to manipulate Madara, and the body is still working hard to try to rescue Madara. But from the current situation, it is somewhat difficult. Therefore, we must prepare for the worst. The worst plan? Teacher Kakashi, what are we going to do? Sasuke asked. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke and said, Naruto, Sasuke, remember what I told you before? Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other after hearing this, knowing that the moment Kakashi had originally said had arrived. Ms. Kakashi, we know, you said that the final battle still requires our efforts. Naruto said. Yes. Now is the last battle. Haiju's purpose is to resurrect Datongama Kaguya. Looking at the current situation, I am afraid it is difficult to stop it. With our strength, it is impossible to defeat Kaguya. So, more needs to be done. Strong force. Kakashi Sensei, you mean, Naruto and I have such power? Sasuke asked. Yes. But I don't have time to explain it to you for the time being, Naruto. I'll give you something first. As Kakashi said, a red chakra emerged from his right hand, directly pressing on Naruto's abdomen. This is Yo's chakra? Naruto reacted instantly. Yes, This is the only tail beast chakra you lack now. After you have these, your conditions will be fulfilled. Now, I will put you in a state of suspended animation. At that time, you will gain powerful power. How about will you trust me? Kakashi looked at Naruto, then at Sasuke, and asked in a low voice. Both of them said without hesitation, "Teacher Kakashi, come on." Kakashi heard that, without support. Thunder flashed from both hands at the same time, and it hit the hearts of the two. With a bang, the two fell into a coma at the same time. Kakashi moved his hands and placed the two on the ground. Unexpectedly, I have reached this point. I just hope that there will be no more problems in the future, Kakashi murmured. At this time, the pillar on the side couldn't help but said, I can't help but think of the time I spent with Jintoki Teacher and Madara at the riverside when I saw them. The two of them are like Madara and me. Same. Kakashi sighed when he heard the words, and said, it's just another reincarnation of fate. Between the pillars, you should have felt it during your lifetime. You have a different chakra in your body. Hearing this, the pillars nodded slightly and said, it is true. I thought it was my own chakra, but when I was dying, I realized that the chakra seemed to belong to someone else. I knew then, maybe mine life does not belong to me alone. You and Madara are the same. The fate of others has been imposed for you. I don't know whether it is luck or misfortune. It's just that this kind of reincarnation is completely eliminated in the generation of Naruto and Sasuke. They don't need to be for generations confronted. They are very lucky to be taught by teacher Yinchai since they were young. Unlike me and Madara, they have only had a relationship with teacher Yinchai for a few months. Zujian said with emotion. Kakashi looked at the pillars and smiled and said, the pillars, in fact, when I accepted you as disciples, I was only on a whim. After all, your name is very loud. To be honest, I was not qualified to teach you at the time. The pillars shook his head and said, not so. The things teacher Yinchai taught me will benefit me for life. No matter what reason you accepted me, I am grateful to you. I believe that Madara is the same idea. Kakashi was a little surprised when he heard this, but did not expect that his unintentional act at the beginning was so grateful to Zujian. Originally thought Madara and Zuma would be very annoyed at their act of accepting disciples after they knew their true identity. But neither Madara nor Zuma seemed to care about this matter. In their hearts, Kakashi is Kakashi, and Yinchai teacher is Yinchai teacher. The two do not conflict. It is my luck to have disciples like you. Kakashi smiled. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke also entered a strange place. Where is this? Naruto whispered to himself, and then saw a strange old man in front of him. Chapter 741 Manual Recharge. The white robe was embroidered with black jade, and the long beard hung on his chin. The eyes are reincarnation eyes, and red mark appeared on the forehead. The fairy tin stick stood beside him. 9 jade for seeking Taoism underneath him, sitting cross-legged in the air. It looks a bit like a fairy tale. Naruto looked at the person in front of him, somewhat surprised. Who are you? Where is this place? This is your consciousness, where the original 9 tails were. A majestic voice came from the population. Naruto looked round after hearing this. No wonder he felt familiar. It's just that Kyuubi doesn't seem to be here. Where is the 9 Lama? Naruto asked. I'll talk about this later. Let's talk about the things between us first. At this time, Naruto also remembered the business, and at the same time saw clearly the appearance of the person in front of him. Ah, you have the eyes of reincarnation, and Kakashi teacher and Madara's jade for seeking the truth. Are you the 6 immortals that Kakashi teacher said before? That old man who will give someone a gift? Naruto exclaimed. The face of the 6 immortals changed slightly upon hearing this. The old man who would give someone a hangover? What is this called? How did that guy tell you? The 6 immortals were speechless. Let me think about it. Before, Mr. Kakashi said that the power of me and Sasuke will be used in the last battle. but he didn't directly say how to use it. It's just that we will meet an old man who is going to hang out. Could it be you, is it? Strange grandfather, Naruto said expectantly. The six immortals' complexions twitched. On the other side, Sasuke also got the same answer as Naruto. This kind of statement made Ludoxian feel as if he had hit an arrow in his knee. Ha ha ha, isn't Jiki Kakashi? He is really a humorous guy. Ludo Immortal said with a dry smile. Is Teacher Kakashi humorous? Why don't I think? Naruto touched his chin, showing a pensive look, and then still didn't think of where Kakashi's humor was. The sixth Tao Immortal continued. It seems that Kakashi Hagai already knows why I am here. That is, there is nothing that Teacher Kakashi doesn't know, Naruto said triumphantly, as if he was being praised. The six immortals showed a thoughtful look. The first time I noticed Kakashi was in the box of bliss. It is the first time that the six Tao immortals have seen people without the power of their own bloodline actually possess that powerful power. When handing over the Kakashi yin-yang escape secret technique, the six Tao immortals only felt that the future of this person was limitless. But I didn't expect that in this short period of time, it would be possible to condense into 9 Taoist Jade and reach the peak of Taoist Jade. This kind of strength is no longer inferior to the strength of 10-tailed people. Just want to deal with Datongma Huai. There are still some gaps, but Kakashi would know of his existence, which is a bit strange. It seems that more than 10 years ago, it was not an illusion to sense that an outsider was intervening in this world. Someone really came in. Is it this Kakashi Hagai, or is there someone else intervening? Liu Dao said in his heart. From the current situation, things seem to be true. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone to know that he would appear in the consciousness of Naruto and Sasuke in this way. I just hope that the stability of this world will not be destroyed. Looking at the current situation, this person does not seem to be radical. There should be nothing wrong with this. Besides, Liu Dao thought in his heart, and couldn't help looking at Naruto and Sasuke. When talking about Kakashi, both eyes were full of reverence. It seems that the reincarnation of his two sons has been subdued in Kakashi's hands. Not only that, but even the reincarnated in the previous life also respected him incomparably. Being a person and strength are the best choices. With such a person in the shinobi world, he might do better than himself. The Liu Dao Immortal sighed, and then said, although I don't like the title of Gang Hang Old Man, it is not much different from the facts. But before that, there are some things that I need to explain to you. Later I can entrust it to you. When the six immortals finished speaking, they began to tell a lot of stories about Datongma Huai, Indra, and Azura. He didn't care whether Naruto and Sasuke wanted to listen. He couldn't stand it anyway. He just started talking on his own. Adhering to Professor Kakashi's traditional virtues of respecting the old and loving the young, both Naruto and Sasuke listened carefully to the old man's nagging. The two people here are recharging manually, and the outside world has once again undergone tremendous changes. At the five shadows, the change in the sky also made them uneasy. What's the matter? Isn't the battle over? Why did Madara act again? Gaara surprised. Zishui narrowed his eyes, as if he could clearly see the form in the sky. Half of Madara's body is controlled by Haju. Looking at Madara's appearance, it seems quite reluctant. It seems that the worst thing has happened. Haju has controlled Madara and wants to continue his unlimited monthly reading plan. What a mess. Tsunade said anxiously, but as soon as she moved, her tired body had no strength to support her to continue fighting. Tsunade almost fell, and Jiraiya quickly helped him. Tsunade, don't worry, your current state is useless even if it passes. We can no longer intervene in that level of battle. Jiraiya also said. But Kakashi went up, Zishui whispered. Kakashi seemed to be stopped by an invisible enemy, unable to move forward, and was even passively defending. Tsuyumi looked at Kakashi in the sky, worried. But that kind of height had already exceeded her ninjutsu range, and she couldn't even provide assistance. What's more, Now she has no more chakras to act. What we can do now is to wait and see here, Onoki said unwillingly. But that's the way it is. When the battle scene develops into a fight with gods, these ninjas in the conventional sense cannot provide much help at all. Itachi's contemplative expression whispered, I don't know what happened to Sasuke. Kakashi should have a plan. Let's wait and see, Shisui said. Itachi nodded slightly. And now it can only be so. At this moment, a plain white figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. In the sky, Kakashi controlled the Jade of Kudao to collide with the shadow of the four-wheeled tomb. Hyde had already completed the absorption of the sacred tree at this time. The huge sacred tree disappeared without a trace, and Madara's forehead also gave birth to a red eye. 9 Jade reincarnation finally succeeded. Then, there is only one last step left. Hyde sneered. Seeing this, Kakashi looked over, and when he saw the eyes on Madara's forehead, his heart sank. Chapter 742 Ding. Orochimaru. Seeing the slightly different Dash-1 in front of them, both Shisui and Itachi increased their vigilance. If Kakashi's analysis is not wrong, the current Dash-1 is definitely not comparable to before. Really embarrassed, Itachi. Orochimaru looked at Itachi with a playful smile on his face. Itachi still didn't answer, but Shisui said, Orochimaru, you are finally willing to come out. Shisui, looking at you, it seems that you are looking forward to meeting me. Orochimaru smiled. Shisui frowned and said, Oshwan, what do you want to do? It won't do any good for you to get things into this situation. You will not be spared even after unlimited months of reading. Don't you think this is a very interesting thing? Daishiwan said, sticking out his long tongue, licking his tongue, as if he had found some interesting prey. Interesting? Shisui was taken aback, but he didn't expect Dash-1's reason to be so simple. You still look so boring, Itachi said. Itachi, you only set your sights between the village and the family. It's too narrow. At this moment, an iron fist hit the pale face of Daishiwan. Boom. With a muffled sound, Daishimaru gently stretched out his right hand and received this powerful punch. Chilia, I haven't seen it for many years. It's not a good habit to attack as soon as I come up, Daishimaru said with a smile, and then released Jilia's fist. Jili also retreated 3 steps in a row to stabilize his pace. Oshmaru, Jilia said angrily. It's still the quarrelsome temperament. I don't know if it's over half 100 years old. Oshimaru shook his head, seemingly helpless to Jili. Oshimaru, what do you want to do? Help such people destroy the world. Destroy the world? It's a good choice. Oshimaru laughed. Asshole, answer my question. Daishiwan looked at Jiraiya, her golden pupils showed a faint blue. Chilia, you never know me, whether it's the past or the present. What you and I see is completely different. What about this world? Is it really that important? Daishiwan said lightly. It seemed that it wasn't the survival of a world, but the little things like whether you would eat steamed buns at noon. Jili was also taken aback. He really didn't understand what Dashwin wanted to do. I don't understand what he has been pursuing. It's just that Oshmaru's actions, in Jilia's view, are all methods of exterminating humanity. Whether it is a human experiment or a forbidden technique such as rebirth from the dirty soil, that is not something that a normal person's 3 views can accept. And Xyli's 3 views in this regard are positive and cannot be more positive. He found that he loved Konoha in his heart, so he didn't want Konoha to be damaged in the hands of Dashimaru. On the other hand, Dashimaru is Jiraiya's best friend once, and the feeling of seeing his best friend embark on a path of evil is not understandable by ordinary people. If you want to save, you can't save. If you want to kill, you can't kill. This is the helplessness. Orochimaru. Jili also muttered to himself, clenching his fists, as if a suffocated force was stuffed in his chest, but he couldn't spit it out. Orochimaru, what do you want to do when you come here now? Tsunade also walked over at this time, and said puzzledly. Daishimaru has been hiding in the dark, but it appeared at this last moment, which was indeed a bit weird. Tsunade didn't believe that Madara, which was controlled by Kazuki, would even care about the ally of Oshimaru. I am afraid that in their hearts, the Oshimaru was abandoned long ago. The seeds have already been planted, and now they blossom and bear fruit. I naturally come to receive the fruits that belong to me. Fruit? Tsunade wondered. Hee, look at the blood moon in the sky. How wonderful it is. That is the most powerful force in the ninja world. Oshimaru pointed to the blood red moon in the sky, and the jade pattern of 9 hooks gradually emerged. Eye of the moon? Jai also muttered. Yes, that is the eye of the moon. When Kurojutsu controls the patch to make the last seal, infinite moon reading will start. At that time, the legendary ancestor of the ninja world, Otsuki Kiguya, will appear. That has chakra first power, and the flesh that does not belong to the earth. Speaking of this, Oshimaru couldn't help licking his lips, looking very excited. Everyone did not understand. Regarding the matter of Datongma Huai, apart from Shishui who heard Kakashi said something, the rest of the people had no such impression at all in their minds. What are you talking about? Jiraiya also whispered. Oshimaru shook his head and said, Jiraiya, I said, you don't understand me. If there is anyone in this world who can understand me, it's probably Kakashi. Jiraiya heard this but was taken aback. Kakashi would understand Oshimaru? How can that be? Oshimaru's gaze swept across Tsunade and Jiraiya, and smiled. Jiraiya, with Tsunade, I also received the blessing of one. There should be no regrets in your life, right? Oshimaru's sudden questioning made the two of them look dumbfounded. This is not the time to talk about this. At this moment, Oshimaru's gaze moved aside, and he whispered softly, Master Sarutobi is here too? Today is really a day of reunion. The third generation of Hokage in a black shirt fell beside Jiraiya and Tsunade. In his hand, he held the ape demon who had become a King Kong wishful stick. Oshimaru, I didn't expect you to have fallen to this level. The third generation of Hokage said angrily. Oshimaru chuckled softly when he heard the words, and said, Teacher Sarutobi, you still look like this. If you are old, your thinking will become rigid. But these are not important. Oshimaru looked at the blood moon in the sky and whispered, everything will end in consciousness. After Naruto and Sasuke listened to a bunch of words of the 6 immortals, they said in their hearts that the story was not exciting at all. The 6 Tao immortals didn't know what the two of them were thinking now. He just asked, so, if it were you, what would you want to do after gaining power? In different consciousness, Naruto and Sasuke made the same answer. Like teacher Kakashi, I will choose to protect my companion. The 6 immortals laughed and said, is the fate of the reincarnation of the last life finally over in the first life? Hammer Kakashi is indeed an amazing guy. Then, my mother Huai, please also give it to you, said the 6 immortals, passing their power to Naruto and Sasuke respectively. Invisible, there seemed to be a voice rang in the ears of Naruto and Sasuke. Ding, the recharge is successful. Your plug-in has arrived. Please check. Chapter 743 6 Ways and 9 Tails. Naruto clenched his fists. His eyes showed a cross pattern, but there was no orange eye shadow. 6 modes. This feeling seems to change everything. Naruto looked at his hands with an incredible expression. This is what Kakashi teacher said. The effect after the recharge is opened? Naruto murmured. 6 immortals. On the other side, Sasuke's left eye took on the shape of a 6-go jade reincarnation eye, but his right eye did not change. It's a powerful force, and Naruto must have gained similar power. No wonder Mr. Kakashi said that Naruto and I will play a huge role in the final battlefield. The strength of this force is almost the same as that of Kakashi before. What the teacher showed is almost the same. Sasuke looked at his left hand, where there was a moon pattern. Naruto looked at his right hand, which was a pattern of day. I have entrusted the power to you. Only when your hands with the power of yin and yang also touch the enemy, can you use the strongest sealing technique and explode the stars. Then, the future of the shinobi world will also be entrusted. Here you are. Naruto squeezed his right hand and said with a smile, don't worry, Grandpa. Kakashi-sensei, me and Sasuke will definitely stop the last enemy. Sasuke on the other side also said, I won't let her destroy everything I cherish. The six immortals nodded in satisfaction, then waved gently, and the figures of Sasuke and Naruto disappeared where they were. At this moment, a red sharp claw appeared in front of the six immortals. Old man, you really are not dead yet. Fiery red hair, looks fiercely fierce. The six immortals smiled at the corners of their mouths, slowly turned around, and looked at the huge monster that appeared. Nine Lama, I haven't seen you for a long time. You have grown up and become different from before. Liu Dao Immortal smiled. Cut, you have disappeared for thousands of years, how can I be the same? Nine Tails said in a complicated tone. Hee, but I think you looked a little cuter when you were a kid. Now you look a bit vicious, old man. Nine Lama said angrily. Ha ha ha, don't care. This is just an objective evaluation. Liu Dao Immortal smiled. Nine Tails snorted coldly, with an arrogant look. But when I think back to myself when I was a child, it seems that I am much more adorable than I am now. No, I am the head of the 9 big-tailed beasts. What do you want to be cute? This is how it fits my personal setting. Well, no, it's the beast setting, old man. Where did you go? If you didn't die, why did you let us out? Kyuubi asked puzzledly. It's not very good. You have found your satisfied partners, have you? Whether it's Shu, the bull ghost, or you, it's the same. Kyuubi was taken aback for a moment, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. The six Tao Immortals continued, speaking of which, in this world, I am indeed dead. What you see now is nothing but my chakra. In this world? See what you mean. Did you go somewhere else? Nine Tails asked in a low voice. That's the case, but I don't worry about my 2 sons. So I left this chakra. I didn't expect it to come in handy. I didn't expect that the mother left the black jewel before being sealed. Do you think that with the power you gave Naruto and Sasuke, it is enough to deal with Otsuki Truya? You know, she in a complete state, even you, is difficult to deal with. Caillou worried. Hee, don't worry. The power of the sealing technique I gave them is enough to seal the mother. What is lacking is just an opportunity. I'm afraid they won't even have a chance. Don't worry about this. That Strongest Kakashi possesses such wisdom. Moreover, his strength is just a pair of eyes short of the former me. Liu Dao Immortal said thoughtfully. Nine Tails was taken aback, remembering the combat power Kakashi had shown before. That man seems to know a lot of things. Kyuubi said. Yes, I know a lot. His existence was not originally like this. It seems that someone has intervened. Six Tao Immortal said solemnly. Kyuubi was a little puzzled when he heard the words, and said, someone intervened? What do you mean? The six Tao Immortals shook his head and said, you don't need to know these. The fighting outside is still going on. Go and help Naruto. If you need more words, let's talk about it after the battle. Seeing that the six immortals had issued an order to chase away their guests, Nine Tails snorted and didn't ask any more. What a boring old man. Kyuubi finished speaking and left here. The fight outside really needed his help, and he couldn't stay here for long. Seeing Juwei leave, Liu Dao Immortal's gaze became a bit distant. Who would it be, that mysterious power? But it doesn't seem to be malicious. Although it doesn't feel obvious, but that power is far above me. Liu Dao Immortal whispered. The sky was drowsy and the bright moon was blood-red. In the village far from the battlefield, a person silently looked at the full moon in the sky. Has it reached this point? It seems the time is over. Kakashi, I don't know if you find it pleasant. The middle-aged uncle squinted his face with a smile. Dad, what are you doing? Uncle Chenpu Kanza-da, standing in front of the store, asked curiously. Chenpu, it's nothing. I just think the moonlight is good tonight, so come out and have a look. Chenpu came out after hearing the words, and looked at it as well. Hey, it's weird. Why is the moon red? Chenpu said in doubt. The red moon is beautiful, isn't it? The uncle Beta laughed. It's really beautiful, but it feels a little gloomy. Is it gloomy? The world is gloomy. Okay, Calamus, let's go in. The night is getting dark and it's time to go to bed. I have to get up early to make ramen noodles tomorrow. Yes, Dad. I'm going to rest now. Okay. He nodded his head and watched the Calamus leave. Suddenly, His hand yelled, "By the way, Shinku, okay?" Shinku turned his head and asked in confusion, "Do you have a boy you like?" Shinku blushed when he heard this, and said, "Dad, I am only 21 years old, and there is no one I like." "Haha, are you? I thought there are so many outstanding young people in the village, and there will definitely be someone you like," Sue said with a smile. "No. Those ninjas fighting and killing are really noisy. I still want to find a man who can accompany me to make ramen in peace." Aim said longingly. "That's it. I'm afraid that you have to change the world." Shaodai said distressedly. "Dad, what are you talking about?" "It's nothing. Rest early." Sue chuckles. Chapter 744 Unlimited Monthly Reading and Transfer. The blood moon is empty. It seems to be a foregone conclusion. Whispered between the pillars. Kakashi's shadow clone was still beside the pillar. His face was ugly. Kai said to the side, "Kakashi, is this illusion really irresistible?" Kakashi shook his head and said, "Infinite moon reading. Project the eye of the moon on the moon, and use the moon's light to illuminate the earth. Anyone who is illuminated by the moon will fall into an infinite dream. It's the same in the house. Unless there is a pair of good eyes to resist. The level of these eyes is at least the reincarnation eye, even the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. If this is the case, we might as well blow up the moon," Kai said passionately. Kakashi looked at Kai helplessly when he heard the words, and vomited. "Kai, do you think you are immortal, turtle?" "Turtle immortal? What is that?" Kai doubted. "A bald-headed wretched old pervert." "It's too much, Kakashi. How can you say that to me?" "Well, just kidding. Do you say that? Is there a way to blow up the moon?" Kakashi wondered. "I don't know, but the moon doesn't look big. If I can bring the distance closer, I can give it a try," Kai said seriously. Kakashi looked at whether you were teasing me and said, "Kai, the moon is not as small as you saw it. Compared to the meteorite summoned by Madara, it is many times larger." "Really? There is no way," Kai Wenyan said dejectedly. "Teacher Yinchai, Haiju is about to succeed. What should we do?" asked Zujian. "Between the pillars, the infinite moon reading is terrifying, but it will not affect you who are reincarnated from the filthy soil. You may need your strength to fight against Hui. Teacher, please. For now, what we can do is to protect Naruto and Sasuke first. If Otsuki Teruya really resurrects, maybe only they can deal with it," Kakashi solemnly said. Looking at the two people who were still in a coma, Zujian nodded. In the sky, Kakashi stared at Haiju with an ugly expression. "The moon eye on that forehead has already taken shape. Did you still make use successfully cause with Erlangchen?" The wheel tomb beside him also reached the time of activity, and once again overlapped with Madara's figure. Ha ha, Kakashi, you still lost. Even if you know everything, you can't change the ending. As early as 10 years ago, all this was doomed. Haiju sneered. Kakashi ignored it, but looked at the other half of Madara's body. He looked very painful, but he couldn't get rid of it. "After planning for so many years, I can finally realize my dream." Unlimited monthly reading. Haiju manipulated Mottle to make the last handprint, and the blood-red moon emitted a terrifying light. Cassie's face changed, and she dodges quickly. "If the light shines, I am afraid the battle will really be over." At this time, Sasuke and Naruto had also woke up. "Ms. Kakashi, we succeeded," Naruto said excitedly. It's just that Kakashi's shadow clone was too late to be happy, and saw the dazzling light of the blood moon. With a scream, Kakashi appeared beside the shadow clone, and the shadow clone disappeared. Sasuke, Kurozu launched an unlimited monthly reading, using Susanoo to protect us, Kakashi said directly. Yes. Sasuke touched his left eye. His pupil power spread for a while, and then the purple Susanoo appeared, spread his wings, and blocked everyone. Under the wings, Naruto said anxiously, "Mr. Kakashi, what about the others?" "Don't worry, they and I already have arrangements," Kakashi said. "Already arranged?" Naruto asked in surprise. "Okay." Kakashi nodded. "Teacher Yinchai, didn't you say that only the eyes of the reincarnation eye level and above can resist the infinite moon reading? How can other people be okay?" Jianzu asked. There is another way to resist unlimited monthly reading. What is it? Space ninjutsu. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words, and then they were stunned. Indeed, no matter how powerful the unlimited monthly reading is, it is impossible to travel directly through space. Kakashi Sensei, are you letting Sasuke surprised? Yes. That's why I haven't let him out. Kakashi smiled. Under the moonlight, Oshimaru quietly looked at the scene in front of her. In his eyes, the light of infinite moon reading didn't seem to have any effect. This moonlight is really beautiful. Is the unlimited monthly reading activated? Oops, Shisui said in surprise. It looks like Senior Kakashi still failed. Itachi whispered. Damn it. Itachi, let's go and take a look. It is good. At this moment, behind Shisui and Itachi, a pair of hands appeared, pressing them on their shoulders. Who? Shisui said in surprise. Don't move, it's me. The hoarse voice sounded, making Shisui stunned for a moment. Bring soil? Itachi asked in surprise. Unlimited monthly reading has been launched. You can't resist it. Come in with me. After bringing the soil, the two gave up their resistance. The spatial fluctuation flashed, and the two disappeared. Oshimaru watched the two disappear, and said with a chuckle, that's it, Kakashi really thinks well. Tsunade and Jiraiya were also taken aback when they saw this. They didn't understand what was going on. What's going on? Jiraiya asked puzzledly. Daishiwan smiled upon seeing this. Jiraiya, you are still the same stupid as expected. Look behind you. Jiraiya and Tsunade turned their heads when they heard this, and saw that the original four shadows disappeared, leaving only the water gate beside Jiraiya. Where are they? Jiraiya asked in confusion. They were all transferred to the divine power space by the soil. Presumably Kakashi wanted to use the power of the divine power space to save these people. Oshimaru explained. As soon as Oshimaru's voice fell, Otodo appeared next to Tsunade and Jiraiya again. Only the two of you are left. While taking soil talked, he wanted to take Jiraiya and Tsunade away. Wait a minute. Jiraiya also called out suddenly. Bringing the soil took a look at Jiraiya, ignored them, grabbed the two of them, and left the place. Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had consumed too much, couldn't resist the power of the earth at all. There were so many less people watching the game all of a sudden, but it doesn't matter. Prachanam, don't you come and have a look with me? Daishiwan said with a smile, then glanced at the blood moon in the sky, and walked over slowly. It doesn't seem to care whether the Watergate follows. Watergate thought for a while, but followed. In the divine space, Ado and Tsunade also appeared again. Asshole, didn't I ask you to wait a minute? Go and bring in that fellow Oshimaru. I have something to tell him. Jiraiya also excitedly said. If you have anything, let's wait until after the war. You just stay here first. Daito said lightly. Jiraiya was also taken aback, and then looked behind him. All are people. Chapter 745 Atonement in the Divine Space. The crowd is overcrowded right now. Hundreds of ninjas gathered in the divine space. These are the elite members of the major ninja villages. As for the other ninjas, there is powerlessness to bring soil. After all, that was an army of 80,000 ninja world. Even if some ninjas died in battle, there were at least 60,000 people who were just on the battlefield. Titus said that if these people are transferred in, I am afraid that it hasn't been completed yet, and he will first receive the lunch. Jiraiya's body is exactly the shadows that have quietly disappeared before. Bring soil, what did you bring us in? Shisui asked. Unlimited monthly reading has been launched. If you are still in the original place, you will all become the nourishment of the sacred tree. Here, at least it is safe. Daito said lightly. You have been doing these things since you just disappeared. Tsunade asked in surprise. What a terrible workload this is. Brought the soil and nodded. If he hadn't just gained new strength, he might have died of exhaustion if he brought these people in. There are three purposes for Kakashi to let Daito do this. One is to preserve vitality for the ninja world. If they fail, these people might be able to perform miracles. The second is because the unlimited monthly reading will absorb the chakras of those who are recruited. The total number of chakras of hundreds of people is definitely not a small number. Bringing them in is also a way of weakening the big Tongma Hui who is about to be resurrected. The third and most important point, that is the atonement for the crime of bringing soil. In any case, the Ninja World War was provoked by the soil. Now although he is awakened, but the crime has been put down. Therefore, what he has to do is to atone for his sins. If you don't want to live sneakily in the second half of your life, you must get forgiveness from the major Shinobu villages. At this time, bringing the soil to save the backbone of the major ninja villages. This kind of favor, they must also want, and they must not want it. With this kind of favor, Kakashi will be able to fight for the rights and interests of the land in the future. No matter how bad, you can get the same treatment as the original Sasuke. Kakashi still has confidence in this negotiating ability. This is also the consensus reached by Kakashi and Daito in the Shinwai space. Of course, Kakashi didn't expect to get this far. It would be best if you could directly prevent unlimited monthly reading, but Kakashi knew that things would not be that simple. Therefore, there is no problem with this arrangement. After listening to Shishui and Itachi, they understood the meaning of the practice of bringing soil, and also understood the profound meaning of Kakashi. Suddenly, I thought of this. It really is Kakashi. Uchiha brought the soil, although you saved us, but this war cannot be separated from you. Don't expect me to be grateful to you. The fourth generation Reikage said angrily. It doesn't matter, I just do what I should do. After bringing the soil, he stopped paying attention to the fourth generation of raking. He is now a little worried about Kakashi's situation. It's just that Kakashi said before, don't go out for now, at least wait a few minutes. There is a limit to the time of unlimited monthly reading. After the initial period of time, the moonlight disappeared. Is that Oshimaru okay? Jiraiya also worried. Master Jiraiya, listening to Kakashi's statement, I am afraid that Oshimaru had previously captured Hyuga Tiger's white eyes, and has already gained eyes no less than reincarnation eyes. He has such confidence. I am afraid that nothing will happen. Now it is more important. The question is, what exactly does he want to do? Shishui said. Jiraiya's face sank after hearing this. He still didn't understand Dashimaru's thoughts. To provoke such a character, what is the picture of Oshimaru? What is Kakashi's Nya going to do next? Itachi asked. Let's watch the changes. When we need help, we will move again. Titus said calmly. Shishui and Itachi glanced at each other, and they seemed to have nothing more to do with their eyes. Not far away, Hinata said in a low voice, Brother Ninksai, Naruto and the others are still outside. There will be nothing wrong, right? Hinata. The only thing we can do now is to believe them. Kakashi's armor is still with them, and I believe that no matter how strong the enemy is, he should be able to deal with it. Yes, Hinata, Teacher Kai is also outside. And Teacher Kai is very strong. Xiaoli on the side said excitedly. Hinata nodded when he heard the words, and looked up at the sky that didn't exist. Naruto-san, you must return safely. Sakura looked around, feeling a little lost. She was the only one in Class 7 who was not on the battlefield. Sure enough, I still miss them too much. Sakura muttered to herself. Even for so many years, she has been working hard, hoping to be the shoulder of Naruto and Sasuke. But unfortunately, the speed of her improvement is really incomparable to those two. Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi Sensei, the future of Ninja World is up to you. In the Divine Power space, everyone looks different. But everyone prayed for the final victory. Outside, Haiju controlled Madara to land on the ground. Seeing that huge Suzuo Nenu protect everyone, I was a little surprised. Nasusano can actually resist the infinite moon reading? How is it possible? What kind of strong pupil power is needed for this? Susanoo withdrew, revealing the people inside. Kira's gaze was fixed on Sasuke's body. Such eyes. I didn't expect that Sasuke Uchiha could do this step. What just happened? Is it over? The moonlight of unlimited monthly reading whispered between the pillars. It seems so. Don't worry about the unlimited monthly reading coming again for the time being. Kakashi said. Everyone's gaze fell on the body of Black Spot. You black guy, look at the good things you do, Naruto said angrily. Hijabun looked at Naruto with a little surprise, but after such a short time, the power of this little yellow man actually increased so much. This feeling is Ui's power. It seems that I must resurrect my mother as soon as possible, Hijabun secretly said in his heart, and immediately made a mark on his hands. God. The tree world has come. Huge trees appear all over the world, binding all those who have been in the limitless moon reading on them. Yes, this is the feeling of chakras skyrocketing. Black Spot exclaimed excitedly, and then his body began to swell. No, Hyde has done it, Kakashi shouted in a low voice. Never let him succeed so easily. As he spoke between the pillars, his hands sealed, wouldn't escape. The technique of the wooden dragon. A huge wooden dragon emerged from behind Eugene and galloped towards the black spot. The swollen black spot could not move at all at this time. Damn it. Damn you done. The wooden dragon wrapped around the swollen black spot, and immediately absorbed a lot of chakras between the pillars. At this time, Madara seemed to be slightly awake. Do it. Kakashi let out a low drink, and everyone moved. Chapter 746. Otsuki Kagayu Mulong's suppression caused Haiju's expansion speed to instantly slow down. Kai went up and opened 7 doors directly. Day Tiger. The white tiger head shot out from Kai's fist and headed towards the black spot. Naruto and Sasuke join forces again. Xianfa. Wind escape. Spiral shuriken. Yan done. Add fate. Combined ninjutsu. Shakudan. Takaru High 8 Jet Black Arrow 0. The black flame instantly drowned the black spot. Did you succeed? Whispered between the pillars. Kakashi frowned slightly and his left eye kept turning. The black flame kept burning on the expanding black spot. But after a while, it magically disappeared. It's a bunch of troublesome guys, but you can't stop me. Haiju let out a low drink, and the wooden dragon entwined with him was instantly freed by him. A crack also appeared on the wooden dragon. No, chakra is too much. The wood dragon technique has reached its limit. Without Mulong's suppression, Haiju's expansion speed was even faster. Is it not working anymore? Kakashi secretly asked in his heart. Madara's expression looked a little bit painful. Looking at Kakashi and Eugene not far away, there was unspeakable reluctance in her eyes. I originally had a lot of things. It's a pity that they were all abandoned by me. Now that I end up with this, it's probably a retribution. Remorse rose in Madara's heart. Many people are always able to see themselves clearly when they are facing death. What? Madara let out a scream. His body swelled even bigger. Spot shouted between the pillars, and his hands were sealed again. Xianfa, Mingshenman, Shu, the red Dorai fell madly, but they were all bounced away by the black spots. With this level of attack, he could no longer touch his body. Damn it, can't it? Growled between the pillars. Calm down between the pillars. At this time Madara's body is completely covered by chakra. With our attack, I am afraid that it will not be able to break through the protection of that layer of chakra. As long as the sacred tree is still there, the chakra will continue to form a protective layer. Kakashi Sensei, what shall we do now? Sasuke whispered. Wait. He looks like this. I'm afraid he can't even seal it. Really a troublesome opponent. Kai solemnly said. Just as everyone spoke, his unsure had completed its final transformation. The huge ball of meat slowly shrank, and finally Madara's figure disappeared completely, becoming another woman with a fair face. He has long white hair, white pupils, and blood-red moon eyes on his forehead. Otsuki Kagayu appeared. Kakashi murmured. The most terrifying enemy in the world here. The ancestor of the ninja, Otsuki Kagayu. Mom, I finally saw you again. Hyde turned into a black light and got into the sleeves of Datongma Huai. Spot whispering between the pillars. At this moment, Madara's life has already. With long white hair dancing in the wind, Otsuki Kagayu's eyes fell on Naruto and Sasuke. This familiar feeling, is Uie? No, it is Ashura and Indra. Datongma Huai's voice sounded slowly, with a bunter-heart indifference. Naruto and Sasuke were shocked and felt the terrible aura. What a joke. This aura is several times stronger than that of Madara just now. Sasuke shouted lowly. It really makes people feel uncomfortable. Naruto murmured. Soon, Otsuki Kagaya's gaze fell on Kakashi's body again. There was a strange expression on her face. The power of UIE? No. This power doesn't have the breath of UIE. Is it the power of seeking the jade from your own power? Datongma UIE said lightly, but in that indifferent tone, there seemed to be a hint of surprise. At this moment, Oshimaru and Mizuman fell beside Kakashi and others. It seems that I came at the right time, and the show has just begun. Oshimaru laughed. Oshwan, you really came, Kakashi whispered, as if he wasn't surprised by the arrival of Oshimaru. Hee, such an interesting thing. If I don't come, wouldn't it be a pity? Kakashi turned his head and looked at Oshimaru's eyes. The blue light flickered among the golden pupils. Those are the eyes of Hyuga Tiger. Now it has been turned into a reincarnated eye by Dash1. Kakashi was a little curious about how Dash1 did it. If you just transplant the eyes of Hyuga Tiger, it is far from possible. Oshimaru, your eyes. How? It's interesting, right? The thing you took away Hyuga Tiger's eyes. I will settle with you sooner or later. It's really a boring reason. This kind of thing should naturally be in the hands of people who need it more. Now is not the time to talk about it. After Oshimaru finished speaking, he looked at Otsuki Kagaya. His eyes were full of greed. Naruto on the side saw Watergate and was surprised. Dad, why are you here? Where are the others? I was taken with dirt and went to Shinwai space to avoid Infinite Moon to read. Watergate explained. Naruto was a little relieved after hearing the words. Oshimaru ignored Naruto's and Mizuman's reminiscences, but took a step forward and whispered, Otsuki Kagaya? The ancestor of chakra is really a look-up. Otsuki Kagaya also looked at Ozaki-maru. In those eyes, there was the pupil power she was familiar with. Hamura's eyes. There are a lot of unusual people gathered here. Mom, don't talk nonsense with them. Clean them up. This world is ours. Hyde said excitedly. Datongma Huii heard this and nodded. Datongma Huii, let me ask you, what is a chakra? Dashimaru said excitedly. I tell you, people who don't understand the meaning of chakras and only know how to play around. There is nothing to say. This is my nursery, and I will not let you destroy this place again. End this battle, this place will be back again into my rule. Everyone was taken aback. And then everyone felt the force of gravity acting on the body. The surrounding environment also changed in an instant. The original ruined battlefield has become a world of magma. This is what? There was a scream, and everyone fell towards the magma. Kakashi stood in the air, and Kudao galloped out behind him. Shoo! One by one, the jade for Taoism turned into black petals and fell under the feet of everyone. Great. Saved. Kai touched the sweat on his forehead, looked at the lava under him, and couldn't help feeling a while back. Oshimaru also stood in the air, standing side by side with Kakashi. It seems that I can't get an answer for the time being. Oshimaru chuckled lightly. Immediately, Oshimaru turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi-kun, are you interested in cooperating? Chapter 747. Kai's determination. Oshimaru suddenly asked for cooperation, which surprised Kakashi, but it seemed reasonable. After all, even if Oshimaru had the reincarnated eye, it was impossible to deal with Datongma Kagaya alone. In the fairy mode, the sensing ability is strong enough to let Oshimaru know clearly how terrifying Datongma Huii is. Therefore, it is not surprising whether Oshimaru planned to cooperate with Kakashi and others before, or changed his mind temporarily. What Kakashi worries about is what the purpose of Dash-1 is. Oshimaru, what is your purpose? You will never tell me. You have taken a fancy to Datongma Huii's body, want to have a reincarnation without a corpse, right? Kakashi clenched Kianting in his hand and raised his doubts. Oshimaru's expression did not change the slightest when he heard the words, but he smiled faintly. Kakashi-kun has made a good suggestion. But even if I am arrogant, I understand that with my soul strength, I want to take the ninja world. The body of the ancestor is impossible. Indeed, even if the soul of Oshimaru was restored to its original strength, it could not be compared with Kaguya-ji. Even Kaguya-ji, who was seriously injured, would not be the object of Oshimaru, who could reincarnate without a corpse. So, if this is not the case, what does he want to do? Kakashi looked at Oshimaru with a look of doubt in his eyes. Kakashi-kun, now is not the time to care about my purpose. Isn't it the most important thing to defeat the enemy in front of me? Oshimaru laughed. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't show up at all, would she? Kakashi said lightly. That said, but in this way, doesn't it seem boring? Isn't Kakashi-kun not bored with this dull life? As she spoke, she fiddled with the hair on her forehead. Kakashi is a bit speechless. Is that the reason? He didn't believe it. But Oshimaru was originally a moody person. Who knows if he will really just be on a whim? The black disc that Kudeo turned into moved Naruto and Sasuke beside Kakashi. The pillars and the water gate fell in another place. K was put behind by Kakashi. At this time, K can no longer intervene in the battle. Although the strength between the pillars is not as good as the peak, it is still the same, and the strength is not weak. Watergate's technique of flying thunder can be even more unexpected. Ms. Kakashi, what shall we do now? Naruto asked worriedly. Kakashi whispered, Naruto, you have obtained the 6 ways of immortality, and you should be able to move freely in the air like me. You must master this ability first, and then you can perform better in the next battle. Naruto was taken aback, then nodded. Kakashi turned his head and said to Sasuke, Sasuke, your left eye has just evolved, and you are not familiar with the abilities. Get acquainted with the abilities as soon as possible. We will not have much time. Sasuke nodded as well. Oshimaru, although I don't know what your idea is, cooperation is the only way now. If Kaguya-ji is allowed to control the world, I believe you will not be better. Of course, Kakashi-kun, I see this very well. So I asked for cooperation before, didn't I? Oshimaru smiled, but looked a little weird. But Kakashi didn't care much at this time. In the column, Miss Watergate, you are all ninjas with rich combat experience. In the next battle, let's act accordingly. Zijian and Watergate nodded in agreement. Kakashi's eyes fell on the last Kai. I'll send you to Shinwa space. It's not safe here anymore. Kakashi said. He wanted to send Kai away. Kai quickly said, Kakashi, youth is not allowed to shrink. Now is not the time to show youth. Kakashi shouted in a low voice. Kakashi. Kai's eyes were firm, without giving in the slightest. Kakashi is a little helpless, but this is not the time to let Kai be willful. Turning his left eye slightly, he wanted to send Kai into the supernatural space. But at this time, Otsuki Teruya moved. Let everyone chat for so long. Datongma Huai said that you are going to treat me as air. Furry rabbit needle. I saw Datongma Kiguya's long, dragging hair instantly turned into white kianbun, lissing towards the crowd. Shoo. Upon seeing this, Kakashi had to give up his plan to send Kai into the divine space for the time being. Otsuki Kiguya didn't seem to intend to give Kakashi this opportunity. I want to reconsolidate the chakras into one. You are all obstacles. The fur rabbit needle shot out, and everyone evaded. Naruto mastered the ability to move in the air in an instant, and successfully avoided. Sasuke relied on Kakashi's power of seeking truth, and barely escaped. There is magma everywhere, and Sasuke's mobility is greatly restricted. Xianzu. 10 fingers in a row. Oshimaru stretched out his hands. The phalanx came out of the fingers, and shot towards Datongma Huai. The white phalanx and the rabbit needle met in midair. Ding ding ding. The phalanx was shot through, and the rabbit needle did not attack and fell down. It's really amazing attack power. Oshimaru exclaimed. Although it seems to be indistinguishable from each other, there are only 10 rounds of 10 fingers in a row. But the rabbit needles are innumerable. The superiority and inferiority of this can be seen immediately. Thousand Ting waved in Kakashi's hand. cutting down the rabbit needles one by one. The battle fell into a stalemate for a while. Kai in the distance felt a little depressed when he saw this. Damn it, can't I help me with anything right now? Can I just look at it like this? Kai was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. After working hard for so long, is it just to hide behind Kakashi? No, Kai absolutely does not allow himself to exist like this. At this moment, the rabbit fur needle also spread to Kai. Kai was surprised and wanted to avoid, but found that it was too late. Bad. At this moment, a wooden dragon wrapped Kai and immediately caught the rabbit's needle. This is the Mudan of the first generation adults. Kai was surprised. The figure between the pillars appeared beside Kai. K, is it? You can see that you are also a real ninja. Now the battle is too fierce, we are overwhelmed, and we may not be able to rescue you in time. This is the chakra I learned from Madara, for you just to add. Next, it's up to you. After speaking between the pillars, Kai felt that a vast chakra came from the wooden dragon. That power is far beyond what an ordinary chakra can match. These chakras were drawn from the swelling black spot with the wood dragon technique before the pillars. This feeling is really stronger than ever before. If that's the case, maybe it can. Kai clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination. Kakashi, my youth will not stop like this. Let's fight together. The 8th gate, the Dead Gate, open. 8-door Dungeon Formation. Chapter 748 80 God Air Strike vs Yikai. The offensive of the rabbit fur needle was broken one by everyone, and Datongma Huai finally stopped. The long white hair is like a steel rope, winding towards everyone. Call out. The long hair flicked across the sonic boom in midair, and in an instant, it appeared in front of everyone. Thousand Ting flew, cutting off the long hair, reaching Kakashi one by one. A Chidori appeared on Sasuke's left hand, contending with long white hair. Oshimaru and Naruto are constantly dodge. Unexpectedly, the ninjutsu created by the idiot of Jiraiya was so similar to the attack methods of the ancestor of the ninja world. It seems that the guy does have some ninja talent. Oshimaru laughed. Whether it was just a rabbit needle or the current long hair attack, they are quite similar to Jiraiya's ninjutsu. The hairy rabbit needle is like an enhanced version of the fairy hair Kienbun. The long hair attack is even more like a mess of lion hair. Oshimaru was a little surprised. The ancestor of the ninja world actually had a similar idea to Jiraiya. It seems to be the same as Zilai, a simple-minded guy. Oshimaru secretly said in his heart. If Datongma Huai knew that Oshimaru described herself like this in her heart, she didn't know what it would be like. Mom, don't fight with them. Now the focus is on the reincarnation of Indra and Azura. Only the two of them have the ability to see you again. Kill one of them first, Hige said in a low voice. When Otsuki Teruya heard this, his eyes fell on Naruto and Sasuke. Indeed, these two talents are opponents she should pay attention to now. Although Oshimaru and Kakashi were strong, they did not seal their abilities. As for killing oneself, that is even more impossible. Because I am immortal. What Hemura and Hei didn't do at the beginning, the two of them couldn't do it either. The black space appeared beside Datongma Huai, and then got in. Gone? Naruto asked puzzledly. Be careful, Naruto, Sasuke said. At this moment, Kaguya's figure appeared behind Naruto and Sasuke. The black phantom flew out of the sleeves, and instantly hit Naruto and Sasuke. Both of their bodies were covered by black shadows, like the spots from before. Damn it, I can't move it, Naruto whispered. Chakra ... was drawn. Sasuke called. But to the surprise of the two of them, tears were unconsciously shed in Hui's eyes at this time. Separate my chakras, child, and return to my mother's arms. Obviously, Kaguya saw Naruto and Sasuke and thought of her two children. The two children who sealed themselves. Naruto, Sasuke. Seeing this, Kakashi took a momentary step and rushed forward. Click. The black shadow instantly broke into two segments. Naruto and Sasuke's actions also regained their freedom. It's dangerous, I'm saved. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. It's really a troublesome guy. There are a lot of enemies to deal with. Mom, It's better to assign them to different spaces and destroy them one by one. Hyge whispered. Tui nodded and agreed. But at this moment, a strong momentum broke out in the rear. Kakashi was surprised. This feeling is 8-door Dungia array. The blood-cold steam gushes out of K's body, looking abnormally hot. Kakashi was shocked, never expected that K would open the 8th door at this time. With the current strength of Datongma Huai, even if Kai opens 8 doors, he will not have much effect. K should understand this point. At this moment, the pillar next to K also looked shocked. He didn't expect that he would give the chakra that he had absorbed to Kai, which would allow Kai to directly make the decision to open the 8 doors. Blood-red steam, white A's, and that amazing aura. It turned out to be the 8th door. I didn't expect that someone could practice to this level, muttered between the pillars. The water gate on the side was also taken aback, looking at Kai's back, silently. Finally embarked on this path. Kai's right thumb lightly stroked the position of his heart, and his momentum soared in an instant. If someone watched with white A's, they would find that Kai's chakras at this time were all concentrated in the position of the heart. Kakashi, I won't hide behind you and watch the battle silently. Now, it's time for me to carry out my forbearance, K said. A little bit, and the speed broke out instantly. Boom, Xixiang. 1 foot. Kai actually stepped on the air in midair. A huge column of air exploded with Kai's fist. Boom towards Huiyi. Tui's expression remained unchanged, but she stretched out her right hand. 80 God's air strikes. The huge fist blasted away and collided with the white air column. Boom. The air column was instantly crushed. K didn't give up, but continued to make his own attacks. 2 feet. Tripod. Fatty. Muzu. The continuously exploding column of air came frantically from all directions. Hui is still abnormally calm, and such an attack doesn't seem to be in her eyes. 80 gods attacked and defended together, and Kai's Xixiang couldn't get close at all. Still not working, Kai muttered to himself. Kakashi on the side was a little surprised. The strength of this 8-door Dungia formation seems to be stronger than imagined. But, how could this be? What Kakashi didn't know was that the 6-spotted chakra that was just added to K between the columns, the quality of that chakra was completely different. At this time, Kai's 8 doors are fully open, and it is more than several times stronger than the previous 8 doors. Daishimaru also gave Kai a surprised look. This green ninja, who had never been in his eyes, could also burst out such a powerful force. Interesting, Daishi once said with a light smile. Teacher Nongma is so strong, Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke's left eye turned slightly, and he noticed Kai's state at this time. If this continues, I'm afraid Teacher Kai will die. Sasuke said solemnly. Seeing that Xixiang couldn't do any harm to Huai, Kai clenched his fists again. That trick seems to be a physical skill. If that's the case, let's see whose physical skill is stronger. Kudeo appeared under Kai and caught Kai's body. Haha, it's really stupid. Such a move is meaningless to Mom. Hyge mocked. Kai turned to look at Kakashi, and said in a low voice, Kakashi, you must seize the opportunity for the next move. Kakashi understood it instantly. K wants to use his life for himself in exchange for opportunities. This fool. Kakashi wanted to stop, but it was too late. Kai displayed a strange aura on Kudao Jade, and the red steam enveloped his whole body, instantly forming a red dragon. Yikai. The red dragon gallops with Kai. Seeing this, Hui showed a hint of surprise, and stretched out her hands. 80 God Air Strike. The first anniversary of this book and its development. This book was uploaded on January 26, 2017. Which is exactly the first anniversary of this. It was a complete accident when I wrote this book, and I didn't expect to be able to write it for so long. I would like to thank you readers for your support. Since writing the book, the most touching thing is naturally the greetings of various keyboard guys. I cared a lot, but now it doesn't matter. Seeing is nothing but netting. A lot of things have also been learned. These will never be learned without writing a book. The story of Naruto World has been written here. In fact, it is almost the same. The next 100 chapters will end this world. After the end of the Fourth World War, there will be interspersed with the 7-class daily, coming daily, cassette daily and so on that I have always wanted to write. I believe many readers have guessed, I plan to jump into the world. This idea has been there since the beginning of writing a book, but it was not implemented afterwards. Many friends want me to write One Piece, but unfortunately, I didn't read much about One Piece, so if I want to write, I have to add too much. To be honest, my time does not allow me to use it so lavishly. So the next world I will write about is Natsume's friend's account. One is that I like this anime very much, and the other is that the dubbing of the cat teacher is the same as Kakashi, which is a kind of connection. In other worlds, I will choose Monster Tale and Reaper. Of course, both of these are unfinished animes, so if you want to write about Monster Tale, you will probably only write about the gates of the underworld. If Grim Reaper wants to write, he will only write about Aizen. Of course, it is also possible that neither of these should be written, and Natsume's friend account should be written directly. For details, see the arrangement later. Above. Thank you readers for your support. Chapter 749. Withered Flower. Huey gave a soft drink, and in an instant, countless giant fists diverged centered on his body. 80 God's air strikes, extraordinary physical skills, offensive and defensive. With a sound of Yakai, the blood-colored dragon rose into the sky, and in this red-colored space, a unique light that belonged to Medkai burst out. Scarlet, a tragic color. Kai stretched out his right foot, turned into a blood-colored dragon, and rushed straight towards Datongma Huai. Its amazing momentum. Zujian was shocked. That kind of terrifying offensive, even when he was alive, would definitely not be able to take up. And the space next to it is completely distorted. This is a move that cannot be avoided at all. There is only hard resistance. If you evade, being caught up by it will only become more passive. Kakashi's left eye was fixed on the battle. The opportunity is only a moment. If it is lost, I'm sorry for Ki's contribution. Boom. With a loud noise, the Scarlet Dragon collided with the blue giant fist. Now is the climax of youth. Konoha's blue beast is no longer, now it is a scarlet behemoth. K yelled and gave out his last light. Collision. Huey has finally changed her face since she appeared. There is a hint of incredible in his eyes. The blue giant fist shattered under the bite of the Scarlet Dragon. How is it possible? Mum's attack was actually crushed. Haijwin, his sleeve looked incredible. Although he hadn't seen the 8-gate Dunjia array, he guessed that its power was only 6 ranks at most. With that little attack power alone, it was absolutely impossible to crush Kaguya's 80 divine air strikes. But now, the Scarlet Dragon broke the blue giant fist abruptly. Drink. K's kick went forward again. The moment the blue giant fist broke, the Scarlet Dragon had already arrived in front of Huey. The space is blocked. There is no way to hide. You can only resist. Boom. Huey flew upside down. Black marks appeared on his chest. The bones are faintly visible. That is the trace left by Yikai. Click. The sound of broken bones sounded. The bones of Ki's right leg have been shattered. At this time, the Scarlet Dragon was weakening. Call out. Kakashi took a quick step and appeared beside Huey. Xianzu. Broken stars. The silver-white thunderbolt with his right hand pierced Datongma Huai's body, exactly where Yakai had hit before. The right hand kept shaking, as if blood was rolling. Huey frowned, looking a little bit of pain. It's not enough. Then, Kakashi whispered in his heart and was about to change his move. But at this time the space had returned to calm. The Imperial Palace of Heaven. The Scarlet Dragon and Kakashi were instantly trapped in a piece of huge ice. The steam continued to evaporate, and the Blood Dragon roared, but could not move forward half a step further. Kai looked shocked. The last offensive of the Scarlet Dragon disappeared at this moment, leaving no trace. Huey disappeared without a trace. For a while, Kakashi's attack also landed in the empty space. Neither Kakashi nor K could move at this time. Everyone was taken aback. the space changed. The original world of magma has changed into a world of ice and snow. A chill was coming. Kai's dilapidated body, cracks, like a withered flower, can no longer move. "Ms. Kakashi!" Naruto exclaimed, and quickly stepped forward to rescue. Sasuke's left eye turned, and black flames gushed out. Amaterasu! The ice melted instantly, and Kakashi hugged Kai, who was like coke, and landed on the snow on the side. Kakashi whispered, but Kai could not give any response. The body seemed to be broken every inch, and it looked lifeless. The breath also became weaker and weaker. "Ms. Kakashi, let me come," Naruto said, pressing his right hand on Kai's heart. Boom! The body that had been lifeless seemed to be alive in an instant, and the stopped heart beat violently again. "This is Yang-dun, the ultimate Yang-dun." The pillars on the side couldn't help but exclaimed. Only by practicing Yang-dun to the extreme can Kai at this time be cured. Otherwise, if the 8-gate Dunja array opens, there is no doubt that you will die. I didn't expect Naruto to have such an ability. Seeing this, Kakashi whispered, "Naruto, Kai's right foot is also broken, you can treat it." Naruto was taken aback when he heard the words and glanced at Kai's right foot. It seems that nothing has changed. But since Kakashi said so, Naruto naturally wanted to be treated. When Naruto's right hand touched it, he realized how serious the injury on his right leg was. "Fortunately, Mr. Kakashi reminded me, otherwise, I am afraid I will not be able to find that Mr. Nongmae's right leg has suffered such a serious injury," Naruto secretly said in his heart, and then recovered Kai's right leg. It's just that the sequelae of the Death Door were still and for a while, Kai was still in a coma. Kakashi's left eye turned, and Shinwai mobilized, sending Kai into the Shinwai space. "Mate, Kai really is an amazing ninja. I didn't expect anyone to be able to practice physique to this level. It is really surprising. If this world hadn't become like this, I'm afraid no one would be his opponent." Oshimaru whispered to herself, with the same smile on her face. "Oshimaru, you've been watching the show for a long time. Since you want to cooperate, you have to show cooperation." Kakashi stood up and said coldly. Oshimaru smiled and said, "It seems that Kakashi-kun finally took out a fire. This way, it looks like a duel." Kakashi turned his head and glanced at Oshimaru, and said, "You really don't like it." Hee. It seems that Kakashi has a deep misunderstanding of me. "Stop talking nonsense, then. Take me seriously." "Since Kakashi-kun has said so, then naturally I won't let you down," Oshimaru said, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips. Not far away, the figure of Datongmu appeared again. There is still a hollow in her chest, which is obviously the injury caused by Ye Kai and Xingting Chuang just now. The void was gradually healing, and Datongmu Hui's expression gradually became calm. "You all are going to die." Datongmu Hui yelled in a low voice. An aura of horror erupted. Shinwa space. Kai's body suddenly appeared, and the 5 shadows were all taken aback. "This is ... K." Tsunade recognized Kai at a glance, but his appearance seemed to be close to death. Tsunade squatted down quickly and put his hands on Kai's body to heal him. Lee, not far away, even noticed the situation here. Seeing the scarred Kai, Lee hurried over. "Teacher K," Lee exclaimed. It seemed that it was hard to believe that the energetic teacher would become this way. "What kind of injury is this? How could it become like this?" Gaara said in surprise. Lee saw the clue in an instant. "This is the formation of the 8 doors Dungeon." Teacher Kai opened the dead door. Lee Da was surprised. "What? Didn't that mean?" Nings also rushed over at this time, looking surprised. Lee looked sad, as if unable to accept this fact. "Teacher K, how are you?" "Okay, stop calling, K is fine." Although the injury is serious, he has already been treated. After a month's rest, he will be fine. Tsunade stopped Li's wailing and whispered. For a while, Lina had no idea what to do with the emotion that had just exploded. "Am I crying or not crying?" "Really, Master Naruto?" Ningsa said excitedly. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. It's just that I'm more worried about the outside situation. With Kakashi it will force Kai to use the deadlock. The enemy is really terrifying to the point of shock. Chapter 750 Ice Chamber of the Sky. Tsunade's worries are actually the worries of everyone in the divine space at this time. They want to help, but they are helpless. If they go out now, not to help, but to hold back. Everyone understands this. Therefore, even if they are unwilling, they can't help it. Bringing the soil looked at Kai lying on the ground. A light of thought flashed in his eyes. Time should be almost up. In the ice and snow space, Otsuki Kagaya's injuries are slowly recovering. It's unforgivable to dare to hurt my mother suddenly. Mom, this time, I can't be merciful anymore. Haiju exclaimed. Huey whispered, my strength hasn't been fully recovered yet, and I can't use it to swell my way. It's a little troublesome to deal with these guys at once. Split them into different spaces, and we will break them one by one. Huey nodded. Her power recovered a lot, and the Heavenly Imperial Court was ready to use it. Tenzyu can transfer his own world and surrounding people to other spaces in an instant. The spaces that can be moved include lava, ice, supergravity, sand, acid and other spaces. It is a very powerful space ninjutsu, but there is a certain cooling time. The ice space has just been transformed, so Kagaya cannot use this skill for the time being, and it will take a while. Huey is recovering from his injuries, and Kakashi and others have not ventured in either. Naruto, Sasuke, you have the sealing technique given to you by the 6 immortals. Therefore, the main target of Kagaya's next attack must be you. Among you, no one can die, otherwise, this battle will lose. Understand? Kakashi whispered. Naruto and Sasuke both nodded when they heard the words, expressing their understanding. Just now Kagaya used the kind of ninjutsu that can transform the space again. It shouldn't be used for the time being. Such a powerful ninjutsu must have a certain cooling time. After all, every ninjutsu has its weaknesses. Sasuke was stunned when he heard that. Because of this sentence, Itachi had also said this. There is no invincible ninjutsu, only invincible people. And once this ninjutsu can be used again, Kagaya will definitely find a way to separate us, especially Naruto and Sasuke. If that happens, it will become very troublesome. So, be careful not to be thrown by Kagaya. Go to other spaces. At this time, Watergate approached Kakashi and said softly, Kakashi, if that's the case, maybe we can. Kakashi was taken aback when he heard the words, then smiled and said, Mr. Watergate, maybe you are the nemesis of this ninjutsu. Kagaya's injury gradually recovered, and Kakashi seemed to have discussed something. Before the cooling time has passed, please delay for a while. Haiju whispered. Icicles 19. Huey gave a soft drink, and countless icicles emerged from the feet of Kakashi and others. The speed is fast. In an instant flash, Kakashi gave a soft drink, and everyone backed away. Bang bang bang. The icicles rioted, and there was a biting chill. Everyone leapt up. At this moment, Huey moved his hands. The ice chamber of the sky. Chill swelled beside the numerous icicles, and a huge igloo directly froze all Kakashi in it. No, I can't move it, Naruto called. The hard ice froze everyone, unable to move for a while. Is the ninjutsu just now? It can be used at such a distance. It seems to be a troublesome ninjutsu, Kakashi secretly said. But the Ishimaru exclaimed, it's really worthy of being the ancestor of the ninja world. This kind of power is much stronger than that of the Shuiyu clan. Kakashi was also quite helpless to see Dashimaru still fighting with this mindset. Did this guy come to help, or did he come to watch the battle? Chakra surged. Xianzu, Chidori. The black thunder spread all over the body, and then spread out directly. The entire ice chamber was instantly filled with black thunder. Click. With a crisp sound, a crack appeared in the ice chamber. Boom. Ice debris splashes. The crowd dispersed one after another, enclosing Huey in the middle. Son, borrow a little chakra for me. Melt and escape. Tail beast shuriken art. Naruto raised a large magma-shaped shuriken and threw it towards Kagaya. Behind Sasuke appeared Susanoo, and purple arrows galloped out. The two of them shot out at the same time, one on the left and the other on the right. Done. It's all the art of bagging. The wooden escape between the pillars flew out from under Huey, completely blocking the way out below it. Huey couldn't help but look up. Kakashi fell from the sky, black thunder on his hands. The black thunder spread throughout the body, seeming to form a giant beast. Xianfa. Done. The unicorn landed. Thunder escaped from the sky. Roar. With a roar, the black thunder seemed to tear the space apart. Mom, the offensive below is the weakest. Break through from there, Hyde whispered. Upon hearing this, Huey immediately lowered his body and landed on Done. I don't know where the light yellow acidic liquid was born in his hand, which eroded Done in an instant. Immediately drilled out directly. However, what awaited her was not a break, but an offensive from another person. Bone Shadow Dragon Dance. The white bone dragons flew out of the sleeves of Dashimaru, and they twisted Huey into a solid for an instant. At this moment, Done dispersed. The black thunder and lightning unicorn roars. Oops, Hyde said in surprise. Kakashi pushed it with his hand, and the black thunder unicorn that had originally shrouded him galloped out and hit Huey. Boom. Black thunder Kirin is in the middle of Huey. Boom. With a loud noise, Huey was directly smashed into the ice. The white bone dragon wrapped around its body also broke every inch. The power of the Black Thunder unicorn is evident. Kakashi stayed in the air, his left eye fixed on the ice. Hit. Great. It shouldn't be alright now, Naruto said with joy. Sasuke's left eye also moved in the ice. It's really amazing ninjutsu, Kakashi. Your strength has really improved to the point where I can't imagine it. Orochimaru said with a light smile. I should have said this to you. I didn't expect you to apply the bones and veins so easily. It seems that Junmaro is very compatible with your reincarnation, and his body fits you very well, Kakashi whispered. Hee, maybe this is also a kind of fate. Orochimaru drew back her hair, seeming to have a different emotion. Kakashi frowned, feeling something was wrong. At this moment, with a bang, Huey jumped out of the ice. The blood slid off his forehead, and there was a crack in one of the horns on the top of his head.